You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. All right, folks, what is happening? Man, oh man, do we got some, well, we don't know what we got coming, but I suspect it will be just fantastical. Looking forward to it. Look, folks, if you haven't seen Nate over at Valhalla VFT, if you haven't seen his debunking of this entire narrative to begin with, you need to go watch it. I mean, it couldn't get any worse. I mean, the facts of this story leading into it, not to mention the way that this story going to Fort Huachuca, the way that it was engineered, the way that the entire story plot is laid out using the hero's journey, never mind the rest of the disinformation tactics that are used throughout the story. It's just ridiculous. And I was hoping to see her continue the story, and I guess she's going to. So we're going to switch over to that in just a second. But I do want to say hi to everybody over here in the chat. Want to look at that. Jeff's over there. I know he has to leave early, but I want to thank all of our mods over there. Again, I'm gonna be throwing up your guys' comments, all the good things throughout this. We welcome disagreement, all those things, but what we're not.
Everyone, happy Thursday. I have to tell you that I was laughing so much yesterday because I received a flood of emails from law enforcement.
We're gonna pause that. Ugh. I hate that I'm going to have to go through a couple hours of this. But anyways, want to say hi to everybody over there. We've definitely, again, encourage disagreement. We'll share everything you have to say, whether it's good, bad, or ugly towards us, towards Candace, everything else. We are going to prioritize super chats. We would like it if you like, subscribe, and also became a member. That does help support the channel, all those things. So I wasn't planning on doing this, but as soon as I saw the title for this just a few minutes ago, I went ahead and made a live stream for this. And this is right. Even though he constantly supports Candace, even he called utter BS. We actually had a phone conversation about how stupid this entire narrative was and the fact that she's clearly being fed information. Look, I think this whole thing is a deep state plot. I really do. She's either being fed information by political adversaries or foreign adversaries, definitely leftists. That are trying to destroy, that are trying to undermine the United States government, that are trying to undermine the conservative movement that Charlie started, trying to undo everything that Charlie has worked his entire life to do, to include destroying TPUSA. So that's why we're here. It's as simple as that. All right. Hi, Lori. Hi, Lori Matthews. Disney Up, Boiler Up. Who else? We got Lace over there. We got Old Ghost Guardian. We got many, many more. So again, thanks for showing up. I know this is short notice. I am planning on doing another live stream this afternoon. We're going to have an eyewitness. As a matter of fact, Andrew Faraci was not just an eyewitness. He was the local cameraman that many have said was a triggerman. He was actually been accused many times of actually being one that an alternate shooter that actually killed Charlie. So we're going to have him on. I don't know if I'll have time to create that, but anyways, we'll see where we're at when it's all said and done. But let's go ahead and throw Candace up here and we will see how this all turns out.
Enforcement officers, military guys that were just like, no way, absolutely not. That's where I draw the line. The bomb dogs missed the gun. Apparently, for people who work with bomb dogs, this is more of an offense to their intelligence than the Man of Steel neck. Like, it was just a bridge too far. This is where they are drawing the line in terms of Fed slop. Anyway, we have another unbelievable episode for you guys here today. I thought long and hard about whether to bring on the eyewitness from Fort Huachuca. And I think when we speak to him today and he gives you his testimony, you will, of course, understand why. I am always honored to have any person that serves in our.
Once again, folks, I want to put this in context. We have zero proof that this story is even true. That's the problem with everything that she puts out. We have zero proof that any of this stuff is true. We don't know if this event occurred where, they couldn't find the gun, and then they were able to find the gun later on. The dog wasn't able to find the gun, but they found it. No proof.
Military, especially honored to have him, given all that he has lived through, despite the firestorm that I know that both he and I are about to endure. Welcome back to Candace. Review. I, at the top of the show, first want to tell you about this interesting question that I received yesterday from one of our viewers over on X that I wanted to address. He asked me specifically if I saw black plastic fragmentation over the floor of Charlie's SUV. I was immediately struck by this question because I am not kidding when I tell you that the very first thing that I noticed when I went through those photos of Charlie's SUV, I said to my team that it looked like there were shards of glass, like tempered glass.
Even
that you
keeping
might
up with it,
see
you won't know
if
what she's
drop or
talking
bring
about.
an iPhone. It was very distinct to me in the picture from the blood that is all over the seats and all over the floor. I was like, oh, maybe like someone broke a window or something. And then I sort of put it out of my mind. And particularly, I noticed a lot of it spread across that back seat rear floor. So I'm going to show you that, just a couple of photos of that close up so that you can see it, what that looks like, because, yeah, it was just kind of a compelling thing that he noticed something that I noticed, and you can see it was unusual. I think in this person's mind, the line that they were going down, I guess the line of questioning that they were going down in their own mind was, is this evidence that something broke on Charlie? Could something have been rigged? And I want to say that we can't necessarily extrapolate that from what we're looking at. It could be 1,000 other things. Somebody could have actually broken a phone in there. Somebody could have had something in there. It could be broken hard candy. I mean, there's a lot going on. And yeah, I did want to address that because it is a lot
better than sitting there watching it on our own. That's for sure.
We saw little black bits, and I do. That is visually what I see. I am hesitant, by the way, to put up the rest of the photos. Kind of still going through that. I want to be slow on that because obviously I don't want the federal officers, the good guys that are in there who have assisted in this, to be rumbled, right? I don't want people, cash to go on a hunt and figure out who gave us what, and people to start getting fired. We need to have the white knights in government. So I just need some time to think about that. And yeah. Anyways, what we can do, however, and what we're starting to formulate now are just addressing these data points, right? These mysterious circumstances, these things that don't necessarily make sense. What do we actually know about that day? And what's really interesting for me is when I review these data points, I can't fathom how there are people out there right now trying to convince you that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. There's no evidence outside of these shady messages that are not even time-stamped. We don't have a confession from him.
This is utter nonsense. Outside of the shady messages, we have her parents. Excuse me. We have his parents that have turned him in. We have reports of, and again, all of this stuff, these descriptions of evidence will have to be proven to be correct in court. The defense attorneys for Tyler are going to try to debunk, obviously, all of this evidence. The evidence against Tyler is overwhelming, and for her to continue to say there is no evidence outside of these text messages is just gaslighting. It's gaslighting, and it's dumb.
Nothing. Okay, so these are just some data points for you to remember as we go through this. The surgeon never confirmed or even suggested that Charlie was shot with a .30-06 or that.
Well, no shit. He's not going to sit there and do a forensic analysis of the bullet.
That Charlie had a steel neck.
Well, no shit. He doesn't have a steel neck. That's not what. I don't think he said that to begin with. Whether or not Andrew accidentally put that in steel in quotes, that was simply him trying to make people feel better. Andrew Covelt trying to make people feel better, and for them to pick that apart and try to turn that into some sort of, I don't know, technical assessment. I mean, they're just vultures picking apart things because they're terrible people.
That stopped that bullet. Rather, he suggested throughout the course of a conversation that maybe a frangible bullet was used. The lone confirmed eyewitness that we have that is confirmed to the alleged shooter on Losey Center rooftop before the sound goes off, the sound of a shot rings out, has not been contacted by the lawyers or the investigators on either side of this trial, the pending trial. We are now in the phase where investigators are supposed to go out and be collecting more evidence pending the May probable cause hearing. He still has not been contacted. And why is that crucial? Because this individual is an instructor at a gun range. He claims the weapon that he saw looked more like a 223. Quote, something.
As we mapped out on the Google Earth the other day, his position was over 500 feet away. Look at all the guns I have. All right. I own well over 100 guns. I have a gun shop full of guns. We teach, right? Former Green Beret, all the stuff. There's no way that I would be able to tell what type of rifle it was from 500 feet away. And this is the only eyewitness that she has bothered to bring on or even talk about. I have talked to now well over a half a dozen eyewitnesses during that event. They all say the exact same thing. She doesn't want to bring on any eyewitness because she knows that they will completely deconstruct the narrative that she's trying to push. So she's cherry picking evidence. She's omitting evidence. It's what she does all throughout this.
Shorter than the one that they found. The person that he observed was wearing what seemed to him to be black tactical gear plus a face mask, and he describes that person as looking like a professional.
From 500 feet away. And here's the ridiculous part of that, folks. Is she going to sit there and try to say that that was a different person than the person that jumped off of the roof? We have video evidence of that. It's crap evidence, but what we can tell is he's not wearing tactical gear. He's not wearing a face mask. So, I mean, she's debunking herself right now as far as I'm concerned.
The bomb dogs were unable to locate the weapon in the field.
Unconfirmed story. This is less than hearsay.
Where it was eventually discovered, despite the fact that they had crawled over that area. They just weren't on their game that day. This is not my favorite part of the story. It's just a little, I just didn't expect the reaction to be what it was. I just love the people that are like, no, absolutely, we are done with the Fed slop. Instead, what happened was federal agents directed local officers to the weapon. Lucky feds. The canines were not provided with the scent of the weapon once it was discovered. So they did not then take that weapon and then have the dogs trace it back to the top of Lossie. That did not happen.
Why on earth?
Farnsworth, still major question marks. He raced to remove the camera that was directly behind Charlie's head. I want to tell you, by the way, I'm reading myself into this, so not a data point, but in my mind, when I imagine why he might have done that, I think it's because they were going to go with this story that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk and what debunked. So
again, she right now is implicating and accusing Terrell Farnsworth of actually being in on the cover-up of his murder, complicit with just her take on the whole situation. No evidence, no nothing. She has no evidence of them being involved at all. She has no evidence of them being connected. Just like she said on Pierce Morgan, she has no evidence of this. And then she's tried to pretend on Pierce Morgan that she was, just way too ethical to start naming people. She's named these people time and time again.
That obviously would be seeing that it didn't go through. There was no evidence of what should have been a tremendous amount of damage done to his neck. I also want to say here, because I've heard that various people like Terrell are getting death threats. Obviously, if you're watching this show, we are investigating what happened with Charlie Kirk. I have been clear that I do believe that there are some people that are engaged in a cover-up. I am never giving anybody the permission to,
No, I don't have a theory. That's the thing. I don't have a theory. Like, that's what's stupid about this. What we have is the evidence to follow. She's making up things as she goes. And that's morally and ethically wrong. First of all, when you start accusing people and you don't have evidence, what we're saying is, hey, what we see comports with the evidence. And what she's doing is she's coming up with a narrative and then grasping at straws to create evidence that supports the narrative, which is mainly based on her takes on things like, well, he took this down, so what does that mean for me? Well, we got to implicate Israel. We got to implicate TPSU. TPUSA. So what that means is he was trying to cover this up, even though we know that he gave that SD card to the authorities. So that's a difference. And I don't understand why you small brain people with lacking complete gray matter can't understand how to distinguish the difference between those two things. It's very common sense, but I don't get it.
Go be a bandit and go outside and take the law into your own hands. That's not what we should ever be doing and engaging in. Next data point that we have, federal agents prevented the surgeon from returning to his operating room. I told you that was something that startled him, and he placed a call, presumably to DC, to make them move because he wanted, obviously, the team to get back in there to clean it, to make sure that Charlie could get cleaned up before Eric.
So why is that not tampering with evidence? So we have a surgeon that's going back in to clean up Charlie, and the FBI tries to stop him from doing that so that they can, potentially get some trace evidence off of him. So if they wipe him down, and you got Blake Bednar's and some of these other people saying that we have an exploding mic, or he was electrocuted, or some of these other harebrained theories, well, man, they just completely allowed this surgeon to contaminate it, to wipe all that trace evidence away. Why is that not tampering with evidence?
I came in. Federal agents removed the hospital surveillance footage. They're on a manhunt. And for some reason, that seemed like something that they should do. That strikes me as tremendously odd. We have that the vehicle in which Charlie was transported to Timpanogos Hospital was not impounded by law enforcement. It's very odd.
All right. So again, look at the logical fallacy here. We're supposed to impound the vehicle that was transported Charlie, but because we could have trace evidence, right? That's why we should impound this, so that we can investigate. But we shouldn't. But we should allow the surgeon to go ahead and clean Charlie up and wipe away all possible trace evidence. Again, doesn't make sense. But she's never let that get in her way.
There were multiple sets of prints on the weapon that was found, something that I did not share with you, but I did know this for some time, and I can confirm this to you because that's one of their things. They got the prints of Tyler Robinson on this gun.
No.
There were multiple sets of prints.
The prints aren't even talked about. Fingerprints are not even talked about in the charging documents. Of course, there's going to be multiple people that have handled that weapon. And then on top of that, what matters is DNA. DNA is fairly fragile. It's not just going to stay on there. But again, what we have is DNA of the guy that just happens to be 3.5 hours away, that has his weapon there. We know it's his weapon. His parents have confirmed that weapon was his and in his possession at this point. They confirmed it through text messages. That's what's relevant. Like, again, fingerprints is a red herring, and it's just being used to gaslight you on this.
That were on the gun that was recovered thanks to the instincts of the feds and not the noses of the dogs. And finally, and I think this is a big thing, the footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself in is apparently missing. And I have told you guys, and again, I'm reading myself into this, and in my investigation, I found that their entire story about how the parents turned him in and did the right thing is crap. It is.
Okay, first of all, that story was confirmed by her own sources. And someone please explain to me, someone please, for the love of God, explain to me why video footage of him turning himself in is even material to this. It is, again, another red herring. Like, she's like, oh, we don't have the footage of him walking into the police station. What does she think she's going to get? She thinks she's going to get video footage of the interrogation or them talking to him. That's not going to be released. Again, more nonsense, gaslighting.
Yes, that's not what happened. They were told either, these doors are going to get broken down, or you're going to come in peacefully. And Tyler chose the latter. I also was told by police officers that were there when he came into the police that they were told not to look at him. They were told to avoid cameras. Very strange things that happened when he did eventually come in. And we won't know how strange, because apparently the footage is missing, according to local Utah news, that they didn't say a FOIA. There's another term. What was it? Gamma requested for that footage, and we're being.
For the same reason she says so much that's incorrect for the same reason she's going to get sued and she's going to lose the defamation suit against the Macrones. She thinks she can get away with it. I mean, this is total narcissistic behavior. She is living. She has main character syndrome like I've never seen anybody. She is so self-absorbed that she thinks there's going to be multiple countries plotting against her to stop an investigation, and they would go so far to stop the world famous Candace Owens that they would murder Charlie Kirk as a distraction for Candace Owens to stop her from investigating the Macrones. I mean, it's absolute insanity. So, me trying to understand why someone insane would act the way that she does, I don't think there's any point in doing so.
Basically told, well, now there's been an expiration on that footage and we don't have it. So maybe they just mean they already handed it over to investigators. I don't know, but we will wait and see. That's a lot that is going on. I want to pivot now because our instincts, which they keep mocking us over, I think are on the money. We're going to talk now about Christianity. Christianity. I'm putting that in quotation marks because it has been on this podcast a recurring theme, right? I keep sensing, that these pastors are dangerous, right? I've covered extensively how even just amongst the Calvary Chapel, in particular, there's just way too much of a habit of establishing former pedophiles and drug traffickers as lead pastors.
Strange Hold Outdoors, I would love for you to tell me what I've cherry picked and I haven't addressed and I haven't shown you. I have shown you things that may or may not, basically things that could potentially disagree with what I've said, I guess. I don't know, but I've tried to show everything. And I've have these live streams where people can bring up things that where they disagree with me and I address those on a daily basis. She does not do that. She does not show you, she does not have people on other eyewitnesses. She doesn't do that. Why is that? Why would you not have, why would, with the platform that she has, out of 3,000 people, she could have the capacity to interview 300 or 400 at a minimum. She hasn't done that. She interviewed one person where that sort of kind of goes along with what she says, even though he's 500 feet away. That doesn't make sense. She could have lawyers on talking about how strong this case is. She hasn't done that. So no, I haven't cherry picked anything. I don't even know what you're talking about that I could potentially be cherry picking. So that, again, that's just another lie.
Churches. Okay. I'm not saying that people can't find God. I'm just saying that my preference would be that they maybe not be provided with access to children, right? If you committed a crime against a child. This is a preference that I guess is not, or perhaps is in conflict with the beliefs and the preferences of Rob McCoy, who makes my skin crawl. We showed you that interview that he did with somebody who apparently went on a rampage. He actually went to prison for it, and he was just sort of laundering his reputation and then gave him access again to children. I feel like that is very wrong. I have also on the show been speaking a lot about these quote unquote Christian influencers. Something's not right. A lot of women who seem to know their Bibles for almost the implicit and explicit aim of socially engineering the population.
Let me turn this
right?
up.
Telling you, oh, it's right here in the Bible. Same with the pastors. God doesn't want you to follow Tucker Carlson on Instagram. Josh Hammer is amazing.
You guys let me know how my volume is if it's too high.
Candace is possessed by a demon. You don't want to be possessed by a demon, so unfollow Tucker Carlson and unfollow Candace. And I promise there's no other motivations. Candace is just crazy, and you should listen to me. Similarly, there are so many conservative media companies who are run by former military intelligence, people that leave naval intelligence, people that lead the Mossad. Suddenly their aim is to speak about Judeo-Christian values. They find...
Let's talk about the 30-06 for just a moment here, folks, because we know that, I'm going to make my screen big for just a minute. All right. We know that it was at a 9.1 degree slope. All right. So it's coming in here. All right. So first of all, anytime that we add angle to something, all right, and a bullet is penetrating it, all right, it makes it thicker. That's why we have faceted edges on tanks. It's not because it's going to deflect the round, but because when you take a piece of anything and you start to angle it, it actually makes that same material that might be an inch thick. Now it's an inch and a half thick. So what we're being told is, hey, the round went through 4 inches of Charlie's neck. That's not what happened at all. Number one, we have a round that's coming downward. So we already have a slope. It's at 9.1 degrees. And then on top of that, Charlie is leaning forward. He's slumped over. So we'd have to look at what it actually is, but it's not 4.5 inches before it actually hits his spine. It's probably more like 10 inches of material that it actually goes through, because again, he's leaned over. It's at least significantly much more than 4 inches. That's the point here. So we need to keep that in mind as well.
After they leave the military. I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that this is something that we have discussed a lot on this podcast. I have been suggesting to you all that faith has been infiltrated by the military, and people laughed. They laughed. Well, you guys didn't laugh, but like, oh, what do you mean by that? Well, you guys pull up a chair because it's about to get even more interesting.
I turned up her volume.
Fort Huachuca,
Oh, here we
as
go.
many of you in the military have informed me, is actually an intelligence base. Now, for those of you who are ignorant like me regarding the structure of the military, this is an important distinction to make in your mind, because when we think about military bases, at least me, maybe you can, you have the same mindset. I tend to think about where they're scrambling off the planes, off of an air base, if there's an attack, right? Oh, quickly jump into your planes and get into the air.
All right. For those of you who don't know, just I think it was last week or whatever, what she claimed was that she had a source that came to her and told her that he stumbled upon basically a planning session of a joint task force at Fort Huachuca. And then while that guy was there, now understand this is prior to the event taking place, this guy claims that he saw Brian Harpole there. All right. It was September 9th. I know Brian Harpole wasn't there, and I'll show you guys later because I have his plane tickets that he was leaving Dallas at 1:42 p.m. And understand that Fort Huachuca at the time was, or Dallas was 2 hours ahead of Fort Huachuca. So it would be impossible for him to get to Dallas and then fly. So number one, that's a lie. But the point here is, for those of you who don't know this backstory, is that she said this guy claims that he stumbled upon this meeting at Fort Huachuca. And this was an hour-long story, and it was filled with stuff that is patently false for a lot of different reasons. Now apparently she says she's going to reveal the source essentially. So I guess we're going to hear from this guy tonight. But basically what this has now turned into is a planning session. She claims it's basically a planning session for the assassination of Charlie Kirk that happened at Fort Huachuca with special operations. That's where we're going with this.
Maybe get into the sea just
Insanity,
requires
by
an
the way.
immediate response. But that is not what Fort Huachuca in Arizona is, okay? It is a hub for intelligence training. Civilians can be turned into intelligence assets on this base. They can take courses to join the intelligence community, okay? Just giving you one example of an email that I got, quote, "Just FYI, Fort Huachuca is where soldiers go for their MIT courses. That is Army Military Intelligence. Once a soldier has finished basic training, they go here for their advanced training for their actual job in Army Military Intelligence," end quote. Okay. Now, among the many emails that I received regarding what sort of intelligence courses take place, I was absolutely floored when a person who grew up and lives just outside of the base in Sierra Vista told me something. I'm going to recount the story to you, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit of this so that I protect their identity. Basically, their story begins in May of 2013. They are two recently baptized Christians. Like I said, they grew up in this area, Sierra Vista, and they decided that they were going to pour their savings into starting a gym. Now, of course, because it's a gym that's located off base, they had a lot of clientele who happened to be associated with the base. And one such client was a woman that they met, a couple that they met that were on fire for the Lord, right? That couple made a sizable investment in their gym and became, quote unquote, founding members. Okay. So the gym owners were drawn to this couple because they were so bold in their faith. They were like, I loved the bold proclamation of their faith, and we thought, this is great. This is going to work. They accept money from them. So you can imagine that they were then completely surprised and shocked when this couple over time effectively staged something akin to a hostile takeover of their company, undermining them while pretending to be their friends, going behind their backs, propositioning other gym members. I'm going to be clear here. This is obviously allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly here. The couple almost lost everything in the process and they had to start all over again. Now, what was once the fastest growing gym in Sierra Vista, suddenly they were forced to relocate and downsize their company entirely. So now it's 2015. They are in their new, smaller location of a gym. And I'm going to read this next portion of the email that I received verbatim. Again, allegedly, because he names an individual who I do not know. I've never heard of this individual, but I feel it is relevant because I'd like to learn more. The email continues, quote, "We were struggling, sometimes barely making rent, but still serving the community, including military students who came through for 4 to 6 month training courses." Okay. I want to stress that again. Got all these students that are coming in and their training is lasting between 4 to 6 months. So they're signing up for this gym. Back into the quotation. One morning, I noticed a female military member lingering after class. She was visibly distressed, so I kept the gym open longer than usual to give her space to talk. We ended up conversing for about 45 minutes, and what she shared with me has stuck with me ever since. She said she, quote, "could not take it anymore." When I asked for details, she explained that her stress was coming from a class that she was taking on Fort Huachuca, taught by none other than Bruce Bevins. My ears perked up when I heard his name as I immediately remembered the incident with his wife. This young woman described Bruce as, quote, "the most evil man that she had ever met." She then revealed something that I wasn't expecting at all. The class's objective was to teach military personnel to infiltrate Christian groups and organizations through covert psychological operations. The training focused specifically on deceiving Christians. At the time, I didn't fully connect the dots. Our gym was and still is an openly Christian faith-based organization. But looking back now, I have to wonder if the infiltration and the destruction of our gym was actually a
We have, again, we have no evidence of this whatsoever. I'm just going to get up here and tell stories that I say people sent me all the time. Clearly it works. Clearly you can get millions of views doing it.
training exercise or field assignment. I also wonder if the distressed young soldier was sent to our gym on assignment from Bruce, but couldn't follow through with her objectives and instead chose to confide in me. There were other students who will corroborate this type of training. 2 military students, both named blank and blank, I'm redacting that, passed through our gym during this same period. They shared similar stories, but seemed much more advanced in their training. On one occasion, after I asked what was so funny in the back of my class, they privately shared that they had just returned from an overnight field training mission with very little sleep. Their objective had been to
All right. I want to address this comment because this is being said. That was not a stock photo. Tremley, you've been lied to. We've proven this. The first time, go do a search of this. Folks, quit listening to what these grifters are saying to you without fact checking it and fact checking it. The first time that photo was ever put out was September 11th, I believe. But either way, that is the photo of the actual rifle. We've proven that it's not a stock photo. We've proven that's disinformation. So quit saying it and quit just repeating and parroting what these morons are telling you.
deceive civilians in Tucson, about an hour north of us. They practiced at local bars and public venues on unsuspecting people, telling lies, remembering those lies, and maintaining their false personas without, quote unquote, breaking character. They laughed about their conquests while working out at our gym. Now, I got the impression that their deception sometimes extended to sexual encounters with their targets. At the time, I found this disturbing, but I did not know what to make of it. Now, 12 years later, and watching the situation unfold with Charlie Kirk and learning that some of his most trusted people may have been trained operatives who infiltrated Turning Point USA, these memories suddenly seem significant. You mentioned previously that there was a strange military background connection among some of the people involved. I am now wondering if instructors like Bruce Bevins trained some of these individuals.
Again, we hear a story with no proof. We don't even know if this story happened. If it did happen, we don't know if the lady that was apparently military of some sort is telling the truth. But from there, this person's like, oh, well, Candace alleges that there's some conspiracy with the military and Christians, and I wonder if they infiltrated. We just take this huge logical leap that no sane person actually would, and now we're going to turn this, and then we take another huge logical leap, illogical leap, and then we're going to say that it was a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. Like, I don't understand why this is compelling to anybody.
Before they infiltrated Christian organizations like Turning Point USA, end quote. Now, I obviously cannot confirm just yet. I'm sure after the show, we're going to get a bunch of emails, the allegations against Bruce. Again, I have never heard of this individual. What I can say to you is on a guttural level, I feel this is accurate. I do.
All right. So Pierce Williams, as someone who trained at Fort Huachuca during the time frame she is alleging, none of this so-called training took place.
It is what I have noticed. It's what I've been pointing to you all year. Many of these pastors are behaving like operatives, and many of these Christian influencers are behaving like operatives. And I keep telling you that all roads, including the Egyptian, here Israeli planes, lead to the front door of Turning Point USA Faith. I kept saying there's something when Faith suddenly infiltrated and something happened to this organization. And I feel this email is a big piece of the puzzle. Okay. So if you played a part.
And the crazy thing is all of her followers going to be saying, she showed evidence today. She showed evidence today of this conspiracy at Fort Huachuca. That's what they're going to be saying. Oh, this is evidence. This isn't evidence. This is nonsense.
In these exercises on Fort Huachuca base where you were learning instructions about how to be a good little Christian to infiltrate and potentially to overthrow a Christian organization, and maybe you're having some second thoughts about your soul and you'd like to speak to me about it off record, please email moretips@candaceowens.com. And I would also...
Right now, 20 freaking foreign intelligence operators are making emails. I'm going to send it to her and going to just tell her exactly what she wants to hear. And then she's going to read those emails tomorrow. That's what's happening.
Like you all to remember that we suddenly have been experiencing wall-to-wall panic ever since we mentioned Fort Huachuca. We saw this. It's crazy. I mean, the articles right now are unhinged. They are just doing fiction. The panic button was pressed when we mentioned Fort Huachuca and the alleged meeting that happened on the morning of September 9th. So we're going to get into that. And by the way, for those of you that thought that this person was making it up, he was apparently not familiar with metadata. I don't think he was. And he had not sent me the photos that he took that morning on the base. So he tells a story. I stepped outside, I got coffee. Well, because he thought he was going to right, and I'm laughing here, going to right the wrong of his past, he was sort of documenting himself while he was on the base. So he sends me over all of his stuff, and I literally was able to confirm with the metadata where he was, exactly what time it was, and see the background, obviously. And it's just a fact, okay? It's just a fact that this happened. He was there. I was also able to establish it because now this is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, when we get back after this brief break from our sponsors, we are going to bring on, and this is his new name, Mitch. I've told you about who he believes he stumbled upon in that meeting, and I think that we need to focus on that. And you may learn more. I know I certainly did. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, you know that we have to double down on supporting life. Through our partnership with Preborn, we can help save babies and support mothers in need. Everyday Preborn's clinics rescue hundreds. Fill your prescriptions and to save up to 45% checkout. Kits are available. Might owe back. They're filing a call to show you exactly Tax Network USA and start the process of settling your tax burden. Once it works their way up, are performing other than the fact, again, that's TN. A broader question, are all of our...
All right. So again, backstory on this guy, Harry, whose new name is Mitch, by the way, has been in fear for his life for the last 30 years that the Mexican cartels and the U.S. government are out to kill him. But he's going to come on Candace Owens' show He changed his name. He was supposed to be in witness protection, but that fell through. I don't know what happened there. So he did retire from the military, but now his new name is Mitch, and now he's going to expose that said name on the Candace Owens show. Okay.
Our lives, a bit like the Truman Show. Do we have essentially a cast of characters who are performing and pretending? And this is what kind of made everybody go crazy after the Turning Point USA event, where Tucker asked the question, where does this guy's money come from? I mean, obviously, Barry Weiss is one of these actors. This is clearly an act. You obviously.
Candace Owens' proof is guttural feelings and vibes. I have it on good authority, and trust me, bro, 100%.
Obviously are not intelligent. You obviously are not some journalist that worked their way up and broke some important stories. You are obviously an intelligence op, and not so intelligent op. Like, are we living in the Truman Show? Are we all going to work thinking that we can climb a ladder, when in reality these people are just selected and given certain there were supposed to be certain characters. You're supposed to pretend like you're the head of a tech company, and you're supposed to be super weird and quirky. I'm going to cast you into that role, and then we're going to call you a genius, and you're supposed to pretend that you're this super financial guru like a Jeffrey Epstein, and we're going to put you at the head of a finance company. You have no background in this. That's kind of the theme that I'm seeing. Anyways, I don't want to waste too much more time, because I do want to bring on Mitch, who apparently has what I would describe as, I don't know if it's the best or the worst luck ever in life, stumbling upon the feds when they're maybe up to no good. Mitch, welcome to my podcast. It's so great to have you here.
It's wonderful to be here, Candace. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I obviously, you know the story of how I instantly got the email from one of your friends that just said, you should call Mitch, after I prayed and said, I'm missing a piece of this. Please, God, give me a piece of the story. And the first email I see when I get back from church on a day of holy obligation is this email. And so, Mitch, my audience is up to date on what happened to you when you were 20 years old. And I'm wondering if you can just sort of briefly recap in case I got some things wrong.
Oh, wow. Briefly recap 35 years. Sure. Yeah, we were part of a mission going down to the border of JTF 6, assigned from 10th Mountain. Previously, there had been a Marine Corps unit there. Apparently, they had an incident. We had to replace them. And they wanted a less kinetic unit to be involved. So we went down there in a matter of a few days, and I was the youngest guy on the team. And for the first few days, I got assigned to have to, do the hard work of putting in the sensors and following one of the border patrol who was he was on horseback. Got to learn a little bit about picking up signs in the desert, stuff like that, while we were placing these sensors down. It took a few days. I think we put in like 80 sensors or so along the border, and we were getting they thought it was some glitch signals coming back. Being that I had just gone through the course, I had the most updated information, and what we realized is they weren't glitch signals that these people were being sent out for. It was subterranean, and when I got pulled back to the JTF 6 headquarters, they were in discussions of trying to remove the Army. In case your viewers don't understand, when units get put together like this, especially this mission, there's a lot of contention even to this day between the Army and Border Patrol, and who gets to take credit and who gets to stay, who gets to go. And back then, Border Patrol, I think they just wanted us out of their hair. So they were having some sort of a big meeting, and it was a big do not disturb meeting. And I got assigned to the skeleton crew to sit back on the SMS, the receiver. And I was looking at the data while the skeleton crew of the Border Patrol was left there with me as well. And he was giving me a bad time about the Army equipment and how they were being sent out for.
Look, I think this is one of the main goals of this entire story of what Candace is doing. She's pushing all this stuff, and it's going to make all independent journalists look bad. I think this is one of the objectives that is being achieved with feeding Candace and maybe even coordinating with Candace. I don't know how much she's involved, or she's just, so dumb that she doesn't realize that she's being exploited by many different actors out there.
For no reason. And he kept giving me a bad time about it. So we were looking at the data and we started discussing things, and I brought up the fact that, I asked if there was any subways or something like that around, and between the two of us, the light bulb went on that, it was an underground tunnel. And within minutes, we could triangulate the signals and be able to pinpoint the location. And that's the information I got to hand off. So no, I didn't, go on the raid itself. Handing that information off was the probable cause they needed to be able to go get a warrant, go to the location, and also communicate with the Mexican authorities on the other side to perform a raid. And that's what happened.
Now, you're thinking, amazing, we have found the biggest cartel tunnel. There had never been one bigger previously discovered, I presume. Maybe there had been. I don't know, I'm going to become a hero. Maybe you're thinking this is going to be great.
Or worse.
And
or
the
worse
exact opposite thing is true. And it's because they eventually find pictures of, was it an American lieutenant colonel? Who exactly? Sorry, I know you told me this. Was it a colonel?
One of the commanders that was with the Border Patrol was actually posed with a photo that was found on the Mexican side after the tunnel apparently had been built, along with other Mexican military and U.S. military. Mm-hmm. So there had been some collaboration. Prior to us getting there, there had been a lot of suspicion that the federal government knew that 80%, I think it was 60 to 80% of the cocaine was coming through the Douglas, Arizona area. And that's basically Region 6, or that's why they called it JTF 6. So they knew all the cocaine's coming through this one area. But the local authorities back then, came.
Look, there are several, it's narrative seeding for sure, but there are several tactics that she uses throughout. Anytime that she's telling a story, and they were on full display when she was originally telling this story, that are used for disinformation. And then we'll go ahead and hit this one. I'd rather listen to nails getting dragged on the chalkboard than Candace the clown, but I'm here to support you. Keep up the good work, buddy. Charlie told his friends that they were going to kill him the night before he was shot, and Erica tried to say it didn't happen. That's not exactly what happened, but here's the other thing that happened. There were definitely posts on social media and Twitter suggesting that Charlie would be killed the next day at UVU by the left, by the way. These were freaking trans-Tifa type people that put that information out that predicted Charlie's death, and those avenues have not been pursued at all, and that's a little bit crazy to me. Thank you very much, 4212 White. What? We're gonna get to it, I guess. We're gonna get to it.
Up with shrugs like, oh, we just don't see where it's coming from. So they suspected there was some compromise of officials down there. So yeah, we went to work, and it didn't take us long to pinpoint this. So when they recovered that data and they recovered the photos, obviously they had some of the top names of who was helping out on the U.S. side to help build the tunnel and also keep it functioning for at least 6 months, judging by the data on the photo.
So I just wanted to ask you, your attachment to, because I'm trying to figure out why you're going to then go back to Fort Huachuca. Is that where you were initially trained?
Yeah, I was.
Was
Yeah.
Fort, okay, so you were initially trained on Fort
Mhm.
Huachuca. What then ends up happening is they put you, you're not allowed to talk. You just get gagged for, is it 25 years the gag order lasted while they destroyed every layer of your life, fed your name to the cartels. You've been on the run. You've had to change your name. Your family is now in debt. You've been fighting lawsuits, trying to get the government to, I guess, defend you against the cartel gangs. And clearly they're angry because you stepped on their toes, it looks like. I think that's a fair depiction of what happened here, which we are learning more and more how corrupt and I think the CIA was created to traffic, to be clear. That's my opinion there. But they effectively destroyed your life and gagged you in the process. Is that a fair assessment of what happened next?
Yeah, it is. I could probably go into some detail that while we were down there, I got the honor of incinerating all the it was about a ton of cocaine, and a bunch of guns, bunch of money. And then right afterward, we went right back to work, and I ended up getting approached with a friend at Noka, Arizona. Not a friend, but another Border Patrol agent. And if it wasn't for him, I was too stupid. I didn't understand why this person was coming up or why they had personal information on me. I was a young kid. It was the Border Patrol agent that caught what it was about, and yeah, thank God. He knew what to do.
Yeah, come
Took me
back in a
back
few
to
days.
base,
We'll
and
be
they thought it
apologizing.
was something I did to give away my identity. So I was on base for it was the next day that I got brought into a briefing, and by
Well,
that time, the photos from the Mexican side had made their way to the American side, and they were able to put together how my information got fed to the other side. As far as cartels and stuff like that, you know, it's just plain corruption at this point. It's and it's thick. And yeah, they have followed me. There's been I've had people come through my windows. And it's not like I know these are it's like fantastical stories. We got the court documents. We got the court.
I've had people come through my windows. Well, why if they came through your windows and it was the cartels and or this this guy could be killed at any time. All right. And if they wanted him dead and if any of this was true, we wouldn't be talking to him right now. It's as simple as that.
Court cases.
You've sent them
And
to
it's
me.
not just that we have those. It's that the work that was done to even try to bury those afterward is pretty substantial. And yeah, I've got 20 years of this, and you'd think, one would think that somebody in the federal government would care, or in any part of our government would care. The more I've gone up the chain to try and get more of these records as well as get answers to this saga, it just seems like I step on more and more toes.
Exactly.
And eventually, that's what led me to going down to Fort Huachuca, was just to get the original records and find out, why wasn't the FBI updated as to what my status was, and why has this been allowed to basically use our own laws against me to attack my life.
I feel
I wanted answers.
Yep.
I when I hear the story, it makes me so angry because it's just too many people that are serving our country, only to figure out that our country is serving some other, the interests of oligarchs, truly. And I think we're kind of all coming to that moment right now and recognizing that it hasn't been left or right. It has
Allegedly,
been
yes. This is supposed to be
them,
the same guy.
a unique gang of oligarchs and criminals that are running every aspect of our lives, and they would gladly have you die for them, and they couldn't care less. I want to pivot now. So they put you, there's this gag order or non-disclosure agreement, and it is 25 long years, and it happens to
35.
35. Pardon me, 35 years.
Thank you,
You're
Jeeper.
told. Yeah, you can suffer. The cartels can chase you, change your name.
Jeeper says, I just realized Cantia is far worse than their leader. Love the content. Merry Christmas. Pierce Williams, thank you very much, buddy. This is a military intelligence idiot trying to make himself sound cool. I agree. And in his letter, which she read verbatim, said he was Special Forces EOD. I don't hear that being touted right now.
You keep your mouth
That's
shut
important.
about it. And finally, in May of this year, it expires, right? This gag order expires, and you say to yourself, I am going to go down to that base where I was trained. I'm going to go down to Fort Huachuca, book myself into a hotel. I'm going to go to the criminal division, the investigative division. I'm going to get that original paperwork and get some answers to why I feel that my life has been effectively ruined for me having done what I was ordered to do by the government. So you get to the base, and I want you to address this because there were so many people who were like, there's no way you could have gotten onto the base. Obviously, you sent me your military cards, and I think we can show a picture of that. You get onto the base, and I want you to walk us through what time, and I did show a timeline, but about, you don't have to be perfect here. We already showed a timeline, but like you get to the base and just kind of what's your general mood. And this is on September 8th, the evening of September 8th at the...
Shannon, we're going to talk about... I've started your comment, so I remember I'm going to go back to it. But we're going to talk about her claims about frangible, and we're going to talk about some distinguishing. There's some we need to make some. We need to talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't worry.
Candlewood Inn and Suites, which you have given me all the documentation for.
Okay. Yeah, and getting into Tucson, there was a little bit of a issue getting the rental car and stuff. So
we'll see. It's
that took a
definitely
little while,
easier
a little bit
than
of a delay, but
and going through. And
we made reservations ahead of time for me to be there. And yeah, I get down to the base. For those that think that people can't get on base, no, typically you can, as long as you have your...
This is like listening to Charlie Brown's teacher. I agree to that. I agree with that. Got to check. There's only 114,000 in her chat 2 days ago. There was a 317,000. I believe her flying monkeys is starting to realize maybe meds for the narcissistic supply that she seems to crave. That was the Pinda ID. Yeah.
Your ID, your insurance, and you have a purpose for being there. I certainly did.
And
That's why
Skylar,
they
you can
have
show that
hotel.
documentation as he's speaking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, we made reservations, and I got to the hotel. I had to... It was sort of hard to find, but once I found it, I sort of recognized it because it was that was actually the barracks that I had when I was there in AIT training, but they converted it. So yeah, that was pretty cool. All of a sudden, I'm staying in the same barracks. A really nice place, by the way. Wonderful beds.
No, I'm not streaming.
But yeah, I check in, and as I'm doing that, you can tell that there's regular military people, young kids that are there, probably just checking in to post, stuff like that.
Okay.
There were a couple people that stood out, and they're a little bit older, and as I'm checking in,
trying to lure my wife on camera with an earbud case. Come say hi to everybody. Half these people have never seen you. Look at this lady. Love you. Here, here's my case.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
One guy that was sitting on the couch, he just had a sheen to him. Looked like he had a professional military sheen to him. If I had to guess, being a Special Forces guy, I would have guessed that he's ex-Special Forces, probably doing, something down there, probably contract. He was definitely waiting on something. And
age about, just so we can get a description, age?
I'd say 33 to 40, about there, give or take.
33 to 40.
I wasn't there to check out people or check ID cards. I just happen to know him. And veterans, especially SF guys, when you notice somebody like that, I almost had the impression, so much so that I was going to go up and ask him what group he was with and say hi and thank him for his service. I didn't really get that chance. So as I'm checking in
We can get this guy's last name. I can look to see if this guy was actually ever in Special Forces, and I would like to know that.
And I go to my room and then come back out. He was joined and joined by a female that you can definitely tell when how do you put it, when people are well off and they're dressing down.
I agree.
She was definitely dressing down, and it was very well kept. The one thing I noticed about the woman that really stuck out to me was her eyes. And I have an ex that has caused me a lot of problems. So when I see someone with striking blue eyes like that, they stick out. And I was on the phone with my wife here, and
Holy shit.
I even told her about it. I said, "Oh, geez,
Get to this.
somebody has those kind of eyes."
That's right.
It creeped me out a little bit, and it had nothing to do with that person. Just, life is what it is. But as I was checking in, I was going to go back and actually talk to that person, the guy, and between me at the front desk and then going back to my room one time and then coming back out, I was going to go to dinner. They had gotten into, there was a vehicle parked out front, big green truck. It looked like a real shiny GSA type. And they were getting into that vehicle and driving off. And that night I went to dinner at some, a little bit crazy. The people in Sierra Vista, they can probably verify there was a Mexican sushi place in Sierra Vista. So I got dinner and it was a pretty good place actually.
Yes, Mitch is much better than.
And then I came back and went to sleep that night. Got up early the next morning, wanted to see the sunrise, reminisce about, there we go. Just reminisce about having been there a long time ago. And even stopped to talk to some of the police. They tried to give me directions to CID, but the buildings there are they're sort of old World War II, and they're also built on top of the foundations of like almost Alamo era rocks and stuff, and some of them aren't really well marked. So his direction sort of led me off on a wild goose chase.
And I'll interject here while you're having a sip of water that this is when you accidentally take a video and it's 18 minutes long while this guy's giving you directions, which you've sent everything over. So there's no question you were here and everything happened because you tried to document this thinking you were going to get some justice from the past. And I will let you continue telling the story.
Yeah, I was there to get help. And I was really figuring some people would have have some answers for me. I couldn't find CID, but as I'm wandering around, I finally decided, I need to get some coffee and wake up, maybe have a little breakfast. I noticed that there's some signs there that say JTF and JTF headquarters. I went in a couple of the buildings. There was nobody there yet. So I continued on. I went and got coffee, ran into some 10th Mountain people there. They said they were there for JTF. We sort of talked. I bought them coffee, I think, for their service. I asked where there would be a headquarters that I could go to speak to someone. They tried to explain it to me. I forget, they gave me a building name, and I don't necessarily we don't want to disclose that kind of stuff, but I went right back to the front gate, and as I came in, as they scanned.
Folks, there's nothing classified about the JTF headquarters. All right, he could give the building name. This again, it's just dumb.
Me in with my ID card. I asked the gate guard there where would this building be and how would I get there? He gave me detailed instructions on how to get there, how to wind around to get to that building, and so I did. And it was obviously a temporary setup for this new command down there. There was no gate guard. There was, I think they did have some
Yeah, sure did.
barbed wire around the field and the building, which made me hesitate for a second. But it was a parking lot. So
Which, look, I just want to clarify because I don't want to play this game either. Even if he was telling the truth, I don't blame him for blacking out his last name. So that's not an indicator of truth or not. His story is the indicator of whether or not he's telling the truth. And so far, things aren't adding up.
I just went in and parked. I was on the phone with my missus here and told her, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what they say here, and I'll call you in a few. I ended up not being able to call her back for about 7 hours. And you can, being in the military for a while, you notice when there's a lot of high-ranking people around, and you notice when there's a little bit of a buzz. And I walked in there. I didn't know if this was just a new type of army that I haven't seen for a while. But I walked up to the front desk. I sort of told them what I wanted.
All right, right here. This guy has never been to a joint task force, a JSOC, or anything else. You know, when there's high-ranking people around, like the entire JSOC, JSOTF, CJSOTF, all of those things are going to be completely filled with nothing but 4, 5, 6s and above. Like, again, this is utter nonsense.
We talked to one captain for about 5 minutes, and then he stepped back out. He was going to go get someone. I stood there at the front, and as I did, the guy that I thought was an XSF guy, he had walked out from wherever it was, and he was sort of walking out to the front doors, and he stood there for a while waiting. And then 3 more people came around, civilian dressed, and one, yeah, he looked like a congressman. Had the pin, had the flag, congressman suit.
Can someone explain to me what a congressman suit is? Is it just a suit? A dude in a suit? He's a congressman.
And there were a couple of people next to him, and obviously they were trying to talk to him, and they were sort of palling around, but it was also sort of serious. And some of the military lieutenant colonels there and the unit sergeant major escorted them out. They got into one of the GSA's. For anybody in the military that knows about GSA, they own everything in the government.
Could you, sorry, for those of us who don't know about this GSA, just to break it down for us, I'm sorry to be so ignorant. What does that stand for?
No. What was it? Government Services Administration, or
okay.
I forget what it is.
No worries.
What they basically maintain all the property for the federal government.
Okay.
So if you're in the military or if you're in the federal government and you need a vehicle, basically you go to one of the GSA places, and it's like renting a vehicle at Enterprise or something, but you have orders attached to it. Some of those vehicles they're reserved at any GSA where they have VIPs that come in. For those in the know, they keep a reserve set of vehicles, and they're extra shiny. They're like new off the lot. Their tires aren't worn very well. So they all got into one of those vehicles, and they left. The sergeant major came back in. Him and I was teasing him about his tabs and how he didn't have his long tab, and I think he had a Ranger tab and airborne. Or no, he didn't have airborne. He had air assault. Anyway, I was teasing him about some of that. Was supposed to go back and talk to him. I was finishing signing in when, a couple more captains came around the corners, and they escorted me way out. They wanted to take me out of the building. I thought I was getting arrested, and I didn't know what I had done wrong. Yeah, I'd give him my name, the missions I had been attached to. I give him the purpose why I was there. And I was very polite about it. I was trying to be discreet as possible. And I had no idea what I was walking into. Obviously, when congressmen are around, there's something special going on. But yeah, they escorted me out across the parking lot.
We'll take a mental break and I'll just go through. Dear God, we'll hit some of these super chats real quick. Thanks for becoming a member. Candace reminds me of the people who tell me Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed 3 black people. Exactly. His date of birth is April 1st. Loving this interview with Candace Owens and Jabba the Hutt. He blacked out his last name on his ID card. Yeah, I don't blame him for that, even if he was telling the truth. I call BS. No man mentions his ex-wife to his current wife. Those are fighting words. This guy's looking for his 15 minutes of fame. He's crazy, maybe. ID is not blue, not retired, straight to Pinda. Disabled Air Force vet. This guy's full of crap. I can spot an officer enlisted person 20 miles away. Does Candida ever vet her intel? This is a great question. Sure doesn't seem like it. If Nick Offerman and Ricky Gervais had a kid that also smoked marijuana, it would definitely look like this guy. All right. I think we needed that to help us.
To the park benches there, and one of the captains there, his name was Captain Neff. Nice guy. Yeah, and I started telling him my story, what I'm telling you, and what I was there for. Yes, that's the guy. Real decent gentleman. And as we sat there, the other captain went in, was going to get the sergeant major, and I don't know exactly what happened, but before long, there was a bunch of cruisers pulling up. There were police officers from different levels of the government. I couldn't tell you all the different types of law enforcement that were there surrounding me, and sort of putting up a wall between me and the front door. I did catch that there was yet another, I don't know if it was the same GSA vehicle returning or a different one, but that did pull up to the building. I couldn't see who got in it. And
this is a great point.
Ended up.
This is a great point. All the interviews that she could have done, all the eyewitnesses to confirm or deny all the things. This is the interview that she goes with.
Sort of a big deal. They kept interrogating me, trying to gaslight me, ask me about what I was there for, like I was some sort of a spy. And then they mentioned a bomb threat. They wanted to check my vehicle. Mentioned that because I was in Special Forces, obviously I must be some sort of a bomb threat. And for me, I just figured this had to be some sort of the false flagging that I've encountered from before. Some sort of residual effect from that.
You're just thinking, this has got something to do. This has been 35 years running. The government's corrupt. It's all about me fighting this cartel tunnel. And this is just going to be the story of my life, never getting any justice. That's what's going through your mind.
And at this point, yeah, people in the government start pointing guns at me. My house has been squatted and stuff like that. I just roll my eyes. I literally
satire.
Sorry.
I was just throwing my car keys. They wanted my car keys. I chucked it over. I said, yeah, if you don't mind, park it closer because my bones are getting old and it hurts. I don't want to walk that far.
So sad.
So Captain Neff was really nice. And I asked him what this was about. He tried to shrug it off and say he didn't know. There was another lady that seemed to be conducting what this overreaction was. And she was definitely, she was in plain clothes, undercover, big sunglasses, Hispanic woman. Right, if I had to guess, probably Secret Service or something like that. She didn't want to approach me directly. She was directing how other people would approach me and ask me questions, get my documents, stuff like that. Eventually they said, okay, we're going to take you to another
All right. If people don't know what's going on, I explained it earlier, but if Disney up Boiler Up asked me to do it, I'll do it. All right. So this guy was in on this drug, but she explained it. It's episode 277. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. This is what I want you to do. I want you to go to, matter of fact, I'll link it down below or something like that. Or one of my, if one or anybody, please link Nate's VFT video of him debunking this entire story to the chat. And if you want to go back and fill yourself in on what this guy is talking about and what she's talking about, just go watch that. But let's just carry on here for a minute. Oh God, where did I go wrong here?
And I walked in there. I didn't know if this was just a new type of sort of residual effect from that. Captain went in, was going to get the sergeant major, and I don't know exactly what happened, but before long, there was was undercover, big sunglasses, Hispanic woman.
There we go.
Right, if I had to guess, probably Secret Service or something like that. She didn't want to approach me directly. She was directing how other people would approach me and ask me questions, get my documents, stuff like that. Eventually they said, okay, we're going to take you to another location. They took me to, they finally showed me where the CID building was, I guess. Put me in there and they recorded me for a while. Asked me a few questions, and they were very concerned about the next 24 hours. Like they wanted to make sure, I don't know, maybe that I wasn't there for some other purpose or related to something. It was pretty odd. They didn't answer any of the questions I was there for.
Exactly.
They didn't give me the documentation they wanted. They did give me a report number to go ahead and you went ahead and I gave that to you.
You did.
We'll see what that says. But yeah, they were looking for any excuse to try and hold me up for like 24 hours. And that 24-hour number kept getting repeated by them. And then eventually they didn't have anything to hold me. I wasn't a harm to myself or others. I wasn't there to,
Isn't true.
spy on anybody. I really just wanted to get records and get out of that desert. As reminiscent as it was, the place creeps me out a little bit. So, yeah, once they said you have to stay off base for 24 hours, don't worry about it, I ain't coming back. Got to Tucson, stayed the night there in a hotel. Never got a refund on my Candlewood suites. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, got on the plane and before we touched down, I had a stop off in Salt Lake City. By the time we wheeled down, we got the news about Charlie Kirk. And of course, that's been just all over.
What an excellent point I didn't think about. He looks like a congressman, but he doesn't know who. You can't look up some congressman real quick. You can remember Brian Harpole, but you can't find out which congressman this was. Come on.
For the news, everybody's watching it, and I don't think anybody's believing what the federal government's saying about it for sure. But what I noticed, I don't know these people from TPUSA. Never been associated. I could recognize Charlie Kirk probably, but what I started seeing come across got more familiar once I saw a picture of somebody in a ponytail with those eyes. That was that person. They were there. And yeah, the head of security there, he was one of the people walking out with the congressman. Now, how would I know that? I just have a gift for recognizing people.
But you don't remember the congressman.
Yeah, maybe it's not him. Maybe he has doppelganger, but somebody with the same mannerisms, the same crick in his neck, face, the waxy look on his face, hand gestures, shoulder shrug, gait, approximate height, haircut, definitely walked past me. And
If
in
you
the
had to put it
hotel,
at a percentage that you were looking at Brian Harpole, maybe he's got a brother in the military, who knows, right? Maybe he does have a doppelganger. He's got a twin brother, who knows? And I want to be clear, I can confirm on this podcast live every step of your story in terms of where you went, what time you were there, that there was this big meeting that happened. I confirmed the location with other people that are on Fort Huachuca currently. I can confirm everything with metadata. I obviously can't confirm that you saw who you say you saw. If you had to put it at a percentage.
All right, folks. Again, this is a very common tactic with disinformation. What they do is they confirm, they show you proof, or say they even confirm the non-material elements of the story. All right. I can confirm you were there. Who cares? Who cares if you can confirm this guy was there, or you can confirm that he stayed at a freaking Best Western somewhere near Fort Huachuca? None of that matters. What matters is you confirm what he's saying or anything. I mean, she confirms nothing ever. I mean, that's the problem with all this stuff.
That you saw Brian Harpole, what percentage would you put it at?
95.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99. I mean, when I saw him, on the interview with his face and gestures, with that photo, it struck me in my gut. I blew it off until there was, some other pictures that came up with other people.
Here's the problem, folks. This is Brian Harpole's freaking purchase leaving at 1:42 p.m. I've also got additional confirmation from him. Let me just pause this. 1:42 p.m. in Dallas, Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth. All right. I also got additional confirmation from him. That's when they left. I got his rental car. He also went there with 8 other people. This is easily debunked. And understand, this is a 2-hour time difference. It's 2 hours later in Dallas, Texas. And if he was there and he was under this big, I don't know, conspiracy, why wouldn't he take one of these SAM flights straight to Salt Lake City? It'd be a lot easier than taking the 2.5 to 3 hour flight back from Tucson all the way back to Dallas, Fort Worth, get on a plane to go to Dallas, Fort Worth, and then go to Salt Lake City. Makes zero sense. I hope to God that Brian Harpole and everybody else sue the pants off of her for this. It's absolutely nuts. Thought he was a congressman. Isn't that the same guy that's he's saying? Erica Kirk. Oh my God, dude. Erica Kirk was in Fort Huachuca planning Charlie Kirk's death. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, crap. Sorry, I didn't know this back to the screen.
There are people like my husband who we can see someone once and he recognizes that person 10 years later exactly where we saw them. And there are people like me, and I kind of have facial blindness until I meet someone 3 times.
Sorry, guys. I'm looking at
the second thing was I didn't want people to wrongly extrapolate things and say, okay, well, maybe she was on the base. Maybe there's a chance she wasn't on the base, right? That she has a doppelganger. People do have doppelgangers. I have doppelgangers, right? Well, let's say she was in the base. Let's say you're right and you saw her this is the night before. This is on the 8th. Maybe she was in the
Mhm.
hotel, but maybe she was there for a different reason. Maybe she was there because she's always been open about the fact that her mother moved to Arizona because she got involved with the military. So that could be
I'll
totally
text you
unrelated
right now.
to the meeting that took place on the 9th. And I didn't want to, but then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. You know what I mean? This man has lived through so much. And I would be turning my back on this really a hero for discovering the cartels who's lived through so much and has been treated like the government. And then I struggled with my own soul going, I'm turning my back on him because I'm afraid of backlash for allowing him to tell the truth. And so, and my soul was in conflict. And I decided that, you know what, this is not my platform. Okay. I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I am a conduit. I don't know why. I have a
Yeah, this is an excellent point. She met with Erica Kirk, pretending to act in good faith. Well, she never acted in good faith. Let's just be real. But now she's just going to accuse Erica Kirk of being in on the plot 2 days later. Like, seriously, if I had this person on and I knew that's what they were going to say, I'm like, dude, okay, I like leave that out until we can get confirmation of that. I need more confirmation than you just thinking you saw somebody. Like, this is insane.
platform. And I don't know why you have this luck in life. I really don't. I don't know why these things happen to you or why they happen to me. But I know that my prayer was very intentional that night that I received that email. So I'm going to allow the internet to hear your testimony, hear what you think. And I also want to show them a picture because we did look through some congressmen and I didn't tell you where they were congressmen from, but there is one that you thought looked familiar. And I am going to show that picture of him now. This is, and Skylar, someone's got to get in my ear because I'm blanking on his name. Mark Amodi. Is that right? Mark Amodi from Las Vegas. And you thought that this could
Gary
potentially
rewinded.
be
All
the
right.
congressman that you saw the night
Mm.
before. This is on the 8th. Maybe she was in the
Mhm.
hotel, but maybe she was there for a different reason. Maybe she was there because she's always been open about the fact that her mother moved to Arizona because she got involved with the military. So that could be totally unrelated to the meeting that took place on the 9th. And I didn't.
All right. I don't know why y'all are acting like it's so outlandish that a spouse is a suspect when the spouse is usually the first suspect that has to be cleared. I'm sorry. Like, this is the dumbest take ever. Like, you think Erica Kirk, the golden goose of TPUSA, she's gonna be on and on. She's gonna kill her kid's father. It is outlandish. It's ridiculous, and there's zero evidence of it too. That's the problem with all of this.
Want to, but then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. You know what I mean? This man has lived through so much. And I would be turning my back on this really a hero for discovering the cartels who's lived through so much and has been treated like the government. And then I struggled with my own soul going, I'm turning my back on him because I'm afraid of backlash
No, he's
for
90.
allowing him to tell the
I
truth.
skipped over,
And
folks.
so,
He's
and my soul
95
was in
to
conflict.
100% certain it was Erica
And I
Kirk.
decided that, you know
Erica
what,
Kirk.
this is not my platform. Okay. I genuinely believe this is God's platform.
Let me just cover that again. I apologize.
I can't imagine somebody else from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before, and she was with that man in the lobby, and that man, he was present at that meeting the
Okay.
next morning.
If you
So
had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk, what percentage would you put that at?
those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine somebody else.
Okay. So what I'm going to say, because obviously that's very explosive and it's one of the reasons why I wasn't sure if I wanted to have you on. I'm going to be honest with you because
Yeah, you shouldn't have. All right, let's get back to where we were.
from Las Vegas, from I don't know why these things happen to you or why they happen to me, but I know that my prayer was very intentional that night. that I received that email. So I'm going to allow the internet to hear your testimony, hear what you think. And I also want to show them a picture because we did look through some congressmen and I didn't tell you where they were congressmen from, but there is one that you thought looked familiar. And I am going to show that picture of him now. This is, and Skylar, someone's got to get in my ear because I'm blanking on his name. Mark Amodi. Is that right? Mark Amodi from Las Vegas. And you thought that this could potentially be the congressman that you saw on the 9th?
Oh yeah. 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 That's
What
the one that walked closest to
percentage?
me.
That's the one that walked closest to you.
That's 95. I'm absolutely, after I've looked at it, that was definitely the guy.
Okay. Now we have then been able to look at flights and look at who could have been at that meeting. We were able to confirm based on a call sign that there was somebody heavy duty that was at Fort Huachuca Fort Huachuca, pardon, on that morning who made sure to turn off their transponder. So the clues, the picture is coming together that you saw what you saw. Then that call sign did change at a certain time, which lets us know that then it could have been moved to a congressman. There could be a chance that that person they were blocking you from seeing when they all lined up might have been someone that is it could be Kash Patel. I mean, it could be Kash Patel. That's someone who could have a call sign. We've been running ideas. It could also not be him. And I want to be clear. I do think you saw. I think that is the reason they surrounded you was to make sure you couldn't see he was walking out. I think your instincts are right on that. And I don't know what to say other than I know what you are going to go through now. And I want you to know that you have an ally with me. And I know how much you are already going through fighting them. And I intend to help you raise money to go through these lawsuits with the federal government. I know this is not easy. I know what your kid has been through. I know what your wife has been through. And no one should have to have to go through this because they told the truth and potentially stumbled upon something corrupt, did definitively stumble upon something corrupt. And I think the public will be with you because they see what I'm going through right now, being sued by a transatlantic president overseas for just trying to tell the truth. And I just want you to know that, like, I know that this is hard for you and given everything you've been through, but like, I am here with you. I am going to fundraise money for you.
All right, all you mommy sleuths out there. According to Jason Witt from the Jay Witt podcast, he's saying that this guy's name is Mitch Snow. Mitch Snow from Kennewick, Washington. Yeah. Well, I'll show you this. I'll show you this article that he sent to me. I can't confirm it. It's not a picture of him or anything like that. We'll see what we get on that.
And I'm here for you and your family through whatever comes next.
Oh boy, that's really wonderful. And I've told you, thank you. I'd like to see justice. I'd like to see our government being honest again, or some level. I don't know why I was there or why I got to see what I did or how I happened to walk in on something. I wasn't there to, obviously I didn't know what was going to happen in the next 24 hours. It seems coincidental that was the number they kept bringing up, and whatever they were doing,
this guy might have seen
it was important, and they didn't want anybody looking at it. And okay, the military does that stuff. That's what they do. I thank you, for everything. But really,
no, great point.
After hearing some of the other stuff, hearing about some of the threats against you, and I watch some of the other podcasters, Valhalla, really good guy, even if he gave me a bunch of crap about stuff. Fellow brother there from First Group. No, he had when he interviewed the French Foreign Legion, he got to learn a little bit about sometimes how in the intelligence world how things cross over, and other countries are a little bit dirtier and they borrow resources from us. Fort Huachuca is one of those places they would have to have done that. And when I had to pray myself and be on, I just wanted to give you a tip since you're pulling on these threads, and I had no idea that you were going to do all this.
I want you to know
It's
that
hit
there
us
were
with a
there
shock.
were literally 51,000 emails unanswered in that box.
Okay.
And I went to church and I prayed and I said, "Give me something." And it was the first email, just like I said to you. I mean, what did I call 4 minutes after the email was sent? And it was actually me. I didn't send it to like my producer. I was just like, "Hey, maybe this is it." And I can't help but to see God in that, and not, God as in people being trained in intelligence to make us think that everything is holy, but rather truly I saw God in that. And yeah, it's stunning. It's hard not to
I
see
didn't
God in
see
something
her on the
that
list.
happening in that order. So I don't know what comes next, but I just want you to know that like you have an ally in me, and I will.
No, you don't
I
just
hope
walk
you
in
see that
on
I am a
something like
fighter,
this.
and when I see good people and bad things happen to them, I will fight. And same for the people that watch this podcast. They are fighters as well. So, and they've had my back, and they will have your back. I promise you that.
I really appreciate that. There are a lot of people in the military who we see things. I'm sure there's people down at Fort Huachuca and other places that have seen things, and there's a lot of people that stay quiet, to stay nice, to you know not be in conflict. And I had to pray. This doesn't help. This doesn't help my situation at all. It's going to aggravate it. I'm absolutely sure. And but the truth matters, and
But it was Erica. I did go back.
that's why we wanted to send this up to you. We had no idea. All of a sudden, you'd be calling us. That was, you really interrupted our gym time, by the way, and we really need it. Typically, I try to laugh things off quite a bit, but
Yes.
things are getting
He's
quite
accusing
serious.
Erica of being at the
And
hotel.
I think
Yeah, folks, sorry. I was managing multiple screens there. I clearly didn't put it back up. What he's saying is the person that he saw in that hotel was indeed Erica, the one that he said it was, clearly well-to-do, but trying to dress down. So now we've involved Erica into the entire equation.
Baron Coleman
At Fort
gets it.
Huachuca. Baron Coleman gets it. Yeah, he gets it.
Keep pulling those threads, and I hope
same
you
to
stay
you.
safe.
And same to you. And like I said, I'm going to put together a fundraiser for you, imminently. So, and this is obviously it's just the first
Please,
conversation
'cause
we're
he needs mental
having.
health.
I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, not just for sharing what happened. And I do believe you are a missing piece of this. I also want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for trying to do what our government should
Great,
be doing,
bro.
which is stopping the cartels and not partnering with them. And so just thank you for your military service and all that you've gone through.
Thank you, Miss Owens. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
We will be
Amy says thank you also. She's in
thank
the
you
background.
guys. We will be
She's-
right back, you guys. I'm going to let Mitch sign off here, and then I will answer some of your questions after some sponsors. Good news, you guys. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time this year. And if you're a
Fed.
homeowner,
That's Fed slop.
no dryness, no cry, I will get together a give, send, go for Mitch later. So here's the deal. Use code Candace10 and you'll get 10% off your order at NIMIskincare.com. Again, that's show where I push things that I am selling on the website. But what I'm going to say to you instead is that I will get together a give, send, go for Mitch and his family. Like I said, I've seen the legal paperwork. They've endured hell. They've endured hell. And he's been enduring that hell because he did his job. It sickens me. Our government sickens me. People telling me that I need to worry about midterms when there's just so much corruption that is happening, and good men that are being persecuted while bad men are being protected. So I wanted to just basically say that if you look on my socials, I'll make sure that I get a fundraiser out for Mitch and his family, and hopefully we can help them with some of the legal costs that they have endured.
Oh, yes. Erica's
Curbster
involved.
writes, we stand behind
Proof.
you, Mitch, and your family just as
Proof.
much as we stand behind. We stand behind you, Mitch, and your family just as much as we stand behind Candace. Thank you for your service and continued bravery and resolve despite our government not doing the same for you. May God continue to protect you and use you to reveal the truth. I'm sure that's going to make them cry. I know that they were in tears from all the messages of support that they got.
Yeah, this is another great point. Even if the story was 100% true, which is not, and it was verified. Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. I mean, we got nothing. And by the way, she started off saying, she started off the original video of this, where she first relayed the story, is she said, and I'll play it in a minute. By the end of this, you will have to, there's no other conclusion you can come to that the U.S. military was involved. And it's such, I got such evidence of this, that the U.S. military is going to be forced to admit that they were involved with Charlie Kirk's assassination.
First time around when I just shared their story. Madeline writes, thank you, Candace, for keeping me sane these last 100 or so days. I still cannot believe that Charlie is not among us, but thank you for trying to find who really did this to him and for helping us all get through it. Like I said, this feels like there's nothing more important than getting to the bottom of this, because the implications are so far reaching. And for me, it is, I don't care about politics anymore. I just don't care. And I do believe that our government was involved in this. Our government is involved in the cover up, and the people that would have to okay that would be the very people that Charlie fought for. He fought for them to get into office, sleepless nights, fighting for those people to be in office. And so, like I've said over and over again, I don't care about your midterms. I just don't care about your midterms. I want to know who killed Charlie Kirk, and I want to know why. I want to know why he had to die. Martin Box writes, thank you for being my compass throughout the last few months and helping me to gauge right from wrong. Christ is king. Indeed, Christ is king. Bitsy Figurino writes, I recognize the psychological religious operation going on since Trump was elected. It's been wild to watch. Christ called us to be peacemakers. I would like to help with preborn. I'm in Arizona, and I'm also an ultrasound tech. They will know us by our love. Please reach out to preborn. They do fantastic work, and you are right to recognize that. They were also gaslighting us about that. And I was saying, like, there are so many of these people that have very high up military connections who have these platforms, and all they do is they focus on the Bible. And I'm telling you, there's something wrong. There's just something that is wrong. And you can kind of see the mask slip now, because these people purport to care about what happened to Charlie. And the easiest thing is to demand truth. And instead they're protecting people like Josh Hammer. It's just like such an obviously bad person. He lied, and they'll go out of their way to protect those individuals. That's a psychological operation. That's not the truth. And it's actually in many ways the most.
Throw up a few of these super chats. So 20 years ago, he was in the desert with the cartel. He saw Eric. No. Just recently, he goes back to the desert just recently, September 9th. He got there on September 8th. September 9th, he saw Erica in September 9th. Right before that. That's what she's saying. CJ Correnti says, I feel dumber now than I did before watching Candace Owens mystery guest. Incongruent ramblings. That's all I got. I think we're right there with you, buddy. I think we are right there with you.
Sadistic of all psychological operations, because what they're doing is they are asserting themselves as we are the most literate in Scripture, so we can tell you whether or not your soul is going to be condemned if you listen to this person or you don't listen to this person. It makes me sick. Like I said, I hold the most contempt for those that hold up the Bible as they criticize people, knowing fully well that they could care less about what's in the Bible, and they just want to take swipes and attack somebody and feel justified in doing it. It's so arrogant, and I think it's also.
Are you saying the police or feds haven't looked into the Trans-Tifa stuff, or Candace hasn't looked at it? No, I think the police and the feds are looking into the Trans-Tifa stuff. I'm saying Candace hasn't bothered to look over there at all. She hasn't looked at that at all. So, which doesn't make any sense.
Tremendously evil, because there are people that follow you and they are true Christians.
Not only has she not looked into that, but folks, if you're on X and you bring up any of this stuff, they're like, oh, the next thing you know, you're getting bombarded by bots. Like, I'm constantly getting trolled by all these accounts that were started in September 2025, have less than 50 followers. Sometimes they have 100. Sometimes they started earlier, but a lot of them are started in September of this year. And they immediately, you bring up any of this stuff, like Trans-Tifa, the left, next thing you know, they're calling you a Zionist. They're saying that you're taking money from Israel. They're calling you a Fed. Like, this is a coordinated by somebody. And again, I don't know if it is I don't even necessarily believe that Candace is involved. I think there's a lot of outside forces that are exploiting Candace and, pushing this narrative because it undermines the United States. It undermines the Trump administration. It undermines the conservative movement. I bet there's political forces involved in this too. A lot of the George Soros funded nonsense. And then on top of that, one of the other big things that it does, it completely undermines the credibility of independent journalism. I've already seen where people are saying this is exactly why people on my side, by the way, say this is exactly why we need newsrooms with fact checkers and, editors. Like, no, we don't need that. What we need is people to tell the truth. And when we find somebody that's grifting like Candace clearly is, for whatever her motives are, I think there's multiple. Number one is money, obviously. The other thing that she has going on is that she's completely spiteful of TPUSA. She hates the Jews. She hates Israel. And of course, she hates France. And she hates the U.S. government. So somehow, and we heard this story of this operation that's taking place. How does the French Foreign Legion come into this? How do we tie in that one Israeli assassin? How was Tyler Robinson, which she says is probably involved, but was never on campus, but he was 3.5 hours away from his home? Like, it's this incoherent, babbling nonsense that she never brings it together. She still hasn't told us, well, who actually took the shot? Is she saying that somebody on the roof took the shot? Is she saying somebody else took the shot? Where were they? Besides having, pointing out people in the crowd saying they had maroon shirts, where's there evidence of any of this stuff? I mean, these are just basic things. And then on top of that, let's just take a look at her investigation. She's never went to UVU. She's never had eyewitnesses on. She's, hasn't ever talked to a lawyer. She hasn't talked to any actual investigators that actually still do this stuff or are retired. Like, all the basic steps that just are common sense that you would take to investigate this if you cared about the truth. She hasn't taken them. This is not an investigation. This, from the beginning or very early on, turned into a smear campaign of TPUSA. Somehow we rope in Israel. Somehow we rope in the French, which she was already, she's under a lawsuit again. She has a defamation suit against her from the Macrons. This is all about revenge, spite, envy, and everything else. And of course, money.
Marie Valamar writes, those who have been watching every single episode would not abandon ship. Do not lose hope, but place your trust in Christ alone. The Holy Spirit will bring discernment. That is true. And I think that's what this has been a story of. We all have spiritual discernment, right? We are feeling things on a spiritual level, and we are having people that think they can replace our spirit with garbage and just like, well, enough of us will say this and then it will be true. We'll just keep saying Tyler Robinson. We'll just keep saying the evidence is overwhelming, and we'll somehow hijack the spirit. And this time we're saying no. Ivan writes, the more haters, the more we know that you are on track. Go, Max, Candace. Again, guys, I'm going to jump off as we are over time here, but you will be hearing more from me on my socials. I will put up a give, send, go.
Let me talk about that a little bit too, because now, Ian Carroll is out there saying, oh, there's no way he was shot with a 30-06. But yet Ian Carroll was just on a live stream on a YouTube channel yesterday talking about how Charlie Kirk was electrocuted. None of this even needs to make sense. And that's the problem. It's all chaos. It's just sowing nonsense into this to confuse everybody, to take away blame from Tyler Robinson so they can hang this, I don't know, they just need the ability to blame Israel, to blame the people they don't like, to blame anybody and everybody else, to undermine the conservative movement. That's what they need. And for that to happen, Tyler can't be the one. Now, I'm completely open to the fact that there were other people involved. As a matter of fact, I just interviewed Chase Hughes yesterday. Went to his house, talked to him. What an awesome guy. And one of the main things I wanted to talk to him about, if you guys don't know, this guy is specializes in probably the world leader on psyops, on hypnosis, on mind control. And the intent there was to talk to him about how easy it would be to manipulate, to weaponize somebody online. And what he told me and how he broke it down was shocking to me, was absolutely shocking to me. So I think there's, number one, I know there's more people involved. At a minimum, Lance Twigg knows. I think some of these other Antifa and Trans-Tifa type people are definitely involved. I think people knew about it. They could have provided material aid. There could have been people down. George Zinn could be involved. Hunter Kozak could be involved. I don't think that Tyler Robinson did this alone. At a minimum, he definitely let other people know, which will definitely implicate them. There could be more. And the FBI and everybody else, not the FBI, but right now Utah is still investigating it. They're probably getting assistance from the FBI as well. But the investigation is ongoing. It didn't stop 33 hours. They're still investigating all this stuff. And they may have people in custody for all I know. We don't know. And that's part of the problem. But the point is there's a reason why all these people will entertain the dumbest ideas. You want to talk about flying drones killing Charlie Kirk? I'm all over it. You want to talk about him being electrocuted or a mic exploding? I'm all over that. The moment that you bring up the evidence that Tyler Robinson was indeed the shooter on that roof, Fed slop, Zionist, all the things, right? So that's what's going on. There is mass confusion being seeded into this entire conversation, and they will reject anything that makes any sense whatsoever so they can feed you a bunch of nonsense and keep you confused.
For Mitch and his family, we will obviously be giving in a big capacity, and I hope that you guys will join me in doing that. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Here, let's get rid of this. Let's remove this so we can boom. And I'm gonna get rid of these screens. This is split. Let me separate that. Get right there. All right. Gary, how can you deny a fellow member of First Group who brought up Nate with VAT on our pod today? You and the Beret community should make short work. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. I have talked to Nate. Nate, while he doesn't think it's a 30-06, I mean, I don't even know how much he wants me to say. I mean, basically, he believes everything else that I believe. Like, we're not off base on this. So I'll leave it at that. You know, you can ask Nate what he believes, and he can tell you. F. Meg Kelly for defending this woman, and shame on her. I agree with that. I don't even know what's going on with Megyn Kelly. Don't even know. I'm going to have to bleach spit my brain after this. I agree. Do you know if it was a modern Mauser M98 standard or a Gerber 98? M98 is a hunting rifle from 1999, present chamber in a 30-06. Mauser 98 was 8mm. So it is definitely an older Mauser 98. The Gewir, probably. I believe that is an older gun. Here's what I believe based on pictures. I believe it's an older gun that's been rebarreled. And then they also put a modern stock on it. It could be one from 1999, but it's definitely an older gun for sure. And I mean, it still could, when I say it's old, it still could fall within that 1999 to present range. Definitely older gun. I believe they also said that it was passed down from their family members. I mean, we just don't know. All those things are assumptions, quite frankly. But it's very common for those older guns to get rebarreled. And, you know, if that gun was from, you know, the mid 1900s and they had it in the family, and then, you know, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, whenever they got it rebarreled with a 30-06, make perfect sense to me. What I do know, and what I think is interesting, is that is essentially a short action rifle. So that is a single shot when you are now, which is fine for hunting, right? But it's definitely not magazine fed or internally magazine fed. That is a single shot rifle at that point. Shady Lady here, his name is Mitchell Harrison Snow, born 12/10/1969, and resides in Pasco, Washington. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to look that up and see what we can find on this guy. Mitchell Harrison Snow. Thank you for sharing that information, and a big shout out to Jay Witt over there Clearly, he was able to find this guy. I'm looking through here to see if we can find anything on this. If you guys can find some more information on them and provide us a link, feel free to do so down in the chat. Probably take a little time to find this guy, but that is interesting to know. If that's the case, we'll be able to find out exactly whether or not he was in special operations real quick. Like, you think there's no chance the military was involved? No, I don't think any chance the military was involved. If this was going to take place, this would be a clandestine operation led by the CIA. All right, the military is not going to get involved with this. That's just, there's zero chance that would take place. Not at this a SOTF or a JTF. It's just not going to happen. No, Gary, our Jason Bourne guest said he was a member of First Group. You guys should make short work of his stolen value. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It sounds like he may have already even talked to Nate. So Nate may already be on it. I'll text him here in a little bit and see what's going on. I may even give him a call, see if he can verify or has verified any of this stuff. I also got some additional links. Oops. From someone that sent these to me. Boz Biatch, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Val 2788, $1.99. Folks, if you like what you see here, make sure you like, subscribe. We always appreciate that. Do you think this might be, do you think maybe she has early onset dementia? No. I think she's suffering from some narcissistic induced delusion. Yep. That's another great point. Like, what happened to the French assassin team? That's a big story. Did that just go away? She exposed them. They're like, oh, can't do it now. No fear, not worried about it. She's out traveling. She's doing all the stuff. So doesn't make sense to me. If she knew who did it, she wouldn't be investigating it. She's investigating and trying to pull information and facts to figure it out, right? Well, she's not even taking a common sense approach to investigating anything. And then on top of that, what she's doing is, even though she doesn't have the facts, which she admitted to, or any evidence, which she admitted to on Pierce Morgan, she shouldn't be accusing people. That's not how you get facts. Like, the first fact that you should find is finding out some information there on the ground, which I'm like, a lot of things changed for me once I went to UVU. It answered a lot of questions. It changed my perception of what was going on there. It changed. One of the big things that changed for me was the fact that the idea of an alternate shooter, which at the time I was still entertaining, like, okay, look, maybe this happened. Maybe we had something going on. That place is so much smaller. And then on top of that, being able to retrace his steps and going over to where they say that the rifle was actually found. That was interesting. So, I mean, she hasn't been there. She hasn't interviewed, other than, I guess, she interviewed this guy. I believe she talked to, I don't know if she did it on air or not, the guy that actually took the picture that was 500 feet away. Where he took that picture from was 500 feet away, but she's taking it as gospel that he was wearing all black, he was wearing tactical gear, he had a mask on, and that person could tell what rifle he had from 500 feet away. There's no way. It's not possible. So it just doesn't make any sense. Nate's going to love his name being dropped by this guy, some sort of proof, fellow First Group guy. Yeah. It's Candace Cult. It's Candace Cult. Her followers are pissed. off. That's how you know it's a cult. If her followers really care about Charlie, they would be glad to meet with Erica to get answers. Candace is going to prove us all wrong one day. Yeah, good luck with that. Chase is a good guy. Look, I've been following Chase since I first saw him on an interview with Joe Rogan. And I watched that episode multiple times. It's the only, and I watch Joe Rogan religiously, but I've never been able to watch one of his interviews more than once. I've never went back and rewatched something. I've watched his at least 3 times, and thought he was a great guy. I've watched a couple of. I got the black lung. I watched a couple of his other interviews with other people. Thought he was a great guy. Meeting him in person, 100 times better than I thought. What an awesome dude. Got to hang out with him. He showed me around the place. Just a great guy overall. Super smart. No, she's never summarized. When Pierce asked her, she gave word salad, and he cut her off and said, "How are all these people related to this?" She said, "That's what a conspiracy is." Yeah, that's another thing that I offered. All right, I offered Ian. I posted, "Hey, you know what? Let's get everybody together. Ian, let's have a debate. Nate, let's get together and have a debate on 30-06. Offered Ian, Nate, Green Beret Nap Time, Anger Tab, and I also offered Chuck Ritter. So all of them would be able to bring in some important context to what's going on. And also, one of the things that Ian is going around doing, saying, "Oh, well, a Green Beret said it happened. That there's no way this was 30-06. Nate's the only Green Beret I know saying that. Every other Green Beret I know talking about this is saying the exact opposite. So, yeah, I mean, they are ducking that. I offered we could have a friendly, fun debate, keep it chill, and just talk about it. So far, Ian hasn't taken me up on it. He's too busy talking about how Charlie Kirk was actually electrocuted and not shot. I mean, it doesn't get more ridiculous than that. Candace must have lost all her brains, straightening her hair like her buddy Michelle. Talks so much. Yeah, look, she's going to lose that court case. She's going to lose. I don't even know what they're going to end up suing her for, but it's going to be millions, and she's going to lose that case for sure. This is a very common liberal tactic, by the way. It's actually masterful. She projects what she says the enemy is doing when in fact it's her. I agree. Candace is spot on. Don, you misspelled Candace. He is a PSYOP expert. He teaches it. He talks about it. He talks about how to spot it. And he had a lot to say about being able to influence someone online, be able to find the right personality type, being able to weaponize them. So, and I was shocked. I thought I knew the answer to it, but I was shocked. We all know it wasn't. See, this is what I'm talking about. The only Green Beret that has said it wasn't a 30-06 is Nate. Logan's Run, you're talking to a Green Beret. All right. Green Beret Nap Time, Green Beret. He said it could. And here's the thing. What I have maintained throughout this is we just don't know. That's like, we don't know anything about the round. The idea that it's impossible is dumb. All right. We have some really good case studies. We have Martin Luther King. His wound track is very similar. And this is the one thing that I want to put into perspective here. What is interesting to me, the people that are known that are shot with 30-06 and it not have an exit wound, and or a 30-06 ballistic equivalent, which was the case of Chuck Ritter, all of those rounds hit their spine. And I think that's important to understand because the spine is going to be able to absorb a lot of that energy. Think about what the spine does. It's not like a femur that's just going to shatter. Once you hit the spine, there's a lot of flex all throughout the spine. It's obviously connected. The spine is all connected. It's all one piece, but then it's connected through multiple layers of muscle, and it allows it to flex and absorb some of that energy. which a femur is not going to do. It's much more rigid. In the same way that Kevlar, we can take a piece of steel and we can shoot a 9mm at it, and it's going to go right through it. We can take a thinner piece of Kevlar and shoot a bullet at it, 9mm at it. And what happens is that Kevlar flexes and resists penetration. And I think that's what we have going on with this 30-06. And I think that's why this is a unique thing. But again, that's speculation on my part, in that we don't know what the round was. We don't know what type of ammunition it was. We don't know the weight of the bullet. We don't know the muzzle velocity. We don't know if there was something wrong with that rifle and or the ammunition, which he could have actually engraved or altered as well, just even the projectile itself. I mean, folks, if that bullet is in the middle of is experiencing an extreme amount of yaw. All right, so bullets fly straight like this, right? Flying straight because it's spinning and it is gyroscopically stabilized. So it's spinning. If it's not gyroscopically stabilized, it starts to yaw, all right? And it can start yawing to the point where it actually starts to tumble. So if we were an extreme amount of yaw and it didn't actually go in point first, and or it's actually tumbling, number one, it would produce what we saw. Number one, a much larger entrance wound, because I do think that entrance wound is atypical. And then on top of that, if the bullet is entering the skin and it's not straight, it is going to start to tumble much more rapidly. And on top of that, it's less likely, it's going to dispense more of its energy over a shorter space. And then once it hits bone, like it's going to cause catastrophic terminal ballistic results, which we saw with Charlie. And then on top of that, it's just not going to exit, or it's less likely to exit. But it's all speculation. But what we can say for certain is that the idea that it's impossible for a 30-06 round to not exit is just factually incorrect. I saw another super chat up here. P.S. Thanks, Summer, for correcting my order. Your hoodies are the bomb. If you want one of our hoodies, go to ParamountTactical.com and some of our other merch. I am interested. You know what? I'm not even going to talk about it. There's a piece of apparel that I'm thinking about making. I think you guys might enjoy. I'm just going to get it made. Look at this handsome man jumping in here. Jay Witt podcast. I had to end my stream to get over here and hear how it's really being broken down. Let's go. You know what? Here's what we're going to do, Jay Witt. I'm going to throw you a guest link. Look, we have another guest coming on at 8:00. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw Jay Witt another guest link. And if you're up and running, man, you can jump in here, and I'd like to hear your breakdown of that as well. So copy that, send that to Jay Witt, and boom. There you go, Jay Witt. I just sent you a guest link. And let me go ahead and send a guest link to Andrew Faraci, because we're just going to keep it on this. And we will have to, we'll hear what he has to say. Oh, look at that, man. Jay Witt's all over, dude. Jason, what's happening? How you doing?
Grace and peace, Gary, man. Thank you so much for having me on, man. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, man. Anytime. Always love having you.
Bro, I don't know, man. I don't know if Candace this week is just really trying to defeat me with just the complete and utter debauchery and debaseness that she projects. I've never seen this level of unregenerate nature from somebody. It's actually impressive, I have to admit. What she did today was, did you see it?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I just finished doing a reaction video to it today. Hey, as a matter of fact, I want you to answer the super chat.
Sure. I have a hard time dismissing Candace when Charlie believed in her. Let's stop for a second. Let's just stop for a second. What is your evidence that Charlie believed in her? Is it when he fired her? Is it when he no longer showed up and platformed with her? Is it when he said, I disagree with her ideas, but she's my friend.
Yeah.
Which one of those things is it? I'm not trying to be ugly, but please stop caping for Candace. Stop it. Just stop.
The other thing that I think is very indicative is the fact that all the text messages she has are from what, 2018?
2018. I have a text message from Gary from today. So if I said, hey, I want to show proof that Gary and I are friends, besides the fact that he put me on the show, I could show you a text message from today.
Yeah.
Not from when we were in 3rd grade chasing little girls on the playground. Like,
now,
remind
me, did he invite Candace to their wedding?
I have never seen a picture of Candace at Charlie Kirk's wedding. Absolutely.
She was not there.
Let me finish this up. Could it be someone setting her up to look bad? Yes, I do believe that God is setting Candace up to look like a complete and total fool. If you want to read Daniel chapter 9, I think this is her Nebuchadnezzar moment. This is it, because she just won't stop. And her pride is going to keep pushing her into complete and total chaos. I think, did I finish it?
No, you did.
Okay.
This person goes on to say, I think she genuinely cares to find the truth in Charlie. Like everything that she's done.
Whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no way, Gary, there's just like, if you applied this to anywhere else, I don't know much about your family, Gary. Maybe we'll have a conversation afterwards, and you don't know much about mine. But I really do find it, listening to you so far, I'm like, if your friends, your brothers in arms that you served with and such like that, there's no way in the world I would believe that you would treat their wives like Candace is treating Charlie's wife. And you say, oh, I love my brother. I love John. I was really friends with Tom, but I'm dragging his wife down the street with all of these crazy innuendos and such like that about his life. I just don't believe you would do that from what I've gathered from you, unless you're just a low down, dirty person.
Most people wouldn't without extreme amount of evidence. We have zero.
And I want somebody to show me the evidence. And as you said right there, you're being fair. If you show me that the bullet was a different type of bullet, then we'll move accordingly. Just show me the evidence of anything that she said besides, trust me, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what is your evidence to believe this?
Yeah. And even going back to, all the things that she's pointed out, whether it's talking about, people pulling SD cards, people having weird reactions under duress, that's her evidence in her mind, because somebody didn't act in the way that she thinks they should have in an extremely stressful, confusing situation. That is enough for her to determine in her own mind, in her, main character syndrome world that she's built up, that person is definitely guilty.
Correct. And it's funny that she talks about the Truman Show, which is a movie about somebody's life being a movie, and it was all scripted, as if we actually live like that. I don't think it's odd that she keeps talking about the Truman Show, because it's almost like she believes your life should be scripted. Gary should pick up that cup, should be for 3 seconds, and then put it down. Oh, whoa, he put it back up. Something strange is going on. But no, humans do different things. And one of the things also, Candace has Dunning-Kruger effect on steroids.
Oh, yeah.
If she doesn't know something, she doesn't say, because we talked offline. I admit I know very little about ballistics. And that's why I said, I know everybody. I know Gary's going to be talking about it and looked and say, oh, Gary's on live right now. Let's go talk. Because I know he's going to break this down and explain it. I'm not going to try to explain ballistics as if you don't need to go listen to Gary. Like the real out. I might point you to Gary or something I learned. What was it? The yawn? What did you just call it?
Y'all.
Are y'all Southerners? Are y'all Southerners?
I am Southerner, but it's YAWL. Bullet y'all. I'll pull it up here in just a minute.
Okay. But y'all, now I learned a new word. I was like, y'all, hey, y'all, I know something, right? But I'm still going to point people to Gary. I'm not going to position myself as if I know more than Gary or more than Green Beret Nap Time or somebody else that I've spoken to, because I know I don't know anything. Candace does not have that chill. She buttoned through let me get kind of like Kanye West at the Grammys. Let me get up in here and say something. It's crazy.
It is. Well, it's just like I didn't know what a charging document should look like. Like, I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Maybe like it would normally have timestamps and things like that. So what did I do? I got a defense attorney to come on.
There
And
we go.
folks, I'm telling you right now, if you haven't watched that interview with
Yes.
Andrea Burkhardt, it's one of the most even outside of this event. But the way that she
It's very
goes
good.
through this evidence, I could listen to her all day. And it's Bullet Yaw. I misspelled that.
It's okay.
YAW. But I will share that screen so you guys can see what's going on and what we're talking about. Share that tab instead. And boom. All right. So this is Bullet Yaw. And I'll get to this comment in a second. Don't let me forget that. But anyways, so Bullet Yaw. Bullet yaw is the wobbling of an angular deviation of the bullet's nose. It's longitude axis. So you can see right here, folks, as this is flying straight, it's going to fly like a bullet would normally fly. But it can actually get to a point to where it starts to tumble. And,
Wow.
Either way, if it is not fully stabilized, it's going to yaw to an extreme amount to the point that it can actually start to tumble. So, that's what we got going on. And if it does start to tumble and it's an extreme yaw, then what's going to happen there is it is not going to penetrate very deeply like it normally would. So these are all things that can happen, quite frankly, with any bullet. And it does happen. For the other reason this can happen too, folks, is if there is a defect in the bullet. And we've seen this happen with even, precision rounds. For those you don't know, I teach long range. I was a former sniper. I've been shooting long range professionally for over 20 years. I currently teach long range. We have our own line of long range rifles. That's not me, doing a promo there. I'm just saying, like, these are the things I know. People, gun manufacturers send me rifles and send me ammunition to test and to review all the time. Like, this is what I do. And I'm telling you right now, if we have a bullet in extreme yaw, it is most likely not going to have an exit wound. And there's a lot of other reasons why that could happen as well, not just because of bullet yaw.
I got you.
Yeah. So there's that. Let me go through one of the things I want to do. I thought it'd be kind of fun because I got like an hour, or a little less than an hour before I have a guest on, and you can stay on through that with that guest too, Jay. I thought it'd be fun here in a minute to actually go through her interview with Pierce Morgan as well. But we'll hit some of these super chats real fast. I don't know why you keep giving her the benefit of the doubt by hypothesizing her being used by nefarious adversaries. She is the adversary pushing the psyop. I agree with that. Look, I don't think
No argument for me.
I'm not saying that she is not guilty. I'm saying that she is. But what I'm saying is that she is a prime target to be exploited in all the things that she's saying being pushed by all these other forces at play that are going to capitalize on what she's saying. It undermines the Trump administration. It undermines the conservative movement. It undermines TPUSA. It undermines the credibility of every independent news, whatever, or podcaster that are trying to, genuinely give you the truth. It undermines all that. Like, there's lots of different things, goals that can be achieved that are nefarious and or are not in the interest of the United States.
Let me also just add that she positions herself in it because most of her show, most of her insight comes from the tip line. Yeah. She puts herself in a position where she could get where the nefariousness can funnel in, and she's just a willful tool. We know it because I'm sorry, I don't believe that guy today. I don't. There's a lot of gaps in there that just don't jive with me. But this has happened before with the 920 building, everything about the Egyptian planes came from the live chat or from her tip line. That's a problem. And so she seems to be open to it. Whereas if Gary had a tip line, I'm going to go on a limb and say Gary would probably be vetting everything that comes in there if we're talking about something that's in his wheelhouse. Or if it's not in his wheelhouse, he's going to get an expert. Andrea Burkhardt, you're going to get an expert to verify what we're talking about. She doesn't do that. She says she verifies it, and we see all these big gaping holes. Like, what does your verification look like if you miss this big hole in your story? That's my only pushback.
No, that's 100% correct. And that is one of the main, these anonymous sources were one of
Always
the main,
anonymous.
one of the main reasons that we didn't believe MSM and why they lost credibility, because they're always pushing these stories that come to find out just aren't true. And it's because of some crazy anonymous source. Like, why would you bring that over to this space? Says Rebel with a Cause says, my gosh, the comments in Candace Owens' YouTube video prove there are people who exist in dimension A and those in dimension B, just like during COVID era. What happened to common sense and critical thinking? The other thing that you'll notice, there's a trend, or there's a clear pattern there in her comments.
Mm-hmm.
Look, these are leftist liberals to begin with. Just to be clear, these are people that hate the Trump administration, that hate Israel. These are people that are driven to believe the story through hate because of a couple of different dimensions that you can kind of pick and choose from. And that's why she has such wide appeal. I don't care if you're a leftist, she has appeal. Like everything she says, like I'm buying into that. I don't care if you're just a conservative or somebody else that hates Israel, I'm buying into that. There's something for everybody with what she's saying. And if it's not for you, wait till the next episode. Something will come up that she'll bring up a whole nother element of it. Thank you, CJ. We appreciate it.
Shout out.
MJM, thank you for becoming a member. Gary, what's the best way to support you? Join channel, buy from Paramount Tactical. All the above. If you want to become a member, great. If you want to go to Paramount Tactical, number one, look, we're going to take care of you. If you need any of the gear that we sell, go to Paramount Tactical. If you choose us, we would appreciate that.
I like it.
Told you Jay Witt, Candace wasn't going to change. I know a con when I see it. Put peanut butter on French toast. See?
You're right.
You were doing so well until that last part. Freaking
I'm going to take my daughters tomorrow for breakfast, and I'm going to get some French toast, and I'm going to try it. And maybe I'll stream it or something, but I'm going to try it. And I'll report back in a private chat. I'm not going to come online and tell you, but I'll report back. Because if I die, I don't need y'all to see me dying online. So,
Melissa Cole, guys, I'm not trying to go to bat for Candace. I'm just trying not to dismiss everyone. Gary totally makes sense as well. I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt, trying to be nice.
That's fair.
It is fair. But look, I think if you're a person watching and you're going into this with good faith, and it sounds to me like, Melissa, you're not prone to any kind of weird prejudice or trying to even like confirm some sort of weird bias. All you need to look at is what she's doing and what she's not doing. And I think it tells you her intent. What she's not investigating, like if you're not investigating the left, if you're not investigating, some of these trans-Tifa groups that were all into guns and everything else. I keep forgetting the name of that one group, but we're going to start into that hard. And the fact that they actually predicted online in several different places that Charlie would be killed at UVU. And she's not even bothering to look in that direction and is pulling from the smallest things and making like benign events super, super, suspicious, and then taking that and then tying it to, oh, these people are definitely involved. That's a bridge too far for me. That's kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah, and if Candace even tried to pretend like she was investigating the left, I think maybe we could give her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But I mean, she's not even addressed no Muslims, no trans-Tifa, no leftist people have been implicated in the investigation of Candace Owens. Only people on the right.
Yeah.
Why does that, like, you would not have watched 2 hours of Charlie Kirk and come up with, hey, by the way, the right probably deleted him.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been the first thing you came up with. You have to actually cobble this together. You have to make this story work. Because if I just dumped all this evidence on you, Gary, you would never have come up with, oh, absolutely, Trump administration did it. Egyptian planes. Come on. Mormon bees. You would never have come up with that on your own.
I would find her a lot more believable if she was like, you know what? I think Israel or the French or whomever actually worked with Tyler or weaponize Tyler, like, okay, I'm in. That's all it takes for me. But it's like, nope, Tyler didn't do it. Nope. If you bring up the left, if you bring up any of those elements that are much more plausible, you get destroyed online saying that you're a Zionist, that you're, getting paid, that you're a Fed, all the stuff. So, yeah, timeline is crazy. I agree with you. Gary, please take a minute to watch Brian Inton, Discord Groom My Child. Gives insight people can't see. Robinson is as crazy as the school shooters. Yeah. And, speaking of which, the other thing,
let me look up.
I'm sure you've looked up, you've actually watched the Turkey Tom video, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
About how they were living in an apartment and they're living. Yep. Okay. Yep.
I was just looking at the interview with Pierce Morgan, and it's like over an hour. I think that's something that would be a lot of fun for us to both to go through. But
I love it.
I also think maybe a better. Hold on, if I know a lot of people have not watched the Turkey Tom video,
okay,
and I think that might be a really good thing to watch. Let me just rush through the super chats. Mitch Snow, Down Patrol, Fish at Nature, Richland, Washington, United States, contact info. We're definitely going to do a deep dive into Mitch Snow for sure. Can someone show the evidence that Tyler shot the gun that supposedly had a swapped out barrel stock and y'all angle all assumption? I literally just said that. I said it was all assumptions. We don't know. Like, I don't know what kind of gotcha game you're trying to play.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Yep. I will show you all of this if you can show me all of Erica Kurt's flight information that the Egyptian planes were following her. If you show me all of that, send it to me, dearwokec@gmail.com. I will gladly get all that information that you ask for without any problem.
Yeah.
There you
go. Laura Sampedro, 630. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you for what you do. Also, thank you for your service. I'm also a Navy veteran. My twin sister is retired Navy commander. My brother's retired Fed. His last few years were in Charleston, South Carolina at FLETC as a weapons instructor. God bless you. God bless you and your brother. Thank you for your service. And everybody out there, I'm wishing, because I'll forget, I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, and I hope you guys just have a wonderful year, and God bless you and your families. Imagine 3 months and that guy was her best option.
I mean, that's crazy work.
Can you give your assessment about Mitch Snow? This guy didn't seem confident in what he was saying and felt completely off and different from Candace, completely off and different from what Candace was saying. She was giving leading questions. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is implausible for a lot of different reasons. And we know it's not true because we have proof that Brian Harpole was in Dallas at the time of this. Yeah. So, like, we know that's not true. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call BS on Erica being there. And here's the thing too, clearly that information was relayed to her during her first episode of that. She didn't include that information. And I don't blame her because it's embarrassing and it's nonsense. I guarantee you, Erica is going to be able to tell you, well, I don't know that she will, but she'll be able to tell you people real quick where she was on September 9th. All her evidence comes from a dream. Yeah, I was thinking about that. What they need to do is they just need to lay her down, give her some ayahuasca or some DMT. Let's just go on a voyage and get to the bottom of this thing real quick. I think that would be amazing. Just to support the new PT Congress suit apparel.
Right. What's a Congress suit? Is that what you're making? Oh, is that what you're making?
No.
You said you want to make. Oh no, the Paramount Tactical Congress suit is crazy.
I got another apparel idea. I'll run by you at the end of this some point in time.
I love it.
I want you to get your input on this. Gary, the other night I asked, when do we stop acknowledging Candace and her nonsense? And you gave the best response, and you're right. Thank you, Gary and Jay Witt. Fight for the truth. You got to continue to respond to this and put it down until it doesn't exist anymore. That is the only response I think is appropriate, and that's what I'm going to do. And folks, I'm telling you, I feel compelled to do this. I think this is what I should be doing because it is damaging such a wide swath of America. It's damaging so many different areas.
Yes.
It needs to be done. And thank you, Lucas. You're very, very generous.
you.
CIA cannot use clergy or journalists as cover or even talk to them to gather intel. This is banned after the Church Commission in 1977. Yeah, I don't know that the CIA, that being said, I don't even know that the CIA also, okay, if we're going to go by rules, like the United States military is not allowed to do intelligence operations on the American people. All right, that is one thing that they're definitely not supposed to do. That is watched. I know for a fact because of some things that happened when I was in Fort Lewis, Washington, with First Special Forces Group. That's how you go to jail real quick. Now with the CIA, they're ungovernable. You know, I don't know what they do or they don't do. So just because there is an executive order doesn't mean they follow it. You know, we have a constitution that says that if there is a UAP program, that should have complete oversight by Congress. And I do think there is a UAP program, and I do think that it has zero oversight by Congress. So if they are going to ignore the Constitution and many, many, many other laws that define Congress oversight of any government agency and government oversight period, including the President of the United States, and we know they're doing these type of black operations, which I think there's plenty of proof that they are, they don't care about an executive order. So go ahead.
No, I agree with you 100%. I was only going to add just for you all to consider, just to think about. If you go back and just listen to some of her episodes, and again, listen to how those tip lines drive the conversations. So the tip line today with the CrossFit gym that was getting taken over by gym members that just so happened to be training at Fort Huachuca, whatever it's called, Huachuca. It just so happened, like, look how convenient that was. Like whenever the stories start to die down, something else convenient just pops up. And you know, she was at her wit's end, so she goes to church and prays. Not praise for Erica, not praise for her own family, not praise for peace in the world, but God, help me, give me something so I can keep this dumb grift going. And I guess the lowercase g God of her prayer sent her that email. Yeah. Like, it just seems convenient. A lot of this stuff just seems dastardly convenient.
It really does. It really does. And folks, I do want to play real quick. See if I can find this episode 277. I just want you to hear her opening statement of that episode. Let me see what we got here. What she says, how there is no way. Yep, here we go. I'm going to play this for you.
I kind of want to hear it.
Don't worry, I'll get there.
In the lobby, and a young woman, comes down thereafter.
All right, this is her opening.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. Where to begin? Well, in the final days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, Charlie was pretty busy, right? He went on a first-time trip to Asia, quite a quick trip, at least a quick turnaround to go first to Korea for a couple of days, and then, because something was going on back home that they didn't want him to see. Well, what am I about?
Basically, what she says is, look, everybody had him in Asia, and I assume she means TPUSA. I mean, that's who directs this travel, right? Or at least has some influence on it.
About to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination.
Can I stop for a second?
I'm just going to deliver the facts. And
can I interject something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know what else was supposed to blow our minds?
What's that?
When she announced that she was being a hit was put out on her, that was supposed to blow our minds. And pretty much everything else was supposed to blow our minds. Every day, every episode is supposed to blow your minds. And I think because so many people have started making noise about the lack of evidence, that's why she brought this guy on today, because she's never done this.
Yeah.
I don't think she's ever, during the Macron case, all the way through here now. Now she brought somebody on to tell the story and to bring up some pretty crazy ideas. And I think it's because nobody believes her anymore. You're always selling these wolf tickets. But I just want to point that out. But
No. I mean, she does it every time. You're absolutely
time.
right. Like today, I got proof. I'm going to show you the receipts. You never see receipts.
Never.
What you hear is my sources tell me.
And see where they land. Welcome back to Candace.
All right, so there, it's going to blow your mind. There's no way that the U.S. government is going to, be able to.
Then a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination, but I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they.
And I think after watching that, which was basically somewhat of a summary of the proof that she provided with this whole thing, like I think most reasonable people would come to the conclusion that, no, it doesn't prove anything, and it's total nonsense. I think if anything, her witness damaged the credibility even further, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm right there with you. CIA black ops are heavily regulated. They're not doing stuff on U.S. soil either. Shout out to Phantom. Thank you for the 5, man.
Look, the CIA is not the only one that does stuff. They are heavily regulated, but there are many other elements within the government that do operations here on U.S. soil. And just like they're not supposed to spy on Americans, we know that they have been electronically spying on Americans for a really long time. So, again, we don't know what they're doing and what they're not doing. Is it possible that she has early onset dementia? Wow, she ain't right. Scary how many people believe her. How? She clearly has mental health issue. Why would she push so many lies? It's a great question. I don't have an answer to it.
I don't.
Everyone should also care about the midterms. If they go the wrong way, then we are in even more trouble than we are now. That's true. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on that too, Jay. But, how did Candace become Candace? She pushed conservative politics. She said, hey, all this stuff is just so important. We're losing our country. That's why I started following her. And now, because of this one incident, we're still supposed to acquiesce to the Democrats. We shouldn't go vote. I mean, it just shows me how unprincipled she is to begin with.
I agree. I argue that Candace was never a conservative. There was a vacuum of, and let's just tell the truth, shame the devil. Conservatives and Republicans do deal with a slight level of identity politics as well. There's an optics game as well. And Candace recognized that there's not a proficient, coherent black female in the conservative space. She saw that vacuum and she jumped right into it. And I believe she's been cosplaying. She's a liberal cosplaying as a conservative for almost a decade. And
it's financially beneficial.
It was beneficial and it's given her a platform. And now look where we are now today. But the more and more you look back, you're like, she really has always been a liberal. She just said things that conservatives understood, conservatives agreed with, the conservatives would head nod and say, yeah, absolutely. But because of her phenotype, she knew that they're going to let me get away with this. And I feel comfortable in saying that because look at how Candace attacked other black female conservatives. If you go back and do some research on that, she's pretty vile. And she did some pretty nasty things to tear down other black females that should have been her compatriots in this space. But no, it's just her. Why is that? So that would be my push.
And, I remember a couple years ago when Dana Lash was actually saying that she's warning people about Candace. And I just kind of brushed that off as like some internal strife, like, there's just some female on female hate going on there or whatever else. I wish she would have shared more information on that. The Ghosts, Jay's Speed, something along those lines. So what happened when they were dropping cocaine in football fields in South Central? I wonder what your mindset was when the story came out. I don't really understand the question or how it relates. What I think you're trying to say is that, indeed we had government operations that included drugs and things like that is true. Okay. But just because we take one true element of this story that we can confirm doesn't make the rest of it true. And again, that's what disinformation operatives do. That is a known tactic where they will take things like at the beginning, when she first told the story, in episode 277, which was like over a week ago or whatever it was,
Yeah.
about this guy. She is saying, giving his backstory. Okay, you know, he was sent down to Fort Huachuca. You know, they're looking for these tunnels. They know that some drug operations are
Sensor
going on.
guys, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying she's just kind of laying out the groundwork, right? And then to reinforce that, she starts playing video of like George H.W. Bush, you know, of during that time, and then showing the actual tunnel that was exposed. So what that does is that gets your head nodding, like, yep, I know that's true. Yep, I know that's true. And what it does is it's priming you to get ready to accept something without any evidence.
Correct.
That's what goes on with this. So they get you agreeing, and then they give you the bullshit, and then you just go ahead. You're naturally more susceptible to agree to the bullshit.
And let me also add, everything she said in that can be found online. There wasn't like real top secret information that I mean, you can find every clip that she showed, every photo that she showed online.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that the guy made it up. I'm just saying how convenient that nothing that he shared was like drastically different. And even his story about how he was discharged from the military, we're finding pictures and evidence like he's retired and so on and so forth. Like, you didn't get run up out of there, or like, how did that work? So it seems very problematic. But again, she had less than 24 hours to quote unquote vet this story before she ran with it to put it out. So I'm not surprised that she's stumbling and falling. And just because the CIA did something in LA back in the 70s doesn't mean that they were involved with Charlie Kirk being deleted in 2025. Those two do not have to be together at all.
Yeah, I understand that electronic spying is NSA. My point is that they're not supposed to be doing electronic spying on Americans, period. All right. That's why we have the FISA courts, so that if you do have some sort of, you're trying to get a warrant to be able to spy on Americans, you have to go to court. You have to prove that they're involved, even to get the metadata from their phones or anything else. You have to prove that they have some sort of relevant attachment to a overseas terrorist organization. But what we found out through James Clapper and all these other people, that we had spying on Americans, even though it was against the law. That's a fact. Like, this is all record. And that's my point. I don't think these agencies follow a lot of law. I think they do what they want and they justify it later. I mean, we've never seen any consequences. Has anyone ever been run out of the CIA or even fired or brought up on charges, whether it's NSA, FBI, or anything else, for illegally spying and or doing anything on the American people? I've never seen that. There's never any consequences, so they can do whatever they want. Let me see real quick. We'll get through some of this. I thought this interview with Pierce Morgan was pretty telling, and I think it's actually worth showing.
And welcome back to Candace.
Did you watch any of that interview?
I did. I did a review of it yesterday.
Oh, nice. See, you're already primed and ready to go.
I am. It was a very interesting interview, to say the least.
All right. This is it right here.
You're right. And that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk,
Nothing's on
Turning
screen. There we
Point, and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
But what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened. The difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular and then you change your mind. Stop.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours. Well, no matter what your opinion is about Candace Owens, and very few people don't seem to have one, there's a definite knack for commanding attention. Many people have been openly enraged by her theorizing on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Many have been captivated nightly by what
She's making
amid all of that, she joins me now for her first interview since the meeting with Erica Kirk. Candace Owens, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's good to be with you at the end of another year.
Yes, and what a year it's been, not least for you. It's fair to say your fame continues to rise, infamy, some would put it, but you're always a welcome guest on Uncensored. Let's get to this extraordinary meeting that you had with Erica Kirk. it came right after we saw her say in that CBS town hall, you should stop with the conspiracy theories. So who approached who about you guys actually getting together?
I was approached by Turning Point after Blake Neff, who works on Charlie's show, sort of fumbled this invite. I'd almost say it was a fake invite publicly. And then in the middle of the night said, oh, Candace is not able to be here
can we
tomorrow.
stop for a
Never
second?
messaged me.
Yep.
And I think there was quite a bit of public backlash with how they went about it. It's just not the way that we try to set meetings. And so what happened after.
Go ahead.
I think if anybody's watched this, Piers Morgan asked some very straightforward questions. Candace goes all around the mulberry bush to answer this question. She could have just said, Turning Point reached out to me to have this interview, and everybody would have been fine. But the problem is she goes to this long diatribe about it, which conflicts with what Megyn Kelly said later on. And Megyn Kelly, by the way, contradicted herself when she was on her stage when she was talking to Ben Shapiro. So in the Bible says for a reason, in the multitude of words, there's sin, because just answer the question. If she just answered the question, she wouldn't have created all of this confusion, because now everybody's looking weird at her and Megyn Kelly because Megyn Kelly said something totally different than what she said. That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm a little confused and disappointed at Megyn Kelly, the way that she's handled this for sure.
Was they reached out to me, said Erica would agree to do a live stream, just the two of us. And then after Erica's PR blitz, they reached out again and said that they felt that it was better for us to meet one-on-one as opposed to us sitting down having Megyn Kelly moderate, which was the idea originally.
Right. And so where did you have your summit meeting?
At a hotel here in Nashville.
And a lot of your, as you know, a lot of your supporters, fans of your show, think that you may have been lured into a trap. Did anything while you were there make you think you were being lured into a trap?
I don't know that a lot of my fans think that I was being lured into a trap. I think ahead of time they had some concerns, obviously, because I think in general, after you see a public assassination and you start tracking so many lies that are happening, there's going to be an understandable amount of angst that people feel. And I certainly felt the angst as well. I've obviously been very clear that I am suspicious of some of the characters that are at Turning Point USA. So I totally understand why the public was concerned.
When you saw Erica, she was obviously angry about you in that CBS town hall. What was her demeanor like when you met her?
Well, I don't think that she thought she was angry in that. I think maybe that was the characterization from the public. I certainly thought she was angry as well.
Let me stop for a second. Yeah. I think Candace, again, I don't take Candace seriously at all. But the idea and the notion that this woman has spent the better part of 90 days dragging my dead husband up and down these social media streets, you want me to believe that the only reason she came across angry in that town hall meeting is because they framed it like that and they edited it like that, but she's okay with you? Okay. Yeah. If that's what you want me to believe, but there's no reason to believe that. Like, as if Erica has no heart, no soul, which I think is what she's trying to create, that narrative, like Erica does not care about what's going on with Charlie or what happened with Charlie. That's why she introduced this new theory today. Or I'm sorry, she allowed Mitch to introduce this new theory today so that she can kind of create this idea that Erica's just cold and calculating and strategic, not really a caring wife that we think that she is.
Well, the other thing that she tried to spin too was that Barry Weiss, that Erica wasn't actually mad at Candace during the interview.
Yes.
It was that Barry Weiss, she was mad at Barry Weiss for trying to, basically get her trapped into answering certain questions or trying to frame a certain narrative, when I think is just absolutely ridiculous on his face. MTX 485 says, I also saw Bridget McCrone at Fort Huachuca.
There we go.
I'm sure you did.
Right there.
That she was a bit annoyed by the questioning, the way in which Barry had set up the question with the podcaster Candace Owens, which I think was definitely being driven more by Barry Weiss's feelings towards me, long-running feelings towards me, than it was perhaps for the benefit of CBS and trying to pretend to be an impartial journalist. So I think she was frustrated by the line of questioning, is what she explained to me.
So how would you categorize the 4.5 hours? If you were looking at it in totality, what was the tone of the conversation? What do you think you both got out of it?
Well, for me, answers to the questions of trying to understand why there were so many Turning Point lies and why instead of people acknowledging that these are lies, I felt that there was this billion-dollar psychological operation to convince people that Candace is just crazy. These aren't lies. These are made up. And so I was very refreshed that they owned up to the lies. That was a great first step. And I think What motivates that? Maybe because despite having what I would assume to be the best PR agents and crisis PR agents in the world, we're moving toward a different world where people don't really care. If you are friends with the people at, WME and CAA and what they can do for you, that sort of power is ineffectual in this day and age. And so I think they recognize that, and that the public simply doesn't believe the story that they've been fed, and the psychological operation to convince us not to believe our own eyes or to trust our common sense instincts has failed. And I think on their end, they got more clarity on how I figured out certain things, more clarity on.
Oh,
nope. I did it on purpose. All right. I
Okay.
forgot, folks. I agree. I think we'll get more out of watching the Turkey Tom video, because I think a lot of people have not seen that yet.
Oh, okay.
And I've had about my daily fill of Candace to begin with. Her voice, especially at 1.5 speed, is freaking. It's tearing my brain apart by its.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
So we're going to go ahead and we're going to play the Turkey Tom video, because if you haven't seen this, this is information that you've got to have. And the only honest thing to do is, if you're really wanting to know what happened, is at least have all the information. I think this provides a lot.
I agree.
September 10th, 2025, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson decided he wouldn't be attending his electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. At 8:23, he walked to his gray Dodge Challenger, and a little while later, he drove off to Utah Valley University. 3 hours after that, at 11:49, he exited his car wearing a different set of clothes, a cap, dark sunglasses, and visibly limping toward the parking lot adjacent to the UVU campus. He walked up the parking lot stairs, headed to the Low C Center, and then was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, conservative speaker Charlie Kirk was hosting one of his debate events on campus, roughly 200 yards away from where Tyler was. At exactly 12:23, a single shot rang out, piercing the left side of Kirk's throat, sending the entire campus into chaos. Although he was quickly rescued and rushed to the hospital, he only lasted for about an hour when his passing was officially confirmed. To add to the already extremely tragic situation, CCTV footage showed Tyler, then unknown to the authorities, fleeing the scene and successfully evading capture, seemingly holding on to a bag with his weapon in it. Part of why he was able to escape were two people who drew attention to themselves immediately after the attack took place. The first is George Zinn, who falsely confessed to the shooting and was promptly detained, and was recorded being escorted by the police with his pants down, as he repeatedly asked them to shoot him.
We don't know if it's him or not.
As it turns out, George Zinn is a man with a lifelong career of being a deranged nuisance orbiting political events. There are pictures of him accosting the former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes, as well as former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. But more importantly, George is on record claiming to have personally witnessed 9/11 and instantly knowing that Al-Qaeda was behind it. Given Zinn's profile, this was most likely a tall tale, a false account to get attention. Something similar happened in 2013, when shortly after the Boston Marathon bombing, he emailed the Salt Lake City Marathon organizers and offered to help place bombs.
Look, and folks, I think this is somebody that we should definitely be looking into, both George Zinn and Hunter Kozak. And again, maybe they are. We don't have that information, but I know Candace hasn't really talked about George Zinn very much. She's brought him up once or two times in the 25 episodes or so that I've, but it's a non-thing with her. And it should be for all of us. And maybe he was just there and decided to, I don't know, out of the spur of the moment, which seems really odd, to be able to say, hey, I'm the shooter, and to distract from the actual shooter. Seems odd to me, needs to be investigated. And I'm sure it's being investigated, but it's not even being considered by Candace Owens, which is a real problem.
Which got him arrested for the threats. Other things noted in his legal records are commitments to mental hospitals, being arrested for theft of services, failure to disclose his identity, jaywalking, and other stuff like that. Due to the extremely controversial nature of this entire thing, George Zinn ended up being massively misreported as being Jewish, a narrative that found its way even to former NFL star Antonio Brown. However, George is actually a mentally ill man of Greek descent, with a Mormon religious background and a history of pulling this kind of stunt. Just a little while after he was detained, they noticed that he had no weapon on him, and there was no weapon discarded in the area he was in, meaning he couldn't have committed the crime. This doesn't mean he was innocent, though, as when the police brought him in for processing, he had a medical issue that led to him being taken to a local hospital. There, he admitted that he did what he did to purposely hinder law enforcement from getting the real guy. And when asked by cops for his phone, he volunteered, but not before informing the police that he had illegal material involving children on it. As if that weren't enough, he then specified to the cops that he was in possession of the material for his own gratification and had a preference for girls from ages 5 through 12. Given this guy already has dozens of previous cases, I hope he stays locked up for good. Another person of interest that immediately emerged following the attack was a man named David, who was recorded cheering and chanting USA immediately following the shot. While this man's man's full name is harder to find than George Zinn's, he actually took to Twitter to identify himself as the one chanting, trying to explain that he did it to draw attention so the security team could escape. At face value, this is extremely suspicious, and although it's unsure if this was the second person whom law enforcement detained, it would make sense given he gave them a good reason to believe he was at least involved with whoever committed the assassination. However, a brief examination of his social media account makes it clear as day that this man too is clearly suffering from some intense delusion. In videos he posted, he suggests that Charlie Kirk was a soldier of his and speaks from the perspective of every major religion, which you don't need to be a mental health specialist to recognize as a telltale sign of schizophrenia. Despite George and David clearly committing obstruction of justice, there is no evidence indicating that they were in on what happened.
Yeah, just so we're clear, I'm just going through some of the older super chats. James Clapper testified and admitted that they were picking up the data of regular citizens in front of Congress. That's where that came from. James Clapper admitted that. He's a leftist scumbag as well. Shows the vet's ID with April 31st as DOB. Yeah. Trust me, we're going to do a deep dive into who Mitch Snow is. And we should also be able to figure out if his original name was
over the course of the next day
or not.
Law enforcement swarmed the location and started piecing together the shooter's movements leading up to the assassination, and a series of strange things were discovered. While examining the vantage point and CCTV footage that showed his escape from the scene, they eventually found that the killer had dumped his weapon nearby, wrapped in a towel. The weapon, which is a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle with a mounted scope, was found along with its bullets. The casing, which was spent, had the words "Notices bulge, oh whoa, what's this?" engraved on it. If you're familiar with this kind of language, which I unfortunately am, this is a meme phrase usually associated with traps. Basically, the idea of it being that the speaker is attracted to a person who looks like a woman, only to find out that they have a bulge, which the speaker is then interested in, and the word "oh" being a classic emote associated with anime. The intended irony here is obvious, as Charlie Kirk is infamous for his opposition to transgenderism, so having this phrase engraved on it immediately suggests a political motive. There were 3 more casings, all of which were unspent. The first one read, "Hey fascist, catch," followed by an up arrow, a right arrow, and 3 downward arrows.
Yep.
Which
Could you
is
stop real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair? I don't know if you could go back just a little bit to those 3 bullets that are shown. Is that fair to do that? Because we don't know that those are the type. Are those the type of bullets?
Well, I'm sure.
I don't know.
Grab a stock photo of some 30-06 bullets. Those look like they could be indeed 30-06, but
Okay.
really, I would say just recognize them for the placeholder and the visual that they are, not necessarily trying to indicate that these are, anything.
The actual bullets.
Yeah. Nothing
Right.
like
Because I can see somebody running with this and be like, "Oh, see, that's as long as my arm."
100% they will.
unspent.
Yeah.
The first one read, "Hey fascist, catch," followed by an up arrow, a right arrow, and 3 downward arrows, which is the stratagem code for the Eagle 500-kilogram bomb in Helldivers 2. Like the previous casing, this one also had a clear political message with an internet culture-related element. The second unspent casing had a brief passage of the song Bella Ciao on it, an old Italian folk song closely tied to the anti-fascist movement. Again, clearly political in nature. Although, unlike the other ones, this one has no internet subculture aspect to it. Lastly, the third unspent casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, Lamau." These casings alone strongly suggested that whoever the shooter was, it was someone young, at least someone young enough to be familiar with these online phrases. Unfortunately,
Correct.
even with the prints being lifted from the weapon, they weren't able to identify a culprit. At least to the public's knowledge, these prints didn't immediately reveal the shooter's identity, although they would become useful whenever a person of interest was detained. For the next
All right. Hey, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pause this right here, and we're going to come back to that in just a second. Let me separate these tabs so I can see what's going on, because we have a guest and I want to bring him on. Let me remove this. Andrew, welcome to the show, man. Thanks for coming
What's
on.
going on, guys? Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Hey.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, totally.
Awesome. Well, listen, look, I just wanted to bring you on. Number one, you were there on September 10th. And I guess, if you will, just take a moment and just tell everybody about who you are, why you were there. And then me and Jay will probably have some questions for you. I'm sure the chat will have some questions for you as well.
Yeah.
Take it from there, man.
Awesome. So my name is Andrew. How's it going, everybody? So I was hired by Turning Point as a contractor to do photos for the Utah Valley University event on September 10th. And we had scheduled to do some more later in the year. But yeah, I was hired by a friend who works for Turning Point. She's on the event team. And so we had connected months prior to when Charlie was at Boise State University. I reached out and said, "Hey, if you ever need another camera on hand, let me know. I'll be more than happy to help out." And a few more months after, we reconnected, and she's like, "Yeah, we have this huge tour coming up in the fall, and we'd love for you to be a part of a few of them." And so I did an interview just showing my work and kind of like my process of what I do at events, and they were on board. So yeah, Utah Valley was my first event with them, and yeah, I was there that day, and it was yeah, pretty crazy.
So to give everybody additional context, well, let's yeah, you know what? Let's give everybody additional context talking about what has been made claimed, you know, what people have accused you of. I guess,
Right.
Yeah. So just
Accused
kind of
you,
tell
man.
us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys know who Jimmy Dore is.
Oh, yeah.
But he came out with a video basically saying and insinuating that I was potentially the shooter or the second shooter. And he said that I had attached a gun to my camera, and that's how I did it. To give you guys a frame of reference, I was to Charlie's right, about 10 to 15 feet away, and a little bit behind him. And what I was doing at the time, I was taking a photo of the second person speaking. I think that's is it Hunter? Is that his name?
Yeah, Hunter Kozak.
Yeah. And so that's who I was taking a photo of at the time when the shot went off. And but yeah, there's been crazy theories that have been out there for multiple theories, right? But that was one that I was like completely caught off guard by, and yeah, definitely received some doxing threats and some you know, not the best messages every day online, so that's not fun. But yeah.
And just to be clear, I mean, basically, just you being there, that ended up costing you your job, right?
I mean, I was a public information officer for a county that I worked for in the state of Idaho. And with a government position, we have to be neutral in everything, right? And so because I was representing the county in a way that was more conservative, and I guess my boss at the time, my former boss, was receiving calls that, you know, like I was, you know, on TikTok live and talking about certain things. It was against their policy apparently, and so they had to let me go. So but Idaho is a right for work state, so they can let you go for any reason. So
Sure, yeah.
But yeah. I mean, as far as I understand, you were basically getting on TikTok and other social media trying to defend yourself, right?
I mean, kind of. My first initial video I made about Charlie Kirk was kind of a perspective of like, you know, so I'm a man of faith. My faith is incredibly important to me, and I just thought it was amazing to see Charlie, you know, give the gospel like 5 minutes before he was shot. I don't know how many people in history can say that. And so from that, you know, you had people coming back to church, and you had people, you know, kind of, what is this Jesus guy about, you know? And so there was this moment where a lot of people were finding their faith. And even in my comment section, like the video I made ended up getting around 4 million views on TikTok. Like in my comic session, people were, you know, buying each other Bibles and talking about addictions that they struggle with. And it was just kind of, in my opinion, it was like a really beautiful thing. So that's kind of where I was going at. And then once the Jimmy Dore video dropped, and people were like, dude, like you're being accused of actually doing it. I was like, wait, what? And that's where like my TikTok lives, I would just talk briefly sometimes about it. And then I would have people come on and, you know, say that I did it. And then I would defend myself in that regards. But yeah, that's pretty much what my TikTok was about.
So to be clear, you didn't have any guns attached to your camera, right?
No, in fact, I have my camera right next to me. This is the camera that I use. It's a Canon R5. This is not the lens
put that
I
thing
use.
down now. Hold on. Now. Is that thing loaded? Is that thing loaded?
Nope.
Does it have an SD card?
It does have an SD card in it.
Oh, watch out. Oh no.
Yeah. And then this was the lens that I used to 70 to 200 mil. But I will say this too. When I so I was there for literally a whole day. So I left around, gosh, I want to say like 7 p.m., 8 p.m. But first I had to, you know, drop by the police department and talk to the detectives to hand them my SD card, everything that, you know, I took. And they downloaded all of the raw files right in front of me. They took photos of my camera, of my lens, the serial number, like everything. They were very, very thorough in that. And so, and I was more than willing to help out any way I could. And that actually goes for the rest of the team too. So yeah.
So did you see anything, you know, we always go back to Charlie's AV team, and they secured the cameras and the SD card. There's been much ado made out of that while you were there on the ground, and people need to understand, like, you were just hired. You're an independent contractor, essentially, working for TPUSA. You're not part of their team. You weren't flown in. Like, you live there locally outside of Provo, right?
Well, so I actually live in Idaho. I live in Boise. So my friend who is on the event team, she also lives in Boise, and we actually flew to Utah together. And so I flew in with them. But yeah, I was just a contractor. And yeah, I mean, I can shed a little bit more light on the whole SD card situation that everybody's made a really big deal about. So
please do. Just take us. So you're sitting there, you're basically taking a photo of Hunter Kozak as he's talking.
Yeah.
And I guess take it from there. Let's go from the very beginning all the way through your interaction with law enforcement, your perception of what was going on around you, how other people were behaving around you, all those things.
Yeah. So we got to the university around 8 a.m. To help set up. And my job was to capture photos of the environment, people interacting, the students there, the protesters, like anything and everything, right? And the best way that I can describe it was like a college football tailgate. Like the environment was electric. People were cheering. There was constant chants of like USA. I thought it was, it was my first event with them. So I thought it was pretty electric, and I thought it was really cool. In my opinion, I didn't notice anything off that day. There was a time where I took a photo of the entire security team. They just wanted everybody to be included, right, in the photos, and to just have this team sort of atmosphere that's presented within the photos itself. So so I did that from about 8 a.m. to literally like, as far as getting photos of the surroundings and the environment like that, I did that all the way up until Charlie arrived, which once he arrived, there's actually video somewhere online where you can see Charlie pull up in the SUV, and he gets out, he goes to the bathroom, comes back, and we're doing photos with him and the university chapter for Turning Point. And so we're doing group photos with Charlie, and then I'm getting photos of him interacting with all the chapter members. And then from there, we go straight to the hat throwing. And so I'm taking photos of him while he's, throwing hats. And in fact, Erica Kirk used one of the photos that I took on her own Instagram, and it was used for
those kind of
memorial.
Now iconic photos of him throwing hats. That was you.
Yeah, there's one in particular that she used on her Instagram, and she also used it for the memorial service as well. And so, but I will say too, like, I had not really shown anybody the photos out of respect for Turning Point. I didn't sign a contract with them saying I couldn't or anything like that. It's just, I've had people reach out to me and offer me a lot of money for the photos, but that's just not how I do things. So just out of respect for Turning Point and Erica, I've just kept those pretty quiet into myself. So, but yeah, I mean, all the way up to the shooting, I was originally on Charlie's left-hand side, and just taking photos of him sitting down. Henry, who was the first person to ask questions, I got photos of him. And then once Hunter started asking questions, I just wanted a different angle, different perspective. And that's when I went around to Charlie's right and started taking photos of Hunter. And then the shot happened. And then pandemonium kind of broke loose.
So the shot goes off. You're off to Charlie's right. I'm assuming.
Yep.
You're kind of facing towards Charlie's 12 o'clock, right? Kind of.
Yeah, I'm facing it like exactly where Hunter was at. That's where my lens was focused on.
Gotcha. Now, when that shot went off, what did it sound like? Did you did it sound in the direction of that sound? What did that?
It's crazy because like I grew up with firearms my entire life, been around guns, and so it's weird because like the thought of someone shooting at that event was never crossed my mind. And so when I heard the shot, my first immediate reaction was a firework or firecracker went off. But then reality quickly set in. I'm like, ooh, no, that was definitely a gunshot. And then I thought originally it came from my right, But I was also standing underneath a concrete barrier, and the wall was like right next to me, and I'm pretty sure sound went off the wall into my right ear because my left side was completely open. And so yeah, and once I realized it was a gunshot, that's when I looked to my left and I saw Charlie's security team all over Charlie and taking him back to the SUV. And then that's when I was slowly walking backwards, and there was a car behind me where there's already like 15 people behind, and trying to maintain composure, and just kind of took cover.
Hold on real quick. So
yeah,
you saw Charlie's security team down behind the table.
Yeah, they
Right.
like
Yeah,
tackled him, and yeah.
So
Yeah.
did you see them trying to? Well, what did you see them doing? I'll just say that.
Good question.
So honestly, like, because I was pretty focused on the what I was taking a photo of, which was Hunter, like, dude, everything happened so quickly. I just saw them tackle him and then take him to the SUV as quickly as possible. Like, I was in shock. I was like, I didn't even realize what had really happened. I was like, wait, what just happened? My mind's trying to process everything. But yeah, this whole team was taken back to the SUV, and that's what I saw.
Did you see anything suspicious from the security team? Anything that they were doing that made you think like that's weird, or that seems like
No, everybody, like, it was like routine. It was like a routine day. Everyone, like every single one of the security members were so friendly to me. Like I said, it was my first time there, but they treated me like family. And I could tell Dan, he took his job very, very seriously, and he's always on Charlie's right-hand side. And like in every video you'll ever see of Charlie at college campuses, he's always there. And so it was just a routine thing. They're constantly in communication. That's where you see the earpieces. And if you see one of the guys doing this, all of them are probably doing it too, because they're just communicating. And so I think their main responsibility is to cover like the immediate perimeter. So anybody that's jumping over, and from what I know of, it was Utah Valley University's responsibility to cover and make sure like the rooftops are secure and stuff like that. That was not part of Charlie's team's responsibility. So yeah, everything seemed normal. Nothing seemed off to me. Yeah, that's all I can really say about that.
So what did you perceive the direction of the gunshot when it went off?
So like I said, it sounded like it came from my right, but then I talked to other witnesses like right after the fact, like once everything started to settle down, and they showed me videos, like pretty obviously graphic videos, and it looked like it came from the right. And in my opinion, when I saw the video, my first thought, I don't want to admit it, of course, but my first thought was there's no way he survived that. There's no way. Just how his body. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, when you say to your right, given the way that you were standing, what direction does that correlate? Where does that correlate with? I guess
I think that would be south. So like the staircase, there was like a staircase to my right, because we were facing, I believe we were facing east. But yeah, so I think it would be south.
So it seems like, go ahead.
Now I was gonna say, would you say that where you thought you heard the sound come from correlates with what you've seen so far as relates to where we believe that the Tyler Robinson was when he did the deed? Does that seem?
I think he's saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, I think the shot came, like from where Tyler was. Okay. In my opinion.
Because I don't know the north and south part. And so I was like, maybe just to add a little bit more context.
Yeah.
But no, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely.
But what you are, I mean, basically at the time, let me just throw this up here.
Yeah.
Basically what you're saying is, let me get to that page. You felt like at the time it sounded like it came from over here by the staircase.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, sound definitely. And the other thing too, like what's really hard to tell from this, everything is so close. And let me ask you this. Would you agree that if there was a gunman over here by this staircase, that there's no way that he wouldn't be seen or heard?
Correct. I mean, security had that covered too. That was like while I was doing photos, like right after the photos, actually, You know, I was obviously overhearing some conversations that the security team was having, and actually Dan and I literally stood at that stairwell, and he said, "This place is pretty open. We need to make sure that this place is secure." And so they had that covered too. So, but yeah.
So what would you attribute the fact that, you know, you were over here on Charlie's right hand side, and you were facing toward the center, you know,
Yeah.
Hunter Kozak would have been somewhere in here, right here.
Yes, sir.
Now, and you're saying that you heard it seemed like at the time you actually heard a gunshot go off from this direction. What would, if you were wrong about that, what would you attribute that to?
Just how sound travels, and how it bounces off things. You know, like I said, I grew up with firearms. I've been to shooting ranges multiple times. And so just how sound travels and how it can bounce off things. I think that's why I initially thought it came from my right. Because I was in an enclosed area. But yeah, in my opinion, I do think that the shot came from head on to where Tyler Robinson was.
So the gunshot goes off. We see, next thing you know, the security's on top of Charlie, and now they're transporting Charlie to the SUV to get him to the hospital. So did you follow them along with that? What happened with all that?
My mind went to, like, what's next? Like, is he an active shooter? Is he going to go on a rampage? How many shooters are there? That's where my mind went. And so my mind went to, like, duck and cover as soon as I went behind that SUV. And then, you know, and internally I was definitely panicking, but because there were so many people screaming and freaking out, I kind of had to tell myself, like, calm down, relax, breathe. And then the only photo that I did take after the fact was of the senile old guy that you guys were talking about not that long ago. And as he was being arrested, because my mind went to, this could be used for evidence. And so I just wanted to make sure I got that. But that was the last photo that I did take.
Now, a lot of the photos that came out after this were, you know, a lot of them came from, you know, cell phones, and people were cropping way in, and, you know, the resolution wasn't all that great. Did you see any of the security guys with blood on them, blood on their hands? Did you see blood on Charlie? Like, describe some of those things for us.
Yeah, I saw the aftermath. And the police did their best to say, stay away from the area. But yeah, I mean, I went next to the table. There was blood all over the table. There's blood all over the ground. Once everything settled enough, we, like myself and other witnesses, Charlie's team, his security team, were taken to, like, this, basically it was like a faculty area within the university. And we were there for probably maybe 45 minutes to an hour while the SWAT made sure the whole university was safe and secure before they let us go. And so I do know the detectives definitely questioned some of the security teams, but yeah, they had blood on them. They had blood on their pants. And that's another thing that people don't realize because it's not talked about. But, like, everyone within that hour, there's a lot of tears, you could just tell this whole security team was defeated. Like, they just looked in shock. And so that was really hard, because here's people, like I said, I was there for my first time, but there's people there that have known Charlie for a very, very long time. And so to see just the grief and the shock and the terror that were on their faces, it crushed me. So.
Wow.
Yeah, that's so what happened after? So they take Charlie off. You know, you guys get taken into this faculty room. I'm sure you're questioned to some extent. Was law enforcement there at that point?
Yeah, law enforcement was there. Also, huge props to first responders, because, you know, they did the best that they could in a very scary situation. And yeah, we're in that room for about an hour, and everyone's checking their phones constantly to see if there's any updates on Charlie. You know, I was texting my best friends and my family to make sure I'm okay. And so it was just a lot of, like, just making sure everyone was okay. What can we do for each other? That kind of thing. So yeah.
I'm sure just everybody's in shock, right?
Oh, it was, yeah. there was a lot of crime, but there was also a lot of silence. Like people were just, they couldn't believe it.
Can I ask what?
Yeah.
How long were you there? Like, how long was your day
In total?
You said you got there. Yeah, in total.
Yeah. So we got there like 8 a.m. I think we left there around 4:30. And like we got like, I remember we left shortly after we actually all found out that Charlie didn't make it when he was pronounced dead. And so I mean, there was already like, I've never seen so many police vehicles there in my entire life. Like it was crazy. And there was obviously a lot of reporters outside. I know ABC National News contacted me and wanted an interview, but I declined just because I didn't know what they were going to ask me. So, but yeah, it was, I would say we probably left around 4:30 p.m.
Andrew,
Wow.
what,
Okay.
going back to, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, I was saying, no, I appreciate him for sharing.
You know what?
Yeah.
Let's go back. So you got there at 8 a.m. and the event wasn't starting till right at noon. What was going on before the show?
Yeah. So, very similar to pretty much any event I've ever been to. You help with setup. People were bringing out drinks for everybody, like waters and snacks, and basically making sure everybody was, prepared. And then, like I said, for my job was to take photos of, students showing up, the volunteers that were helping out there for Turning Point, just really capturing the environment. I even talked to like the protesters that were there. And, even when I was walking up to them with the camera, they definitely looked a little timid because, there's been a lot of videos at that time that you had other people trying to basically do the whole gotcha type videos to get views and clicks and stuff like that. But I was just glad that they were there. I asked, hey, like, where are you guys from? What brings you over here? Do you guys need anything? And they were super friendly. And so, which I really appreciated. And so, it just, that's basically what we're doing from 8 a.m. until Charlie showed up, was getting things ready. They did sound checks. They, I was talking to the other production team just to talk about camera gear and kind of nerdy stuff like that. And
And just for clarity, you're only a still photographer. You're not a videographer.
I do video, but this
video, okay.
For this particular event, I was only doing photos.
Do you do drones at all?
I do. And I had my drone with me, but I was told that we couldn't use drones, that the university wasn't allowing that. So, and I did, man, like that's something that I beat myself up quite a bit because I'm very much like, just get the shot no matter what. But
yeah,
I just wanted to respect what was said. But yeah, I always think about like, what if I had my drone up? Could I have captured something? Could I have, seen something that would have made a difference,
I got you. No,
so
for sure.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, of course.
And during that setup, during that time before Charlie arrived, did you see anything suspicious, out of the norm, anything like that?
Not really. I can't really think of anything that I thought this is weird. The only thing that was weird to me was just like, I don't know. I felt like the tent where Charlie was at was kind of like a fish in a fishbowl. Like it was just very, I don't know. It was just that was the only weird part to me. And just because we're super exposed, everyone else is elevated. And but that, I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting spot to have the debates.
Right. Can I ask real quick? Have you done anything else similar to this before?
I've done a lot of events. Yeah.
I think so. Go ahead. So would this event for TPUSA and Charlie Kirk, have you ever seen one like that? Maybe that's a better question. Have you ever seen one situated like that you said like was in a fishbowl or this amphitheater type of stuff?
All the other events I've done were basically for entrepreneurs, and they have their own stage and the crowd's below them. So it was very much like that, and everything was inside. This was actually the first event other than like concerts that I've done where it was outside and it was this type of environment. So
I got you. Okay.
Interesting. The when you talked to the protesters, what was was there any kind of themes that they were kind of going with? What were they actually protesting? What were they saying to you? What was their problem with Charlie, TPUSA?
I mean, it was, yeah, I mean, they just didn't like his views on things. They all had the LGBTQ plus Palestinian flag. But like, they didn't say anything like bad to me. Like I just came at them like they're normal human beings. Like, hey, what brought you out here? Like, what are you studying? And, basically it was those type of conversations. I didn't want to make them feel threatened or by any, I wanted to make them feel comfortable. And so I just talked to them about normal stuff. And they were incredibly kind back to me. So, but that's, yeah, they're just very pro LGBTQ plus and the whole, they had the flags and everything like that. So.
Sure. Now, up to the point, Charlie's taken off. Like after Charlie was taken off and they hauled off George Zinn, where did you go?
So after the fact, once things were settled down, I went to, the police officer to say, hey, like I was a photographer for Turning Point for this day. I've got photos. Where do I need to go to submit these? Like, I just want to help out. And they were trying to figure that out as things were moving. So after the fact, I went to other Turning Point employees to see how they're doing, what they needed. I went to other just bystanders to see, if they were okay. There was this one gentleman in particular who, he was actually a pretty big dude, all tatted up, and he just looked frozen. And I went up to him like, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? And he looked at me and he just broke down and cried. And so that was the kind of what I was doing, was just going around making sure people were okay. And if there was anything that I could do to help out. And then eventually, once things got even more settled, then the detectives were able to get everybody that said that they were a witness and brought them into the faculty room, like I said.
Gotcha.
Now, when Tyler were you there when they started taking down cameras and you saw him did you see him take out the SD cards? Like what was going on with that?
So Terrell,
Yeah,
I didn't actually see him take the SD card out of the camera because I wasn't like there at that moment. But when we were in the faculty room together, I was sitting across from him and just making sure he was okay. But like all of us were with the same mindset of like, we want to give these to the detectives. Like we didn't like go through photos together. We didn't delete anything. We were all just there sitting together, just kind of processing everything. But one thing is for sure, we wanted to give what we had to the detectives as soon as possible.
Can I ask about the SD cards?
Yeah.
So let's say you did have the SD cards, and let's say you did delete something off the SD card. Would the detectives, if they copied your SD card, would they know that there was a missing picture, or do they need to see or missing video or whatever? So if they copy it off of, you have your SD card and I copy it, would they be able to see that you deleted a video or picture off of your SD card from their file, or would they need to see yours? I hope that makes sense.
So yes and no.
Okay.
So when you take a raw file, everything's in like a numerical order. So it
Here's
could
my
say
raw
like
file.
so you have like
Here's my
picture
raw
56 and then it goes to 57, 58, and if you delete one, go from like 58 to like 60. And
Got it. Okay.
But why I say no is because if you delete something at the very end, there's no way of them knowing. Or so hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, well, and
that makes perfect sense.
Andrea Burkhart was talking to them about, she was the defense attorney that we had on the other night. She said, once the law enforcement gets those files, they can tell whether or not something's deleted just from being able to forensically examine that SD card. So she said, if there was anything, I'm just repeating what she said, if there was anything altered, deleted, or whatever else, at a professional level, they'd be able to tell that. And even, and we know that too. Like I've deleted an entire SD card, and then I was able to go over here and use some recovery software, and then I was able to get all the files back on it. So obviously with a higher technical grade of skill, they can forensically examine that and tell whether or not, you know, any files were deleted or altered or anything else. But there was none of that
Absolutely.
going on that you saw.
No, none of that. You know, we just wanted to make sure that we gave everything to the detectives as soon as we could. Like that was our mentality, because I knew that, you know, everybody wanted to help out and be able to capture whoever did it.
Andrew, was there anything else, you know, from that day that you can remember, or anything else you think feels like important for people to know?
I think something that I wanted to take away from this, like I said, like my faith is important. I've already talked about that, but something that has been really sad to see, especially with social media, because I love social media, but I know social media is also can be used and abused in very awful ways. And I think one of those ways is social media has really desensitized people from each other. And so when you are commenting or, you know, sending someone a message of hate, just let you know, like that person probably has a family. They love just as much as you love. They care just like you care. And like our lives matter too. And so I would just make sure before you say anything to anybody, just really think and process before you hit that send button. Because there's a lot of people like myself, but even people that I know that have been getting way worse of, you know, death threats and accusations than I have. And it really breaks my heart to see, because the people that I met there are people that truly, truly not just cared about Charlie, but also cared about what he was doing. And like I said, and like with open arms and treat. Oh wait, what?
We lost. We froze for about half a second. Yep.
Froze for a second. Sorry,
oh, okay, cool. But yeah, no, you're good. And so I really wish that we could just kind of drop the boxing gloves and realize that we all want truth and we all want justice for Charlie. And you know, we need to just come back together as one. That would be my biggest takeaway from all of this, because all of these theories and conspiracies, in my opinion, have kind of really divided everybody. And you're either like Team Candace or Team Turning Point, but we should all be in support of Charlie. And again, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. There's nothing wrong with that. But there is a very thin line between accusations and insinuations. And when people are saying, I'm just insinuating, I'm not really, it's like, you're making a pretty bold claim though. And
you're making accusations that are veiled as questions. And that
exactly. And, you know, we're not dumb. We can read between the lines. And so I just have an issue. Obviously I don't agree with what Candace has been saying. You know, the tweet where she had, they all betrayed him and now she's moving goalpost after goalpost. Like that bothers me, because now you're trying to get a huge following of hers against what Charlie was actually trying to do. And no one's going to be able to replace Charlie. No one. Like no one's going to be able to fill his shoes. And so I wish we could just come together and as one in a very loving and respectful way. And even if you don't agree with what's being said, we shouldn't demonize one another. We should all just continue to try to figure out what happened, but do it in a respectful way, because that matters and how you do it. So,
yeah, no. So, you know, you being there on the ground, which obviously is a much better, gives you a much better perspective of reality than us sitting back here and reanalyzing, you know, videos and photos that were taken well after the fact. And then, I don't know, kind of projecting our own thoughts and feelings and perceptions upon those. When you were there on the ground, was there anything to indicate that anybody within Turning Point or anybody that you came across, period, was involved in this or acted suspicious in a way that you were like, oh, this is weird, that they're, you know, did that ever cross your mind, I guess?
No, not even a little bit. Like I said, everybody that I talked to, for the most part, has known Charlie for years. Like years. And they were so excited about this because they were excited for the future and what this meant and what this was going to do for the younger generation and for the youth that's going to be eventually running this country, you know. And so like that was always his mission, was to not just to educate people, but to make sure like, hey, like these are these type of discussions, these type of debates, they should be the norm. Like, we shouldn't be afraid to have hard conversations with people, because at the end of the day, even if we don't ever agree, we should still love and respect one another. And I think that was a huge mission of his. And I think that's what I think is kind of missing now, because of all the chaos and all the theories and stuff like that. But now everyone was super nice and loved Charlie.
Yeah, I think, going back to what you were talking about as far as the hate that we see online and the accusations and things like that, like, I think it's always a good rule to live by. Like, don't say anything online that you wouldn't say to that person in person.
Good catch. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think most people would talk the way they do to other people, because what it does, one of the problems that with social media is it allows us to communicate, but it dehumanizes the person on the other end. Like, we don't see them as a real person. And I think that that's a real problem.
Absolutely.
Andrew, if you don't mind, I got a few, we got a few super chats, especially, and then maybe ask a few, answer a few other questions. MTX 485 says, really sorry, man. I can't imagine seeing that. From Idaho myself, you have a new fan. Speaking of which, Andrew, will you tell everybody your social media? Normally I would have had this thing set up just for you and would have some links. I'll try to remember to put some links to your socials down in the description below when I post this. But what's your socials?
So my Instagram, which I use the most, is Andrew Ferrasi _productions. That's where you can see most of my work and photos and videos that I've done. And then I also have a TikTok, which is also my first and last name. You can find me there. And I'm excited for that, because that's just going to be more videos of what I'm actually passionate about. I think at the end of the day, for me, like, I don't want to be just known as, Charlie's photographer. Like, there's a lot more to me than that. And so, I'm excited for future content that we're going to be making on there. But those are the two primary socials that I use.
Well, Andrew, I know too, like, you were even when I contacted you, you were kind of hesitant to do this interview. What stopped you from, what was your concern about, coming out and like telling your story to begin with?
I mean, just all the I don't know, the ramifications that could happen after the fact, like, my fear, especially with everybody, like big podcasters, I never know what's going to be asked. I never want to be put in a situation where they try to put me in a situation where I could look really bad or make Turning Point look really bad. Sure. But because everything was just boiling up with like just more and more and more, I just felt like, you know what, people need to hear someone that isn't related to Turning Point, like doesn't actually work there and was actually there, that has a completely unbiased view. I think the only bias that I have is that I really love Charlie and I really supported the work that he was doing. But to just have someone that was actually there, that was, feet away from him when it happened, and just to give people my perspective. So I think that was because we need more people to speak out and people to talk about this kind of stuff, because I'm tired of the theories. I'm tired of the quote unquote conspiracies. Like, we need more people that were there to speak up, and not to just speak up, but to do it in a way that's truthful, but also gracious at the same time.
I'm with you.
Yeah, no, first of all, man, just thank you for, coming on here and having the courage to share your story. I know, like I said, a lot of people have tracked you down and, threatened you. And obviously, we have big people like Jimmy Dore irresponsibly making accusations towards you. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, guys. I was just going to make a quick comment about Jimmy Dore.
No, go ahead.
So Jimmy Dore, like, I didn't know who he was before any of this happened. And, he's always claims that, he wants to find the truth. But when I saw that video, I actually commented on it saying, hey, this is me that you're talking about. And I have not heard back from him at all. So I think people that are actual journalists that want the truth have every journalist is supposed to follow a code of ethics. And if you're really trying to find the truth and you see someone comment, and especially it's the person that you're talking about, and you don't reach out to them to find out more, you're only in it for the money. You're only in it for the views. You're only in it for like just to get more clicks. And so that told me a lot about who he is, because I was more than happy and more than willing to have a conversation with him. And so that really put a bad taste in my mouth when it came to Jimmy Dore.
Well, it
So-
definitely seems like at a minimum,
Yeah.
people are wanting to push a narrative, and they're not interested in the truth. And that's the biggest problem that I've seen throughout this. And so there it is, Jimmy Dore. That's a challenge. You know what? You have Andrew here that you're accusing of basically killing. I mean, it's not just
Wow.
like you're complicit. I mean, you're being
Yeah.
accused that you were the guy that pulled the trigger that killed Charlie Kirk, which is unfathomable. And then you responded to him and he had nothing to say. So there you go, Jimmy Dore. If you want the truth, have Andrew on and let him tell you his story. I don't know if he wants to or not, but again, I appreciate you coming on, and I think you're right.
For sure,
And
man.
that was some of the things that I was, communicating to you on Twitter and our DMs. Like, man, I think it's just really important that more people get out here. The more people that speak out that were there that day, the less breathing room some of these. Look, I'm all about conspiracies, but the problem that I have is that when the conspiracies are being pushed with no evidence and in spite of evidence and common sense against them, and you continue to push them, that tells me you have an agenda. So that's the problem that I have, is agenda-driven conspiracies that, just never seem to end. So here's a few.
I agree.
Go ahead. Yep. Did you have something to say?
I was just going to say I agree. Nope.
Jay? All right.
I'm going to say thank you, first of all, Andrew, for coming in and sharing your
man.
story. Thank you always, Gary, for
Yes,
having
sir.
me on. I have a nighttime driver. We had a nighttime driver standing in my office. It was like, Dad, are we supposed to be driving? So I need to go take her driving so she can take her test this week. But
Awesome.
thank you so much, Gary. Very nice meeting you. I'm sorry, Gary. It's nice rap with you. Andrew, nice meeting you. I'll
Nice
see you
meeting
guys
you
real
too,
soon.
man.
Take care.
All right, buddy. Talk to you later. Do you think George Farmer could be her handler? I guess that question's to me. Look, I don't know. George Farmer, for people who don't know, that's Candace Owens' husband. I mean, I don't know. Andrew, are you employed now? Can we do anything to help you?
Yeah, no, I am employed. I have an awesome job. I'm not going to say where I work just because I don't want
Probably a good
anybody to email them. But no, I'm doing well. I'm taking basically this whole month off, and I've been doing a lot of freelance stuff, but in my hometown, which has been awesome. But no, I'm doing great, and I really appreciate that question. Again, like, it's weird because like after the layoff, I was like, man, this is just like one thing after another, but I did feel a peace about everything, and now I'm in a way better position, and I'm excited for my new job. So thank you.
Awesome. Melissa Cole wants to know, first of all, she wants you to know that she is truly sorry that you had to endure such a devastating tragedy. With respect, she was wondering what led you to taking the job in Arizona while living in Boise, especially in a role that requires neutrality.
So for me, like, when I do events, like I have a huge passion for photography. So I wasn't like, yes, I love Charlie and I love what he was doing, but when I'm doing a job, I don't really focus on what the message is that is being said. I'm just there to do a job, take photos of the people speaking, take photos of the environment and that kind of stuff, and almost kind of like a clock in, clock out mentality. But yeah, if I'm being fully transparent, I was really excited because I loved what Charlie was doing, and there was more of a passion behind me being there, just because it's like, this is something that's actually changing lives. This is something that is moving a nation. And so, yeah, there was a sense of pride being there. So that's why I took it.
Awesome. We have another question. This is, what time did they build the set, the tent, sound check? Do you have any
all of that was being done between 8 o'clock and like before Charlie got there at noon. So, the tent was probably set up completely, probably by like 10:30. They started doing sound checks around that time. Like I said, everything was very routine. There was nothing that I felt like was out of place or was weird or anything like that.
What time do you think was the tent one of the first things that went up? I mean, so was, what time was that tent up, would you say, estimate?
I'd probably say between 10 o'clock was probably 9:30 to 10. And then there was another tent that was higher up where the Turning Point volunteers were at. That was basically put up right away because all the volunteers were so freaking awesome and so just diligent and hardworking that it went up pretty quick. But yeah, I would say that the main tent went up between 9:30, 10:30, somewhere around there.
Okay. Yeah, and the relevance of that question is, if Tyler did come earlier to see where the tent was, that's the relevance of that question. That's what
Okay. Gotcha.
How early would he have known exactly where Charlie would have been? But the fact is no matter where they put that tent from where he shot, there was a line of sight, folks. And I can actually show that to you on our 3D model. I've looked at that. So it didn't matter if it was moved all the way over to the far left, Charlie's far left, there would have been a line of sight to Charlie one way or the other. Let's see. Miss Chunky Monkey, thank you very much for that. I'll go ahead and remove this.
Great username too, by the way.
Right? Great.
That's awesome.
If it wasn't made by Ben and Jerry's. Freaking liberal weirdos. She wanted you to know that you were a good guy. Were there a lot of students at the event?
Yeah, there was a ton, and a lot more than I thought there was going to be. I took a wide angle shot of basically everybody that was in that venue area, and it was packed. It was absolutely packed. So, like I said, it felt very similar to like a college football tailgate. Was
there a lot of people there that you could identify weren't students as well? Was there a lot of
for sure
outside school participation?
There's definitely more students there than like adults, but there was quite a bit of adults there too.
Let me ask you this: how much time, and I don't know when they decided to hire you, bring you on, or how much insider baseball that you were given prior to showing up there, but how far back were you made aware of this event? When were you actually hired for this?
At least a few weeks out, maybe a month. They had everything scheduled out ahead of time because they have to. But sure. I think it was about a month because they, had to make sure that the plane tickets were all set and good to go, and the hotel room where I was staying at was good to go. So they needed that time to set everything up. So I'd probably say about a month out.
I mean, definitively at least 3 weeks prior to the event, you knew where it was going to be, all those things, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Folks, we'll take a few more questions and then we'll let Andrew get out of here. If you guys have any other final questions for him, throw them up now. Now's the time to do it. Let's see. I won't subject you to that. It's basically somebody talking about Candace, not you. Well, this is a great question. Did he run into those who were wearing the maroon shirts? If so, does he know who they were? My guess was a contractor or employee. Did you see people in maroon shirts?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, so many people were.
If you were wearing a maroon shirt, you were implicated in this. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I mean, so were the bees, but no, I don't know, man. Like there's probably, the amount of people I saw that day exceeds my memory for sure. But I guarantee if I went and looked back at my photos, I could probably find at least one person wearing a maroon shirt. But, no, like I said, no one was, in my opinion, was suspicious or acting weird or anything like that. It seemed very normal.
Gotcha. Gary Admin note, I love the Dr. Strangelove background. One of my favorite movies. I got to give that credit to my producer, J Dub. The other thing while I have you on here, a lot of people were making a lot to do about hand signals. Did you see any of that? Did that anything like stand out to you that you can confirm or deny one way or the other?
If I didn't notice any hand signals, but like obviously looking at the videos after the fact, if there's any sort of signaling going on, I'm pretty sure it's just the security team being on constant contact. Like you have to be. You're talking to each other all the time, making sure certain areas are secure, anything weird happening. So I don't know. Like when I see those things, I'm like, that doesn't look, weird to me. I feel like that's probably normal for most security teams to have some sort of, way to communicate, but I'm not putting a lot of stock into that. I didn't think there was anything weird.
I hate to even ask these questions because it's so ridiculous.
No, you're good.
It's based on a lot of the questions or the things being said out there. People have said a couple things. Number one, there's the conspiracy going around that Charlie faked his death, that this was all, special effects. Talk about that a little bit, I guess.
Like I said, when I saw the video of Charlie being shot by people in the front row, I hate to say it, but in my opinion, he was gone immediately, And my own personal eyes, I saw the amount of blood that was on the table, on the ground. Like that amount of blood lost, especially from the neck. Like if you're not able to put pressure on that type of wound quickly, there's no chance. And we're talking seconds here. Like there was just, in my opinion, there was no shot that he lived from that. There was no, I do kind of like stop and think about the people that think that he's still alive, because from what I saw of the aftermath, there's just no way. There's no way. Yeah. And like, there would be no reason for Charlie to fake his death, like at all.
Yeah, no, it makes zero sense. And I don't even believe that he necessarily died from blood loss. I think he had such a traumatic
from the spine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was, such a traumatic kinetic event internally between that and the overpressure that his brain was impacted on and everything else. But no, I mean, I don't know. It's a shame that people would even say that, it's I can't think of another outside of even J13th, the attempted assassination on Trump. Like there's definitely never been a more videoed event possible. Definitely not at the level of how graphic everything that we've seen. And it's obviously not, that brings me to another point. When the law enforcement was there, were they going around and talking to other people with phones and that would potentially have additional evidence, things like that?
Yeah. There was a whole group of people standing together that were like, hey, I've got video evidence on my phone. And all of them were shocked too. Like they just couldn't believe what just happened. But there were so many people there that were so willing to help out because they captured it. And so, yeah, they took all those people. I'm sure they questioned them. To answer your question, yes, there was other people that had other footage and they were brought into that same room that all of us were in.
One of my kind of thoughts on all this is that, like, yeah, there's a lot of footage that we have now seen from that event. I think some of the most important footage, basically what we're left with on social media is what the FBI didn't want, or the Utah authorities didn't want. I think most of the footage that had any real evidence, or maybe they saw something that we haven't seen so far, I think that was all collected and handed over to the authorities. Going back through your photos of that day, were you able to spot anything odd? Did you happen to catch a picture of somebody on that roof or anything like that?
Yeah, so when after the fact that I gave like the detectives all my photos, they gave my SD card back to me. Obviously they didn't delete anything because I still needed to edit the photos, color grade it, that kind of stuff, and give it to Turning Point because I still had my job to finish. But man, I can't tell you how many times I went through each and every single photo just so I could see if I could help out. I even tried zooming in the area to where Tyler was supposed to be and couldn't see anything because it was so blurred out, because my camera has the blurred out background effect, you could say. But yeah, I went through each photo. I got a photo of the old dude in the crowd that was arrested. Yeah, I mean, I went through each photo as best as I could to find something, and couldn't find anything on my end.
Melissa Cole says, did it seem they secured the scene quickly to you?
No. I mean, I say no because in that situation, their questions are the same as ours. Like, how many shooters are there? Where did they go? Like, is it an active shooter? So they were trying to frantically get people to safety, and while at the same time making sure the area was safe. And then they also tried their best to make to secure the scene. But like I'm sure you guys have seen, people were stealing hats, and I know that with Terrell, like that, getting that SD card was really important because it has evidence on it, right? So we don't want that to be taken or damaged, and that's a crucial part of evidence, which I know he gave to the detectives. So yeah, I wouldn't say they secured it quickly, but I will tell you, I mean, my drone was in one of the SUVs, and I couldn't collect my drone for three or 4 days, something like that, because they wouldn't let anybody near it afterwards. So yeah, to answer your question, I don't think they secured it quickly, but they did the best they could.
That's good. Yeah, man. Number one, can't thank you enough for coming on. I think you sharing your perspective it's huge. I'm sorry that you had to go through that event. I'm sorry that you had to go through, people accusing you of crazy things and the death threats and everything else that you had to endure for that. But I appreciate your courage of coming on and talking with us. Yeah, I hope folks, if there's other eyewitnesses out there, I think it's so important for you to come forward and just tell your story and to get the truth out there. And, if there was something suspicious, we'd like to hear about it. If you just want to tell your story and you didn't see anything suspicious other than, what happened, I think that's important to get out there too. The fact is we need the truth. And the people on the ground there are the best insight to that truth, not people sitting in a YouTube studio and, speculating all to hell and back. It just doesn't bring us the clarity that it needs. Anything else you can think of that you think is relevant to any of this?
I don't think so. I truly appreciate all the work that you put in yourself to figure out the truth, to taking your own time to go to Utah Valley University, interviewing kids there. That's a lot of effort that you put in. So I really appreciate you doing all of that, and for having me on and allowing me to share my story.
Well, man, we appreciate you coming on. Well, Andrew, I'll let you get out of here, man. Thank you so much again. If you need, you know how to get a hold of me. If there's anything I can ever do for you, you let me know. Reach out to me. Let us know. And you got a whole Paramount army behind you. So
awesome, man. I do have a really good friend in town who he runs his own pretty big podcast. It's called the Wild Chaos Podcast, and I was talking to him, and he would love to get you on his show. So I'll give you his contact information. So
be happy to. What is it?
Man.
Wild. What is it?
Wild Chaos Podcast.
Wild.
So he has he has like former police officers, vets, anybody that has basically a crazy background or stories to tell, that he just loves to hear their story and get to know them. So I'll make sure to DM you his info.
Yeah, is he on YouTube as well?
Oh yeah, he's on YouTube. His Instagram's blowing up and his TikTok's blowing up too. So he's a good dude though. Awesome
Folks,
guy.
You guys know what to do. Make sure if you're listening right now, go give Wild Chaos Podcast a like and subscribe over on YouTube, and we will definitely be happy to do that, man. Just for you.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
Thanks again, man. We'll talk to you later.
Sounds good, man.
All right, folks. You know what? I want to go ahead and take this time. We already started a little bit. I want to go through the Turkey Tom video. So if you guys want to hang out with me just a little bit longer, we're going to go through the Turkey Tom video. I think that's really important. If you haven't seen that, you need to see it. So let's go ahead and play that. and we're still just, I don't know. You know, I'm going to take it off of 1.5 times. We'll do 125. That's usually that's usually a pretty good one. So let's play this and we'll take it from there.
It didn't seem like law enforcement were making significant progress in the case. Given how high profile an incident it was, and how much it had inflamed the United States as a whole, people were pretty worked up. And unsurprisingly, they launched their own investigations. Once again, things get a little tricky, but this time around, it's a bit more complicated. It's important to say that as far as any of us know, none of these people are responsible for, implicated in, or in any way related to the assassination. However, it is important to take everything into consideration, especially considering how ominously foreshadowing some of the posts I'm about to talk about are. The first of these is a set of tweets by someone named Omar, with multiple Twitter handles. The tweets from the 9th of September read, "Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. Let's just say something big will happen."
All right. So I'm going to address something real quick. I just saw a dumb comment. Let's go up here. Are you kidding me? I don't know who is paying you, dude, but this is the eyewitness. It's over. It's over, and you're a effing fool. Like, that's the eyewitness. And this is the problem. Like, you, Candace, following cultist weirdos, cannot accept, like, facts. And when you have somebody on that's an eyewitness, this is like, it doesn't get more sincere than this guy. And then you say that I'm a effing fool when Candace just had Mitch Snow on and make up the freaking dumbest story on the face of the planet, saying that she saw Brian Harpole there, that he saw Erica Kirk there, and I'm the fool for having someone on. Why hasn't Candace had any eyewitnesses on whatsoever? Why? I mean, I think that's just a legitimate question. And like, some of you people are just unbelievable, man. I don't know who gave you your brains. No one's paying me for anything. I haven't made a single dime off of any of this. No one pays me for it. I'm definitely not making money compared to what I could be doing. I'd be making a lot more money if I was dedicating the time that I'm dedicating this to my business. So just stop. This is a huge net loss. I'm just tired of like when I see stuff like this and the stuff that I see on X and see the stuff in the comments, it's disappointing to know that Americans are so freaking dumb. It really is. Like, for the level of stupidity that Candace puts out with zero evidence, with so much evidence against what she's saying, and she can still convince you people of this fantastical nonsense. It's disappointing. It really is. That's the way I see it. All right, let's play this.
Tomorrow. After the shooting happened, this person came back to Twitter to say, "Charlie Kirk got shot. Bro, I promise I didn't have anything to do with it. But I called it, and it's so deserved." Eventually, this person took down their own Twitter account, and someone completely unrelated took the other handle to prevent it from being taken and used by scammers. Side note, this only kind of works because if you look up the handle on Twitter now, the first result is a fake account promoting a crypto scam in the name of Charlie. Pretty disgusting stuff. As people saw this tweet and had a revelation of someone who accurately called that this would happen, someone looked up that handle on Google, found the first picture of a person, and then spread the claim that this person was Omar or Najra Galv's, their Twitter handle. The thing is, if you look up someone's Twitter handle online and go on the images tab, you may get the images of any account that may be associated with theirs for whatever reason. They could have replied to each other years ago and it pops up. In this case, the person in the image is an account named Michaela Ultra from Seattle, whose account is now protected. The thing is, decoupling these two accounts was not enough for a lot of people, who promptly went through their tweets and found a reply from Michaela Ultra to a limited account that expressed they weren't fans of Charlie Kirk. Additionally, 2 other tweets were screenshotted, which read, "I'm crashing out. Coming apart at the seams. You're watching it live in real time. Keep your eyes peeled on the news." When someone replied to them suggesting they would be.
So, folks, we have multiple tweets that this guy has shared that there was people predicting what was going on, what was going to happen to Charlie Kirk. And yet none of that stuff is being explored by Candace and many others. As a matter of fact, as soon as you bring that stuff up, you know, again, they start accusing you of, just like this guy, you know, who's paying you? It's ridiculous. Like, everything points to not only Tyler Robinson, but I do think that there's probably a larger conspiracy at play. And I think it's this is what we're seeing right here. We need to find out what's going on with them. Candace needs to direct some attention and all of her resources to some of this and not be so myopic and short-sighted and try to say that everything was done by Israel, the French, people in maroon shirts, and the U.S. government. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just pure insanity. But you guys can make up your own minds on that.
The next trans shooter, Michaela Ultra replied by saying, "Finally, someone who is smart enough to read between the lines and figure out what all my Dr. Pepper posting is about." Now, as ominous as all of that sounds, especially since these tweets were made just a day prior to the assassination, and Michaela bearing some resemblance to AI-enhanced CCTV images of the assassin, the explanation to these tweets lies in the mention of Dr. Pepper. None of the tweets made on the day prior to the attack had anything to do with Charlie Kirk, conservatism, and it clearly wasn't serious, as they were all related to DMs exchanged with the Dr. Pepper Twitter account, demanding to talk to the real Dr. Pepper. On Instagram, they made a post saying, "I am suspended from Twitter, so I can't post proof of life there, but I would like to confirm that I am not the Charlie Kirk shooter." As far as I could tell, MKayla or Michaela Ultra never hinted at doing anything to Charlie Kirk, nor condoned what happened on the 10th. As far as who was really behind the Omar Twitter account, one person was found. First name Omar, last name Najera, like the Twitter handle, who also identified specifically as non-binary, just like the Twitter account. However, this person hasn't spoken out as of yet, and again, there is no specific evidence tying them to the crime. There was someone else, however, with much more incriminating material on their socials. Much like what happened to Michaela, as people ravenously dug through online posts to find evidence of someone connected to that Omar account who had hinted at what would happen to Kirk, they found a certain Sky Valadez. Sky was a member of a band called God's Finest Scalpel, or simply God's Finest, which was featured on a post of account Click Click Boom. Here, they're tagged as Straight Death, and if that name wasn't suggestive enough of some kind of terrorism, God's Finest had a song titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31, which was up on its...
So again, here we have a song that was released prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. But don't worry, folks, it's Israel.
SoundCloud long before the attack happened, and a similar song called Charlie Kirk's Death Isn't Enough for Me on Bandcamp from an album titled Death to American Scum. While that is all pretty...
Thank you, Natasha. Very good. I share your frustration with all my heart. Thank you so much for your efforts to speak truth to the world. Bethany. All right. So here's the difference between Turkey Tom and Candace. Number one, at the beginning of this, he shows a lot of bona fides. He confirms who this person is, and he shows you how he confirms who this person is. She's not doing that. And on top of that, we're given a lot of receipts. All right. We have pictures of inside their home. We have pictures of all the stuff, all the type of stuff that Candace seems to be allergic to, like real evidence, real receipts. And a lot of this stuff is pretty easily confirmed as well. So like there's a huge difference in what Candace does and what Turkey Tom's video is doing. And the other thing is Candace is completely intentionally not talked about this or not even explored this on her show. She should have been doing what I've been doing the whole time. Like, hey, you know what? If you're interested in the truth, you need to go watch the Turkey Tom video because there's a lot of information out there. Whether you decide that it is true or not, and you'd rather believe something else, you should at least view both of those. So there's that. We got another quick super chat that I want to, while we have it paused, we'll go ahead and hit. You would make a lot more if you talked about remote control clouds, shooting darts with hunting tips. Honestly, honesty isn't rewarding these days. Thanks, Gary, for keeping it straight. That's right, folks. Like if I wanted to make money on this, I would just grift like everybody else does and talk about all the other things we could be talking about. And let me tell you something. Like I know talking about this stuff, I'll lose viewers, that I won't gain viewers, that I'm going to be harassed on X and everywhere else. So there's no upside to this whatsoever. The upside is far more on the other direction. And by the way, since I've been talking about this, I've been pulled off of YouTube twice, as in they took down my live stream, and I've been given a strike, and I was off of YouTube for a week. Has Candace Owens been pulled off of a live stream? Has Ian Carroll? Has any of these other people? No, they're getting a lot of views because fiction always sells more than the truth. That's why even the greatest documentary in the world will never get the views that a Marvel Comics video or movie is going to get. You know, we keep hearing, well, Candace is the #1 podcaster. Well, guess what? Jerry Springer was the #1 daytime show. So, like, entertainment, which is what it is, entertainment is always going to get a lot more views, be much more interesting. It's a daytime soap opera. It's a 5 p.m. soap opera. That's what it is. And it's wild and it's crazy. And we're bringing people from Fort Huachuca, and we got the French coming in, and we got a hit squad after Candace, even though she goes to Dollywood the next day. You know, we got Israel. We have all of these crazy things. The U.S. military, special operations, planning an operation with Erica Kirk there, with Brian Harpole there. They're going to fly to Arizona, deploy a special operations team, and kill Charlie Kirk the next day. That's a lot more interesting than us going through the facts and having eyewitnesses on. Not going to get nearly the views. And I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you say about me. We're going to continue to push in this, and we're going to stop Candace from destroying people's lives. We're going to stop Candace from destroying Charlie's life work. That's what she is doing. And I'm not going to stand by and stay silent. And everybody else out there that it is, shame on you. Shame on you. If you're out there in the comments right now and you believe that what she's doing is destructive and you're not sharing this content and other people's content, shame on you. Like, it doesn't take much courage to get the word out. And for all the big platforms out there, people with large platforms, large YouTube channels, if you believe that Candace Owens is being a destructive force, shame on you. I don't care about how many people's watching this. I don't care if I got 1 million people watching or 2. My message is going to be the same. I'm not going to be captured by my audience, and I don't give a shit about my YouTube channel over the truth.
On the nose, it could just be excessively edgy trans activism. When people took to the comments of the Dead at 31 song on SoundCloud, Sky replied, "I'm not a student at any college. I don't support political violence. This song was a massive coincidence, and I'm leaving it at that. I will not take this down, as I believe in my First Amendment rights, and I believe that if you think this is disgusting, you're..."
All right, so again, this is a massive coincidence that we have a song just the next day. We're not looking into that. We're not looking into that, a song that predicts Charlie Kirk's. But if you acted weird under duress and, you know, you just walked off, or any other weird thing that Candace Owens put out, she thinks you're directly connected to Charlie's murder. But this person, there's no possible way that this person is connected to Charlie's murder directly. No way.
worried about the wrong thing. This response could have laid the issue to bed, but the people looking into this stuff weren't just looking for potential culprits, but also anyone who knew about the real shooter's plans and didn't report it or try to prevent it in any way. Despite being seemingly completely exonerated, Sky also took to Instagram. "I am not the shooter nor a current alumni at UVU. I had a dream back in March of this year when I recorded and debuted this song on SoundCloud. It's complicated and cheesy, but I did foresee the death of Charlie Kirk this year. However, not at a conference and not by the hand of a gun. I've never been a fan of Charlie Kirk, mostly because I live under the LGBTQ+ umbrella and disagree with everything he says. Then again, I hate all politicians and politics because it's such a wildfire of a situation already. I do not support the shooting in any way, but I am relieved that a Nazi sympathizer is no longer wasting my oxygen." Unsurprisingly, that second half did very little to quell suspicions about potential foreknowledge. So people kept digging, and eventually they found a second Instagram account that belongs to Sky called letters_2_bishop.
Let me jump. So he's giving a lot of circumstantial evidence, but let's talk about what's going on specifically with Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs, because that's where it gets really crazy and much more interesting, to be fair.
Having foreknowledge of the assassination, but at this point, as it stood, it was confirmed that none of these people were the killer, begging the question, who was actually behind the assassination? A whole day and a half after the shooting, on the evening of the 11th, the pictures of the killer in a cap and dark glasses were released. One of Tyler's friends, who was in the same Discord server with about 18 other people, sent the picture to their chat, jokingly remarking that it looked like Tyler and asking him where he was at. Tyler responded saying that his
All right, so his friend in a discourse chat actually says, hey, this looks like Tyler.
doppelganger did it, to which someone else sarcastically replied, Tyler killed Charlie. Clearly, the mere concept of Tyler doing such a thing was something his acquaintances wouldn't even consider. He was a seemingly intelligent guy, as his mother proudly bragged on Facebook about his 4.0 GPA. He was a mild-mannered indoorsman who gamed a lot, and although he wasn't a Republican like the rest of his family, he also wasn't even registered to vote and didn't express his opinions that much. Because of this, the rest of his server continued to joke about turning him in to collect the $100,000 bounty on the killer, which was
Gerhard, thank you very much. Gerhard says, Gary, former 11 Bravo here. Just wanted to say, don't let the haters get to you. Most of us out here are with you. Hope to meet you one day, brother. Kill. Yeah, look, I get frustrated, but it doesn't, like, we're not stopping. I don't care. I don't care what happens. So, and what I will also say is for all of you that are constantly supporting what we do here, it's appreciated. It goes a long way. So thank you very much. And thank you, Gerhard, and thank you for your service, brother. We appreciate you.
eventually raised to 1.2 million, or they made recommendations that Tyler not go to a McDonald's anytime soon, referencing the notorious case of Luigi Mangione, who was caught on CCTV when he stopped to get something to eat. Tyler even contributed some jokes about himself, saying he should get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have lying around. Over a few messages, he said, I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes. And also, the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room. I am actually Charlie Kirk. Wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death. Now I can live out my dream life in Kansas. Now, there is some justified debate as to whether the other people in this Discord knew the full extent of Tyler's intents and actions before, during, or after the murder of Charlie Kirk. Partly, it's because these messages were provided voluntarily by one of Tyler's friends, meaning they could have either been tailored by this friend in such a way to exclude anything that would incriminate any other members of the server, or it could mean that due to this friend's forthcoming cooperation with law enforcement, he was given a degree of privilege or protection. While it's highly likely that at least one member of this Discord was aware of Tyler's crimes, it's also likely that multiple, if not the majority of the members had no idea. And some of them even expressed grief over the assassination, remarking that Charlie didn't deserve it. Regardless, Tyler definitely seemed intent on keeping people under the impression that he was innocent, and this included his family. For nearly 2 whole days, he kept his family in the dark, and he
So there, Tyler Robinson is once again in a maroon shirt.
probably would have strung them along for longer if he could. But on the evening of the 11th, Tyler's father, Matt, saw the pictures of the killer on the news. To his unimaginable shock, he saw his son being reported about on national television for having murdered Charlie Kirk. Despite his utter shock and disbelief, Matt went to his son and simply asked him, Tyler, is this you? This looks like you. Tyler immediately confessed. But when urged to turn himself in, he responded, I would rather take my own life than turn myself in. Matt promptly contacted their local Mormon bishop, Scott Messinger, and asked him what he should do, who said that despite the risk of Tyler ending up getting the death penalty, they had to turn him in, which his father did, while also refusing to accept the reward money from the FBI, knowing that his...
So there again, we get, he's going to turn himself in, and we get additional information. I don't know where all that information came from regarding Matt Robinson actually talking to the bishop. That's not something that we've heard in any charging documents, and I haven't heard that from an official source. So that's interesting information. Take it for what it is, probably from an unconfirmed source. I don't know where all that information came from, but that's something we hadn't heard before.
fate had been sealed, Tyler felt the urge to come clean to his friends on Discord. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff in a few moments. Thank you for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so...
That's the thing. The picture didn't even look like Tyler in the stairwell. I disagree. Like, I think if you come into it with prejudice, trying to say that it wasn't Tyler to begin with, I mean, I guess you can trick your brain into thinking that, but I think it does look exactly like Tyler. It looks like his build, his facial features. It's, I mean, to me, it's Tyler. I don't know. I mean,
amazing. Thank you all for everything. There was no immediate response, and only much later, one of the members sent a message asking that the others pray for Tyler. At 11 p.m. that day, the cops came and arrested him, though what was supposed to give the public some relief ended up just raising even more questions. However controversial this was initially, establishing Tyler's motive was the easiest part. The casing clearly antagonized Kirk as a fascist. His family remarked that he had recently expressed that Charlie Kirk was full of hate, and his growing left-wing sentiment coincided with his distancing from his family's Mormon religious practices. The fact that he committed the crime was also an easy task to prove, as they forensically recovered a note that he had written and attempted to dispose of, wherein he said, "I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." On one of his devices, they also found communications with a roommate, not named in the affidavit, about needing to retrieve his rifle. This leads me to think that he acknowledged he'd made a mistake in leaving his weapon behind and wanted to go back to get it. But he took too long, and law enforcement got to it first. With the weapon and the towel it was wrapped up in, they found DNA that was a match for Tyler's. As far as the crime itself, it looked pretty open and shut. That is, until further consideration was given to other people being potentially involved in the lead-up. You see, soon after his capture, Tyler went completely silent and has refused to cooperate with the police, which led the public to discovering en masse that a lot of the finer pieces of information about his online activities came from someone else. While the roommate was initially anonymous, that didn't last long, as a neighbor of Tyler's came forward to speak with the media, and some pretty interesting things were said when the topic came up, and the neighbor claims to have...
I'll address this. Candace herself confirmed through her own sources. I lay it out in my video. If you guys haven't seen my video, Candace is lying. It's not a live stream. It's just a regular video. I show you that Candace, when the charging documents first came out, she's talking about how great her source is. And then she starts to read a portion of it where the mother recognized Tyler, and then they decided to turn him in. All right. She said, my source is confirmed, just like this is saying, that that the mothers who recognized Tyler first. And then 12 days later, even though she bragged about how solid her source was, 12 days later, she completely flips it around. And she sits there and tries to say, oh, the media told us that, you know, the mother and the father turned him in. No, you confirmed that with your source on the ground, but you're wanting and planning to switch this narrative around so much that you're going to contradict your own video and your own source. So there is the only person that has tried to bring some confusion to whether or not Tyler's parents turned him in is Candace. And that was she confirmed it with her own sources. We got another super chat. I'll address that real quick while we're here. I'm new to JWIT's channel and found yours. Just want to say I appreciate your boldness. God bless. God bless you as well, and thank you very much.
Have witnessed them together.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, they drove off in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
And so they look like they were a couple?
Yeah.
There's some published reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely. I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah,
Do you know where did you see them kissing?
just coming out.
While there was some initial pushback to the narrative that Tyler was in a relationship with this roommate of his, this testimony from his neighbor went a long way to solidify this in the public sphere. An unknown source in law enforcement had already attested to the same story. And with this much scrutiny and attention on something, keeping this person's name a secret was basically impossible. Eventually, people found Tyler's Venmo account where one name stood out: Lance Twiggs, who frequently received money from his mother for prescriptions and doctor's appointments, fitting what the neighbor had told the media. On Saturday, September 13th, the Daily Mail published an article identifying this transgender roommate and romantic partner of Tyler Robinson, with the person listed in the affidavit as a cooperator with law enforcement. In it, Lance's TikTok account, Cookies and Cream, was attached, but most of that account's posts consisted of gaming clips. It turns out this account was apparently shared with someone named Quinn, or Youngest Kami on Twitch, who didn't have any relation to Tyler. In turn, this led people to consider that this may not be Lance's main account. By simply checking the follows on it, you can find...
All right, folks, I want you to you can go watch the rest of this on Turkey Tom. I do want to share a little bit of the Discord chats, which is another video of his that goes deeper into his actual showing inside their apartment and talks more about their personal relationship. So let's jump on here. I'm going to share this tab instead, and we're going to play that for you. Let me.
Some of this video is my opinion and should be treated as such, but I've done my best to provide you all with the information I'm able to share to the extent it can be verified. In his first message to me, this person said, "Hello, I just watched your video on the Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler and thought you did a good job. I happen to know Tyler and Lance in real life. I don't take a lot of pictures, so I can't prove it very well, but I am in Discord servers where both of them are, including the one where Tyler posted his confession. I have some pictures of the apartments and some stories I can tell." There were two pictures attached underneath. One of Tyler's confession in the Discord chat that matched the ones published by Ken Klippenstein, which were then republished by every major news outlet. The other picture is a completely original photo of local police at Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' place, taken from across the street. For the sake of verification, he later also provided me with archives of the 3 Discord servers they shared, which I'll eventually go over the relevant parts of. Once this person's identity was verified, he proceeded to tell me about the state of Tyler and Lance's living space. The apartment would drastically shift from clean to super dirty, depending on the state of Lance's mood. I don't have too many pictures of most of the mess, but basically, he'd start living in the living room and just start turning it into his nest. After the first roommate moved out, and right after Tyler moved in like 2 weeks later, Lance had a really big breakdown. The living room went from a place guests came over to something that had to be hid. People still came over, but everyone got weirded out by all the trash. He basically had layers of wires, random Temu trinkets, decorations, random art projects, clothes, and empty alcohol containers everywhere. And if anyone touched it, he would get livid. One friend got banned from the apartment for a while because he kept touching the Temu trinkets. I wish I still had pictures, but I felt sort of guilty and deleted them since I knew Lance wasn't in the right state of mind. For context, I've been playing games with Lance and Tyler for like 6 years. I count myself kind of close to them, but I was trying to separate them from myself because
all right, so be aware, this guy's known these two for 6 years, and we already see some strange behavior from Lance especially. He's basically a hoarder. He's building these nests of garbage all throughout the house. Pretty strange stuff.
Being around them wasn't good for me. I say them, but Tyler was always level-headed and easygoing. But Lance could be anywhere from too depressed to talk to manic, wide-eyes, crazy person. I'll take a brief moment here to comment.
Real quick, guys, super chat. Thank you, Pat. That's very kind of you. Gary, you are appreciated more than you'll ever know. Thank you for everything you were doing. Wonderful, informative information and expert analysis. God bless you. God bless you and your family as well.
on the fact that in my original video, this is more or less the impression that I had, judging exclusively from Lance's more significant and expressive online presence relative to Tyler's almost non-existent digital paper trail. From Lance's Reddit account and the things his family members had to say about him, he clearly was more outspoken and in some ways unstable. There were Reddit posts of his mentioning being at odds with his family to the point of being kicked out, and he had also discussed a lot of substance abuse issues, which are a far cry from the quiet, even if uneasy relationship that Tyler seemed to have with his family. What was completely unknown, and as far as I know, hasn't been published anywhere, is this combination of hoarding and mania that this person describes Lance as exhibiting. The messages continue. During this first nest phase, Lance started working very rarely. He worked with his dad for a tub repair company. They'd either repair tubs or install them at construction sites. But when Lance was super depressed or just too manic, he'd take the day off and hit his THC vape, drink, and scroll reels. Anyway, 2 weeks before Lance's first nest phase, when the apartment was mostly normal, Tyler moved in with Lance because he just dropped out of.
All right. Carrie Brannon says, I keep hoping the judge shuts Candace down at this point. She is just interfering in the investigation and jury tampering. I'm going to push back on you, Carrie. I think what Candace is doing is immoral. And ultimately, I think she will pay a price for it. But the last thing I want is a judge shutting down freedom of speech. This is something, again, I've said this many times, just like our Second Amendment rights. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. I'm also a First Amendment absolutist. I think we should be able to self-govern, right? So, and what I mean, and self-regulate. So what I mean by that is, number one, if you have firearms, you're going to use those responsibly and not do stupid shit. But it doesn't mean that we should have to go in and we should have to jump through the hoops that we are supposed to, that we're now required to get firearms. Same thing with the First Amendment. I think we should go back to a society that we once had when it came to, we fought for people's freedom of speech, but it was not acceptable when people started throwing around serious accusations without any evidence whatsoever. People used to say, hey, you know what? That's irresponsible. Now, not only is that was nobody doing that, it's encouraged and it's incentivized and it's monetized, unfortunately. So all the people on Candace's, channel, the millions of people, she has 7.5 million X followers. Like those people should be the ones telling her, like, no, you can't accuse people without evidence. But that's not what's happening. Instead, she's making millions of dollars off of this.
College and was tired of living with his parents. He had been working with his dad at a stone cutting business where they'd install countertops. Tyler was kind of your normal blue-collar Utah guy. Most conversations with him, he'd talk hunting, camping, gaming, and he loved to talk about fishing. Now, first off, the combination of depressants with cognitive
All right, so no, I'm tired of these silly false dichotomies, right? Well, then let's just fire squad Tyler and move on. Obviously, we haven't had enough info with himself turning into authorities. That's not what anybody says. And by the way, that's not the only info that we have. We have a process of justice, and he's getting a very fair shake at that process. The investigation should go on, and people are welcome to go looking in all these things. Candace could be doing this entire investigation in a much different way. She could be finding out the information that she's finding and bringing it up in a much different way without directly and indirectly accusing people of murder. Like, that's not what we do. What you do is you continue to do an investigation. And if you think that TPUSA is involved, you continue to investigate. Some of this stuff you don't air, but you continue to investigate. I don't know. You can start by going there. You can start by sharing all the information, which she omits so much. But she could be doing an investigation either on camera in front of or behind the scenes, getting all this information and then presenting what she can responsibly. Like, hey, this is what I found out. Hey, here's the Egyptian planes, which, by the way, are debunked all to hell and back. It's all nonsense. But I digress. Like, she could be sharing this information without accusing people, and she can't do that because it's not as compelling. She's not going to have the viewers that she has. It's not going to have the drama that she brings to every show. So there are ways that she could be doing this, and we should be investigating, but there are legitimate ways to do that. And then there's ethical ways to do that. And I don't see her doing that in either case. Like, She doesn't investigate, folks. Reading emails from her tip email box is not an investigation. All right, going there's an investigation. Hiring a dream team of former FBI or former some sort of investigators, bringing on lawyers, bringing on pathologists, talking about the terminal ballistic effects on Charlie, bringing on a huge panel and dream team of people that have relevant subject matter expertise, as opposed to her just saying whatever she thinks. So that's what she could be doing, and that would bring a lot of credibility to her. She could do all the things she's doing while maintaining credibility. Just don't accuse people, and then don't come up with bullshit. Don't just like, some of the stuff is just so ridiculous.
Stimulants are leading factors to severe anxiety, paranoia, depression, and even psychosis. And that's without mentioning the documented connection between weed and schizophrenia. Obviously, as I assume most of you know, weed basically has two components, THC and CBD. CBD is not psychoactive, and it's often associated with treatments for anxiety, pain, and inflammation. Meanwhile, THC is psychoactive, and despite it also having some therapeutic uses in the treatment of nausea and side effects of chemotherapy, THC is the component of marijuana that's associated with symptoms like paranoia, psychosis, and, like previously mentioned, schizophrenia. Now, obviously, the vast majority of stoners or casual smokers are not exhibiting these symptoms. This is not a typical thing. But in certain people who are predisposed, THC can absolutely trigger a sort of psychotic meltdown, or it can compound with other mental health issues to make them just much, much worse. In Lance's case, it sounds like he was using way too much pot, while simultaneously drinking heavily and scrolling reels. If there's any way someone can derive psychosis and mania from first principles, this is definitely up there. Now, in my original video about this topic,
so understand what's going on here, folks. So first of all, he's abusing alcohol. He clearly already has some mental issues going on, and he's abusing marijuana while just sitting in his home scrolling social media nonstop. That's enough to make anybody go insane, and we haven't even got to Tyler. So
I mentioned that there were two specific periods of change for Lance and Tyler by extension. The first was 2020, when the pandemic hit, locking everyone inside their houses and apartments, and therefore driving them to spend a lot more time on the old computer. And as the Discord logs are going to show later, it's probably when Lance and Tyler started to communicate the most frequently, even if they were already gaming and talking prior. The second period was during 2024, which is when Tyler moved into the apartment with Lance. And as their anonymous peer here is saying, within 2 weeks of Tyler being there, Lance began his nest phase, as he puts it. Funnily enough, the one other instance I've ever heard of making a nest in your living room comes from Theo Vaughn, talking about what he did during binges of the white dust kind of stimulant, if you know what I mean.
I remember that. I'll make a nest in my living room, dude. Boy.
And more than anything else you can think of.
Turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You'll be out on your own porch, you know? And
well, this description is obvious.
All right. So Jeff Karcher says, for lulz, you should watch Nick Fuentes' response he put out yesterday. It's hilarious. I would say I don't believe it's an organized psyop, just Candace Owens' MO of being a mean, nasty bitch. Look, I don't know that Candace is willingly part of a psyop. What I do believe are that there is a psyop and there's other outside forces that are taking advantage of this and pushing it. And I do think that there's foreign actors involved. And I do think that there's political actors involved, especially the left. I think a lot of the views that she's getting, I think all the bots that are attacking other people like me that are clearly bots that are going out there by the tens of thousands, I think that is all funded by either foreign adversaries and or the left. I mean, the left wants Trump destroyed. The left wants the conservative movement destroyed. And they can achieve all of this by supporting Candace Owens. So why would they not? If I was a foreign actor that wanted to see the disruption in America and to make sure that somebody like Trump wasn't elected in 2028, or if I was part of the left and I wanted to make sure that we won the midterms, this is exactly what I would be doing. It's a perfect opportunity to latch onto a crazy person and then just promote her stuff, because the disruption that she's causing within our own country, and not just the Republicans, the disruption that she's caused in this entire country is very damaging.
played up in its context, it's actually a pretty common experience to start hoarding while in states of paranoid mania, which is what Lance appeared to be going through. From his Reddit history, we know that Lance used to be a big fan of Jordan Peterson, who is widely known as the clean your room guy, repeatedly harping on how your living space reflects your psyche. If this leaker is telling the truth, then it would make sense that as Lance's mental state deteriorated, so did the physical space around him. With all of that information regarding Lance being corroborated by these messages, we also have the reveal that Tyler had dropped out of college and decided of his own volition to move out. In my original video, we had the information that he was in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. But based on these messages, it seems he dropped out and was just working at a masonry business with his dad. Again, this matches the picture of Tyler that one can derive from all of the testimonies regarding what kind of person he was. So after about 5 years or so of being friends with Lance, he decides to move in with him. But at this point, there's no sign that the two are engaged in a romantic relationship. Their peer continues. I felt super bad when he first moved in with Lance because it was normal for like 2 weeks, and then Lance went nuts, and the entire downstairs just became his nest. He'd be doing experiments in the kitchen, which were mostly just growing mold in Tupperware mugs, and the kettle with random Temu trinkets and rocks submerged in them. Every once in a while, I'd try to have a talk with Lance and try to get him to realize he needed help without making him go ballistic. Now, this is actually bizarre. One of the things I didn't pay that much attention to in my first video about this was that Lance made 2 posts regarding growing fungi, one of them in r/mushroom growers and another one of them in r/shrooms. However, they were very brief non sequiturs that didn't at all give the impression of how deeply invested Lance was into growing mushrooms, which apparently he was, at least during his episodes. The interest in mushrooms peaking when Lance is at his craziest reminds me of the Cult of the Lamb cordyceps that takes over one of the characters and makes him want to grow more mushrooms. This is extremely strange behavior, but my personal autism aside, the messages continue. I'm not going to say it was all just him being insane. His mom is
All right. Jana Colbreth, Gary, you're awesome. Sent over by Jay Witt. The first time Candy said bees, her clown should have known this is a bunch of crap. Her goal is to ruin TPUSA, 100%. I think she's spiteful. I think she's vengeful. And that's exactly... I think that's most of her motivation for sure. That on top of just getting clicks and money, making
Mormon and also kind of crazy. So there's that. And all of the drugs, weed, LSD, shrooms, DMT, and I think he said Molly, but I'm not sure. Also, alcoholic levels of alcohol. Lance has always been a little weird and quirky, but never really crazy. He was constantly arguing with his mom every time he saw her, and then ranting about Republicans and Mormons when he got home. I'd sometimes talk with him for like 4 hours of him just ranting about his mom and family. He really hates Mormons. Also, at the time, politically, Lance and I would both probably describe ourselves as libertarian, and Tyler was very apolitical. On his Reddit account, there is one relatively old post about Lance having substance abuse problems, and you could assume that due to him no longer posting about it, he no longer struggled with it. Apparently, it was the opposite, as over time, it only got worse. And it's really the mention here of DMT that stands out to me. While the other drugs are bad enough and can permanently damage your brain, especially in combination with each other, even people who like DMT will tell you about how careful you have to be about using it, even if you try your best to do it in a therapeutic setting. But clearly, Lance was in no state of mind to manage his substance intake in any way that resembled healthy. It almost freaks me out how easily someone like Lance could get his hands on that kind of thing, despite being completely out of his mind for months on end. This set of messages also confirm another suspicion of mine expressed in the first video. Prior to 2024, neither Lance nor Tyler were particularly political, as they only ever expressed opinions that could be loosely classified as socially liberal, which most young Zoomers are by default anyway. However, this changed suddenly and drastically during the year that they lived together. He had his nest phase for probably 3 to 4 months before he sort of went back to normal. But at the tail end of his nest phase, after we had both talked for a while, he told me he was trans and that it wouldn't change anything and that I could even use whatever pronouns and he wouldn't care. Over the next week and a half, the living room got dismantled. He vacuumed and cleaned the kitchen a bit, but he still kept one mold experiment outside for some reason. It was kind of relieving to not see so much trash lying around. We weren't allowed to toss even the most mundane trash like napkins and Taco Bell sauce packets.
All right, so they can't throw out trash. They got Taco Bell sauce packets all over.
which there was an entire drawer of. So seeing all the cans and bottles disappear was super nice. Whenever we came over, people commented on how it's nice that we could hang out without being scared of accidentally touching trash or a trinket and having Lance freak out. We'd have a mostly weekly Magic the Gathering night at the apartment where everyone would come drink, get high, and play Magic. Lance started attending.
Bozzy says, Gary, do you actually think that Lance did not know that Tyler was going to assassinate Charlie? No, I think he absolutely knew that he was going to assassinate Charlie, and I think he may be complicit in more ways than one. I think that's actually absurd. Maybe. We don't know. But again, this is exactly why I went and interviewed. One of the things I want to know, and I think that this is tied in with not only Tyler Robinson, but it also goes back to Thomas Crooks. I think there's a really good chance that these types of people are being found through profiling on the internet, and then they are being radicalized and weaponized and directed at targets. I think that is very real. And as a matter of fact, to confirm that, I went down yesterday to confirm or deny that. I just wanted to talk to the GOAT when it comes to this stuff, and that's Chase Hughes. And I actually got to go to his house yesterday. I interviewed Chase Hughes. I asked him this question. I said, hey, what would it take to actually find these types of people online and to radicalize them? And I'll be releasing that full interview. And even I was shocked by the answer. So stay tuned for that. We'll probably have Chase Hughes on at some point in time live as well, which I would really enjoy. What a great guy that guy is.
Again after he became mostly normal. It's interesting to see that him identifying as trans came while he was in his nesting phase, but he maintained it after it had ended. It does startle me a bit how basically all of Lance's friend group, who frequently visited Lance and Tyler's house, just kind of tolerated this going on for months. I have no idea how it's possible to put up with a situation so clearly deranged for that long, but hey, different strokes for different folks. Now, it's this next set of messages that I find really interesting. Between all of his turns while playing Magic, Lance would go hang out with Tyler, and we'd have to call him to the tables every time it was his turn. One of my gym buddies was the first to pick up on Tyler and Lance being really close. I was in denial for months because I thought Tyler was straight, and also I kind of did not want it to be true. Eventually, I kind of snapped out of it like the nth.
Look, I think this comment is exactly true. I think some of the perception that all of us have that these text messages were contrived is because they are. They conveniently and very systematically, basically essentially prove that Lance is innocent of all this stuff that he didn't know. I don't think that's plausible. I think it's ridiculous. It also does the same thing for the people in the Discord chat. So he talks about that. And I think those actually came from the Discord chat where he says, sorry, guys, didn't mean to get you involved with all this stuff. So not only is he going through both text messages and Discord chat and basically proving the innocence of everybody else involved in this, he also he's also confessing at the same time. So it's like this indirect way to say these people aren't involved and I'm the one that's guilty. He's taking all the blame. And I think that is engineered. I think it's a very plausible that that's engineered.
Time I saw them asleep, cuddling on the couch. I kind of didn't think too much of it since Lance would get super cuddly every time he got drunk, which is how I think they got together, because I'm pretty sure Tyler was a virgin when he moved in. So probably when Lance was in the cuddly mood, probably something happened, but that's just my guess. This is where a lot of things start clicking together. Tyler, an introverted gamer who, as far as anyone could tell, had no prior relationships of any significance, spent 4 months living with his best friend, Lance, who apparently got overly cuddly with everyone while drunk, and simultaneously had the proclivity to drink too often. It's not surprising that this was the outcome of a touch-starved virgin gamer living in the same house as a touchy-feely, seemingly manic trans person. However, a while after Lance had mostly gone back to normal, things started to intensify again. I started noticing changes in Lance's political view.
Yeah, look, this is one of the things I believe, and this is pure speculation. But you have this kid, 22-year-old kid, isn't familiar with how the world works, is very easily influenced, and he's put into a situation with a very dominant person like Lance, and you'll see that that's his personality later on. So, and then, you know, I hate to even say it because it grosses me out. Romantically, they get involved well beyond that. So now this is probably the first significant relationship that Tyler has, and we know how that goes. So now he's going to believe whatever Lance believes, and then you have this dominant personality that's pushing these beliefs on him, and then you have a beta type, which Tyler clearly is, that probably feels the need to prove to this person that they believe all this stuff and they're buying into all this stuff, and he heralds for him, right? So I think there's a lot of this stuff going on here, this dynamic where you have the less dominant person in the relationship, the non-dominant person in the relationship, trying to prove his fealty to the more dominant one. And then he just takes it way too far. And there probably, chances are, especially if you're susceptible to this type of environment to begin with, you know, Tyler probably wasn't all there to be, you know. So, and there's some other things that are said throughout this that really do, in my mind, point to sociopath personality.
As the presidential election got closer, he amped up the complaints of old people staring at him, which probably was because he dressed like a stoner and not because he was female presenting, because all he did in that department was grow out his hair and wear mascara every once in a while. He also hated that the construction workers would misgender him, which I thought was weird since he said he was fine with any pronoun. Tyler wouldn't really get political until after the election. He'd sometimes just casually bring up the latest thing Trump had done and complain about what it'd do to the country, but in a very level-headed way. Before the election, Lance's friend group was the quirky LGBT group with a lot of mental illnesses. Not saying the two are linked, but that's how my friends knew them. They're the people who are in Lance's server for the most part. After the election, they became a lot more political, but not to an extremist level. By this point, I could safely say Lance and Tyler were some flavor of left-wing, while I'd become tired of politics and mostly apolitical, but never anything I thought was like dangerous. At some point, they told me about their relationship and were pretty open about it after that. It became very uncomfortable for me because while I don't think of myself as homophobic, seeing two dudes constantly make out was a bit much. Also, since Lance's room was always super messy, they would bang in Tyler's room, and I didn't like hearing it.
Oh my God. So they have guests over and they're going up there doing, number one, they're making out, PDA. Dude, it grossed me out. And then on top of that, they're going upstairs and creating quite the ruckus.
I cannot imagine how much it sucked to be in this guy's shoes. While this is a bit out of character for Tyler, who's been consistently described as reserved, it does match Lance's behavior of being overly transparent and letting other people, even people who randomly visited him, see into his intimate life to a point where it's concerning. It's also fitting that Lance's pre-existent paranoid behaviors were now manifesting in correlation to his gender, as despite not being particularly female presenting or being concerned with being seen and treated as a woman, he still took issue with anyone who perceived him as a man. People who are paranoid often assume others look upon them negatively, no matter how asinine the reason may be. Clearly, Lance's mental state was deteriorating, and whether intentionally or not, he was dragging Tyler along with him. And this became increasingly transparent over time. Their mutual acquaintance continues. Lance started becoming more and more erratic again until, at the end of December, he just had another nuclear meltdown after having another argument. Also, a couple months before, we noticed Lance had been growing breasts and said that he'd been taking black market HRT, which I do not know what that entailed, but I think it was making him very erratic. So he basically shut down for like 2 weeks, not talking, just hitting his vape.
This is kind of a side note, but this is one of the things that Charlie is pushing against, right? We have this kid that is clearly confused, and that's putting it lightly. And so now he's dabbling around with the idea that he's not a dude, he's a chick. So he's already disturbed. He definitely has mental illness. He's taking drugs, abusing alcohol, and now he's taking HRT. Like, why does the left not see the problem with this? Now, he's over 20. I don't care. You know, if that's what he wants to do, that's fine. But the idea that they're going to do this to younger kids as young as 8, 9, 10 years old, even younger, I believe, it's just disgusting. And Charlie Kirk rightfully constantly spoke out about that.
in the living room in the dark. So here we have the mention of possibly one of the most concerning details about what kind of substances Lance was on at this point in time. Taking synthetic hormones of any kind, whether the kind and quantity your body already produces or not, is extremely dangerous and can cause pretty much every kind of health issue imaginable, including mental. Even if you're a guy and you take just a little bit of testosterone, you can suffer all kinds of side effects. So obviously, in Lance's case, the risks are much greater by default, and it's made exponentially more dangerous given the circumstances. This is someone who has proven himself to be delusional, chronically sleep deprived, and prone to overdoing substances. There is simply no chance he was mentally well enough to manage and administer dosages of any kind, let alone procure or produce untainted bathtub HRT. While studies on this stuff are hard to come by, there have been a few documented cases of people in similar situations to Lance. For example, there's one case of a person in their early 20s with a history of depression and psychosis who self-induced drug intoxication via HRT, which led to a worsening of their psychosis and all of their other psychiatric disorders. Uncoincidentally, this is when Lance becomes more unhinged than ever before, as his peer continues to allege. I thought he kind of started going back to normal after that because he started talking again, but I was so wrong. I had another magic night at the end of January, so even though Lance wasn't completely fine, I just kind of did it to test the waters. I should have guessed because the nest was starting to form again. He was watching Doctor Who in the living room, and so I thought if he was just doing that, he'd be fine. But people started to show up and talk before we started, and he just started yelling at us from the other room to shut up.
Ooh. This is a really good comment. No, not that one. Sorry. Wrong one. This one. It's not coming up for some reason. Let me hide that. Do you think you could get Chase to do a review of the guy Candace did the interview with tonight? That is a really good question. I'll ask him, actually. I think that would be a great live stream. I will send him a text after this. Chase is also a body language expert, but he would also be able to spot different inconsistencies within the story and some other things too. The other thing I want to get Chase to do is to do a review of Candace's original episode of 277, where she first introduces the story. And I'd like to hear his take on the way that story is laid out, the things that are included in it. And I just want to hear his take on that whole thing.
Which we thought was a joke since this was standard Magic Night procedure. He yelled again, and then we got quiet until enough people showed up to start a game. During the game, one of my more autistic friends started to bring up transgenders in sports. He literally couldn't get any further than those two words before Lance yelled at him to shut up from the other room. And to everyone's amazement, he tried to bring it up like 3 more times in rapid succession, being shouted down literally not even a second after he started his sentence every time. It became a very awkward game. It's pretty funny to think back on now. Bro could not take a hint. After that, more people showed up, and we started having 2 games going, and the mood mostly stabilized, and Lance just came in with sort of a loopy grin and a bottle of something. I'll summarize this part briefly since this person goes into a bit of detail about what happened, but Lance proceeded to throw this guy's extra rare magic cards around to try and get his attention. And afterwards, he went upstairs, at which point everyone started hearing loud thumping. Apparently, Lance had gone into a temper tantrum so intense that he was literally thrashing around on the floor, which hopefully was just a tantrum and not some kind of seizure, because at this point, Lance is really a prime candidate for that to happen. Their peer continues. After that, Lance went mental. I'd get to Lance and Tyler's place, and he'd be super wide-eyed with either a loopy grin or a rictus grin like the Joker, depending on his mood. The nest came back full force, and Lance started living downstairs full-time again. This is a picture of a kind of cleaned-up version. Imagine this type of mess, but denser and all over the living room and kitchen counters. He started playing on his DS and drawing stuff in, I think, Pitcho chat, and scribbling it all out while giggling with the wide-eyed Joker smile. He'd either be doing this, or his experiments, or talking with ChatGPT day in and day out. He hardly ever slept. The experiments got scarier too, like jugs of water with a whisk full of aluminum foil that had 2 copper wires coming out of them. The water was clear one day, and at some point, I think the wires got plugged into the outlet because the water turned brown and the aluminum foil was pretty burnt. He also started leaving little papers around the house.
See, Jim, I think the opposite is true. I think probably, and again, pure speculation, I think Lance was probably railing about Charlie nonstop, And that's what got Tyler talking. I think Lance completely influenced Tyler. And then, you know, Tyler was trying to essentially prove his loyalty in an extreme way, like things often do with romantic relationships, by going to kill Charlie. I think he was defending his trans lover, if you will. So I think that's probably what happened, but we don't know.
That he had scribbled on while doing that giggling thing. It's at this point that our leaker here sent an extensive set of pictures he'd taken of the state of the apartment and the notes Lance left around. First is an image of their magic table, completely vandalized with garbage that mostly resembles electrical stuff, which is odd because Tyler was the one in an electrical apprenticeship program, not Lance. In the background, we can see what looks to be some kind of aquarium or big glass container with rocks in it, which may be the mold experiments mentioned in the messages. Underneath it is what looks to be a package for a rock tumbler, which makes sense given that Tyler occasionally did masonry with his dad. But it's when we move to what's actually on the table that things get increasingly bizarre. And we have isolated pictures of all.
All right, so here we have pictures of inside their apartment. And he talks about how they verified that this is their apartment. All right, they've taken pictures off the listing. But these are things that, number one, if you've been watching Candace, you haven't seen any of this because she hasn't talked about it, she hasn't shown it or anything else. And that is not journalism. That's not even being an honest broker of information. Like, you got to tell all sides of this no matter what, you know, and not just the sides that you or just the information that you cherry pick. She has hidden information. She's continued to reference the rooftop as, you know, Tyler had to scale the buildings like Spider-Man. Like that in of itself is just deceptive nonsense and propaganda. And she continues to say that. She's told you that she hasn't shared any of the charging documents. She continues to hide information so that she can push a particular narrative.
Of the particularly interesting items. I'm going to say right now that I'm actually a specialist in literally nothing. So this is just going to be me trying to interpret these to the best of my abilities. And the screenshots I'll be looking at will be made available in the description for those of you who want to take a look for yourself and see if you can extract some sense out of the madness of Lance's post-it notes. The first one we'll go over is this one, which contains a set of spiral-like scribbles that may be disconnected attempts at making the Glock logo, given the squared spiral G and the word lock near it. Right above this, there's also what looks to be the small phrase E equals T, and elsewhere on the note, I can also make out the words regent and temp, although I have no idea if this is alluding to anything in particular. On the right side of the image, another post-it has the sentence, all of separate, underneath what looks to be the portmanteau, no linguals. This is very rough to make out, obviously, but bilingual means that someone knows 2 languages. Monolingual means that someone knows 1. Therefore, no language.
Look, there's a lot of comments over in the chat about Tim Pool, a couple of which, and this one I agree with. Tim Pool is a lot of things. He says some things that I often disagree with him, but he doesn't give a flying rat's ass. Like, he doesn't care what people think about him. And I don't think he's lying. I think, generally speaking, I haven't found where he's lied about anything. I watch every episode of Candace and I can point out 10 lies. And the thing is, look, I've been planning on doing more debunking videos. And so I have all these videos of her saved. But it is such a challenge. She's all over the place in so many different videos. It's like you can't even pay attention to what's going on in one video, much less link different things and come back to it. It is difficult. It's almost impossible. But she says so many lies. Like, this is so much easier to sit and watch the video and point out what she's doing as she's doing it than taking this video and putting it all together and listen to 30 videos of hers, 30 of her podcasts, and then putting together an amalgamation of the different lies. Like, it in of itself is a confusing task. But no, I don't think that Tim Pool, I'm sure he has lied. But generally I find him very credible. or the opposite is true with Candace.
Would mean someone who knows no languages or someone who is nonverbal. The next set of scribbles is a bit more cohesive, although I'm using that word pretty loosely here at this point. Here we can see stop looking for others at the top and Terraria buggin tear ableist in the middle, which I think may be some wordplay with terrible and ableist. At the bottom of this page, an illustrated version of the word sine wave is written above lose it at the tude, next to a picture of some bizarre looking animal. This at the tude bit to me is very reminiscent of how schizophrenic people will break words down and obsess with syllables, word morphology, and portmanteaus. There's another example of this in one of the post-it notes where he writes, I'm alone, obviously doing what I'm talking about here. On another page, we have
Look, I agree with this. And somebody's asking if they think that Lance Twiggs is his handler. No, I don't think he's his handler. I think if he was radicalized online, somebody else is doing it. And my concern is that we'll never see it. I think that's exactly what happened with Thomas Crooks, and we've never seen his digital footprint, even though we have, the capabilities of the NSA, the FBI, and I mean, we have the most sophisticated surveillance apparatus that has ever existed on the face of the planet, and they can barely find all the stuff that even Tucker Carlson found, I think they know that to be true. Is what I think. And I think the government is not telling us. Now, they could not be telling us about it for two different reasons, at least two different reasons. Number one, they were involved. I think it is highly possible that the deep state was involved into radicalizing and weaponizing Thomas Crooks to take out Donald Trump. I do think that is a very real possibility. So if that was true, then no, we are not going to hear about it. And let's say they even knew that. All right. The other possibility, kind of along the same vein, is that, we have the deep state version of different intel agencies. And what I mean are radical leftists in our political system or in our government systems, especially in the intelligence community, that are doing these things without oversight. And not only can they do these things, but then they can go back through and definitely erase any trace of them doing that. So that's kind of two possibilities in one. The other possibility is, they have proof of somebody doing this, whether it's attached to the government or not. And they don't want people to know that it's this easy. I think that is also a very real possibility. And my concern is that they're going to go back and they're going to find some of this information. And because they don't want the public to know that there are forces out there that are very easily radicalizing, targeting people online, finding certain psychological profiles that are easy to manipulate, and then manipulating them into doing horrific acts. I think the government would not tell us about that if they found that to be true. So that's my concern with all this, is that it did happen, but it's being covered up. So if you want conspiracy theories, there's one for you.
Sumus sumptuous right at the top, followed by SFTU piteous, which I assume is like shut the flip up idiots, maybe. Further down the page, there's a rough sketch of America with the number 21.0 inside of it. And nearby, phrases like go to the store and small box, go listen to act. A lot of this stuff reads like Lance is just writing his mundane thoughts or whatever he's seeing on his phone in the most cryptic and insane way possible. But some of it does stand out to me as potentially meaningful or at least consistent. On a post-it note, he writes down TY and miss my BF, obviously in reference to Tyler. On another one, we have stop crying, stop stopping. And in one of the pages, we have the phrase full stop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Tyler was trying to please Lance and prove his loyalty to Lance. I think that's a very real possibility.
Very jagged at the bottom, although this may be bull or something else. On this page, there's something pretty interesting, as the words federated and fed related are right next to what looks to be the word CIA. And further down, a drawing of four symbols that ever so slightly resemble what you'd see on a set of Zener cards. If you're not familiar with what these are, Zener or Zener cards were created in the early 20th century to test if people had extrasensory perception, and much later on, they were frequently reported as being used in gifted and talented education programs. There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding this topic, some of them being more credible than others, but they typically have to do with the CIA project MKUltra and how GATE may be some kind of offshoot of it.
Yeah, I mean, cognizant dissident media says it very well. Look, I don't think it was by accident that he used a trans-colored tie. I think he wants to be a hero of the trans movement, and that's one of the things that he was doing with this. Unfortunately, he's being overshadowed by Israel, the French, people in maroon shirts. They're not giving, he's not being allowed to get his just desserts, so.
I won't get into the merits of these theories, not only because Wendigoon should be the one to do that, but also because it doesn't really matter as much as the reason why people are drawn to this topic online in the first place. You see, if you check on Reddit, the majority of people who engage in discussions about the nature of GATE programs are people who were in GATE themselves, obviously, meaning they were, at some point, considered to be gifted. You may have already heard about this, but there's a sizable phenomenon of gifted kid burnout, where people who used to be overachievers in their childhood, usually in the academic sense, could no longer keep up as they got older, and so their life spiraled out of control. Part of this phenomenon is that when they can't get over their attachment to how they were treated when they were seen as special, they come up with all sorts of extraneous reasons to justify their decline and convince themselves that they're still gifted in some way. Given that Lance is quite literally documented on video as a gifted kid, being an adept piano player from a young age, and his life definitely went downhill as he got older, it would make sense for Lance, in one of his weed, paranoia, alcohol, and hallucinogen real maxing binges, to stumble upon this stuff while doom scrolling and decide to scribble about it. This notion that Lance is still attached to the idea he's special or somehow intellectually gifted is later corroborated by this anonymous peer. But even just examining his projects, Lance clearly thinks he's doing something here. Among the incoherent scribbles, there's hot glue and electrical wiring and batteries, which leads me to suspect he actually...
Look at this piece of art, folks. Look at this. This is the work of a completely sane person.
Believed he was putting something together. And maybe some of these scribbles are, at least in his delusional mind, blueprints or rough sketches. At least some of his drawings had symbols that resembled electrical circuit diagrams, some even written on books about electrical stuff like impedance phenomena, while others had mathematical symbols as if he was writing down equations. Although, of course, none of it actually makes any sense to me or probably you. I will say some of this stuff legitimately gets pretty scary. To think that this guy melted his own brain to the point where he was drawing this is horrifying. Besides the consistent appearance of circuit diagram-like straight lines leading to symbols and drawings and references to spirals and spiraling, there's one image in particular that really got my attention. On what looks to be two pieces of cardboard, Lance wrote, "Hormonal flux dash is way fluctuative," followed by definitely orchid denialism. If you don't know, orchid is actually the medical term for balls. So with the context here being him mentioning hormones and of course identifying as trans in the few months prior to Tyler's attack, orchid denialism could be a reference to him outright not acknowledging or recognizing his balls. I can't make any other conclusion besides that one, but as I said earlier, all of the images will be available for you to peruse. And although a lot of it is just random babble, I am hoping that by someone else other than I taking a look at this, there can be some information extracted from these images. The anonymous peer continues. These scribbles look bad, but it's even worse when you saw his face when he was doodling it, combined with the giggling and how vigorously he would scribble. It was very scary. And the way he spoke was weird. It was a bunch of words, but none of them made sense together, or sometimes it'd be in rhyme, or just sometimes he'd only smile and point at things. If I was religious, I would have called an exorcist. The smile was so scary. And he showed me what conversations he was having with ChatGPT. He told me he solved up some equation backwards and showed me the ChatGPT text as proof. The chats were just paragraphs of random Greek and I think Roman symbols with numbers and random letters going on and on. He'd somehow gotten it to respond in kind as well. He told me to start scrolling faster, and so I did. And he kept telling me faster until he was basically screaming at me to scroll faster, and the ChatGPT chats just went on like forever. I was sat there scrolling at max speed for at least like a minute or two, and by the bottom, it was still in the weird symbols. He started yelling at me that Nikola Tesla was abused by the people in his time and that no one we knew was smart enough to solve that equation, including me, because he is way smarter than me. This was all in weird, broken up sentences too. Definitely added to the creepy factor. Tyler told me that Lance had basically been up for like 3 days straight talking to ChatGPT at that time. It's interesting that he mentions he'd get an exorcist if he was religious, because when I was going over Lance's Reddit posts, he talks about how once his family threw him out of the house, saying he was possessed by a demon. If this is what they were having to deal with, that becomes a lot more understandable. As far as the ChatGPT conversations in Latin and Greek, another common fixation of people who are schizophrenic is hermeneutics, the interpretation and analysis of biblical texts, often in their original language or as close to it as possible. There are huge online communities for esoteric and occult interpretations of the Bible revolving around sacred geometry or gematria, which, given Lance's repeated use of broken maths in his notes and scribbles, may have contributed to his delusions here. Again, this doesn't mean that this was actually happening, but it's a decent guess as to why those two specific languages and equations keep popping up in Lance's activities, despite him showing no interest in foreign or dead languages elsewhere. The messages continue. He'd sometimes just be sobbing in Tyler's arms, and Tyler would be rocking him back and forth. We all thought Tyler was a trooper for putting up with Lance in that state. So the next image attached in these messages is one that I don't think I can show you guys on YouTube, but
Yeah. So, one thing that really struck me when I was watching this, because I went in to watch this the first time, like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, but it seems objectively true, right? I mean, we have so much supporting evidence there. I mean, 5 minutes of this and you've seen more potential evidence than you've seen an entire 3 months of Candace and her whole thing that she has going on, right? So,
but you will be able to.
It is believable
to check it for yourself in the description. But it's a used condom on the sink of the bathroom in the common area. We know this photo was taken in their apartment because the counter, sink, toilet, and other details match this photo of their sink taken from a Zillow listing. The same applies to another photo of the table in their living room, which once again matches the Zillow listing, as we can see that the window with the white blinds is in the same location. As nasty as this is to even take into consideration, it is worth noting that it is completely empty, which leads me to think that even if Tyler was still engaging with Lance in this way, it was more out of pity or a sense of duty than anything else. The anonymous peer says, crazily enough, while Lance was like that, Tyler was still hitting it. When I told Lance I would be leaving the general area, it was crazy. He snapped back to reality for a second and just thanked me for all the good times we had had hanging out throughout the years. After that, I think Lance had been brought back just a little bit, and he even let Tyler take him out of the house to start seeing a psychologist. It almost made me feel bad because, not gonna lie,
Crypto says, you got me through the last 6 hours of my 12-hour shift. Shout out from the Middle East. Stay safe out there, buddy.
I was starting to become really apathetic and not really care about what happened. Like, it was just so much energy to try and deal with Lance. Tyler was a real trooper for dealing with him. Lance even calmed down enough for us to hold like 3 more magic nights. We all thought Lance would be okay because he had Tyler, who was basically his handler at this point, to take care of him. Eventually, my friend who lived across the street from their apartment let me know that Lance had gotten into an argument with his grandpa, who owned the apartment, and his grandpa had taken his car away. This I'm not sure about, but I suspect it put him into another one of these spirals. I imagine Lance was just alone with Tyler in the apartment, just driving Tyler crazy. I'd be hard-pressed to stay sane while living alone with Lance while he's like that. I joined a couple Discord calls with Tyler and Lance would say one thing and then be silent, and Tyler would just talk normally. Tyler even joined a call 2 weeks before the assassination and acted completely normal. All of this is really interesting to me because while we did have an inkling that neither Tyler nor Lance were in their right mind by the time the attack took place, it seems like the situation was that Tyler was being subjected to an incessant barrage of genuinely psychotic ramblings from a paranoid and deranged Lance, who had recently become significantly more political. As is customary for people with these kinds of delusions, they start fixating on prominent people, imagining they have some specific relationship to that person, usually that they're being stalked or otherwise directly antagonized by them. This is probably when the name of Charlie Kirk entered the mix. And while it was probably just one among many delusions Lance would probably forget about by the time his episode ended, it seems it seeped into Tyler's mind as the cause of Lance's problems. Obviously, there's the political context of it, with Lance being trans and Charlie being conservative and criticizing the trans community. But judging from the leaked messages between Lance and Tyler, it does seem Lance himself is taken aback and shocked that Tyler did what he did. If I were to guess, Tyler took some of the things Lance must have said while in a state of delusion to heart, while Lance had already forgotten about them a while later. Their peer concludes his messages by saying, after talking to another friend apparently right after he did the shooting, he joined a bunch of Discord calls asking if anyone had seen the news while breathing heavily. And literally the next day, he was in call just chatting with people while playing puzzle games. And also for the record, Tyler 100% calls Lance my love when they are talking alone. Hopefully this sheds some light on.
Yeah, old Rage Bronson, the putting peanut butter on French toast psycho that we all love. I think the fact that Tyler was attracted to and in love with someone like Lance says enough about his mental state. I agree. Definitely says something about it.
What it was like behind the scenes. With all of this context provided, I think it's beyond the shadow of a doubt that the last messages exchanged between Tyler and Lance are real. It also elucidates the nature of their relationship, as Lance was someone Tyler was mostly taking care of rather than having a normal relationship dynamic with. From the looks of it, it seems like Lance is someone who, at least at one point, was very self-aware and proactive as a person, being confident enough to argue with others over his worldview, while Tyler has always been quiet and stayed in the background of any setting he found himself in, including his relationship with Lance. Unfortunately, it turns out that he was simply less expressive of his thoughts. Now, the leaker also sent me their Discord logs, and this dynamic of Lance being the expressive one while Tyler played a subservient role is also reflected there, as Lance messaged the chats way more frequently and even had his own server. The logs I...
All right, so this guy, he does talk about this at the very beginning that I kind of skipped over, but this guy is telling Turkey Tom that he was friends with them both for over 6 years. And then, once they started living together, he was going over there all the time. This is over like a 6 or 7 or 8 month period or something like that, where he's just taking pictures of this. Now, I can imagine, as a younger kid, going into your psycho friend's apartment, taking pictures of this stuff to make fun of your friends later on. Like, look at the shit that I saw today. Yeah, but it is interesting. Like somebody said, once I saw that on the kitchen sink, if I ever saw that, never go there again. Matter of fact, if I ever heard, I don't know. Matter of fact, I know I couldn't stomach sitting there watching two dudes make out. I'd be done.
Got are of 3 different servers that Tyler and Lance were parts of. Lance under the name Lancealotl and Fluxalotl, and Tyler is the name Zealous_Monkey and Bedbug Inspector. These messages date all the way back to 2020, and although most of it is pretty irrelevant stuff and boring, it is kind of spooky to see that at some point these guys were like completely normal, just sending memes to each other on Discord. Interestingly enough, Tyler frequently spoke of going fishing or making fishing trips that lasted for days with no cell service, where he would speak to no one. While this isn't really negative, it does differentiate Tyler from his peers. There's one kind of introvert who stays indoors and plays on the computer, and then there's go fishing in the middle of nowhere with no cell service for days kind of introvert. Still, at least early on, it's clear that the people in this server have no issue with offensive humor and don't necessarily swing politically in any given direction. Although there are a few odd things that I have to note, even if they are just jokes. In mid-2020, someone else in the server tags Lance and says, "Nobody said gross when you said you wanted to bang your 2-year-old cousin." Lance. The context of this is that the same guy who sent this message said he wanted to bang snake girls, and Lance responded by saying gross. But honestly, this doesn't explain that much. Another interesting tidbit from these chats is when the topic of religion came up, prompting Lance to say, isn't Brigham Young the one with all the quotes about how black people are cursed and can't hold the priesthood until they get uncursed by God? For context, Brigham Young was an early leader of the LDS Church. In response, the person with whom he was talking said that most religions start screwed up, implying that they would get better over time. To which Lance replied, and most still are, basically shutting it down. Long before the gender issue was something Lance was invested in, his earliest strong opinion is a clear anti-religious sentiment. Still, at no point here is there any sign that Lance's opinion is unquestioningly shared by the entire server, as most people here express pretty reasonable and mixed opinions. Around the same time that those messages about Brigham Young were sent, they were discussing politics and video games, but no one was really arguing as much as they were just expressing their views in a friendly manner. Eventually, Lance says auth-right lib-left unity, referring to the squares of the political compass of authoritarian right and liberal left. So clearly politics weren't taken too seriously by this friend group. A little while later, still in
All right, so we're going to dig into this a little bit deeper. But Jason over at the Jay Witt podcast just sent me some information. I don't know how much he wants me to share or not, but I think we know exactly who old Mitch Snow was, and his story is going to be debunked with a lot of upcoming facts, and you guys will see the evidence of that if this is true. All right, so stay tuned, because we don't talk about too much until we have evidence.
2020, Tyler can be seen commenting on the presidential debate, saying that it was hilarious, but making no further comment. In September 2020, Lance says, Femboy Friday greater than Tomboy Tuesday, White Girl Wednesday isn't where it's at, followed by White King Wednesday. These seem to purely be jokes, as he showed no signs of identifying as a femboy at this point in time. As a matter of fact, when someone else sends a few messages saying, Femboy hypnosis is finally working, my nipples are so puffy, Jesus Christ, Lance responds with 2 long strings of question marks. Although this may 100% be irony on Lance's part, in November 2020, he sent Vote Jeb to this.
Hold on a second. Oh, Patty. I came this close to banning you for trolling. All right. So, wow, Gary, I really misjudged you. This is no better than Candace. What are you talking about? We're talking about what's going on over here. So don't even play the pretense. I remember exactly who you are, and I've talked to you many times in the YouTube comments. So you just continue to clutch your pearls, and I don't know what this is other than we're showing what somebody showed with evidence. The video is chock full of evidence, by the way. So you keep clutching your pearls, girl. But I know who you are. So don't play these games where you're going to come in here and try to discredit me and compare me to Candace when you've done nothing but defend Candace and try to flame me in my own YouTube comments. I remember you.
Chat, referencing Jeb Bush's failed and often memed on 2016 presidential campaign. Interestingly enough, at least back in 2020, Tyler seems to be the one who was more politicized from the Discord messages. At one point, he went as far as to suggest that freedom of speech should be amended so that vaccine and COVID skepticism.
Disney at Boiler Up asking if this is real person or computer generated voice. No, it's a real person. All right, that's Turkey Tom. He's actually shows himself at the beginning of the video. And all his videos are kind of like this, but real person, that's his voice.
Was not protected by it and could get you punishment by the government. Also, I've repeatedly seen people claim that Tyler was a furry, but in these chats, he seems to deny it, as when another user says he is one, he replies by saying, I told someone I wasn't going to watch their anime one time and get called a goddamn furry. This country is going downhill. Earlier on, even Lance was open to cracking some more edgy jokes, like me proving that being black is a myth and calling other people libtards. And I'm under the impression that he engaged with lolcow and internet drama culture to some extent. The reason why is because there's a good few messages of him talking to someone else about Terry Davis, where he calls Terry a weird nerd, but acknowledges that he has a sad story, while expressing no hang-ups about someone else in the server, echoing Terry's use of the N-word to describe CIA agents. There's also a good few messages in which Lance can be seen discussing Chris Chan and his current girlfriend, Flutter, where Lance says Christorians must be praising the sun, with one odd message comparing someone's looks to janky, which could be in reference to someone else in the server, but most likely is in reference to Isabella Janke, one of Chris Chan's most infamous tormentors and A-logs. As of 2022, Lance sent a few messages complaining about H3H3, saying this: "Can't stand the podcast or new content. His old videos are still good. I don't understand how he was able to go from genuinely goofy and enjoyable content to purely bad political takes and one of the most boring podcasts I've listened to. Half the time, he won't even let guests talk. He just interrupts them to make a bad joke and then doesn't let them finish." Another interesting token of Lance talking about the kind of content he interacted with online is his positive review of Wendigoon's content, which seems to come from Isaiah's videos on FNAF lore based on other messages sent by Lance to the server. To put it simply, up until some point in 2024, like I already suspected in my first video, Lance was mostly normal and didn't take much of anything very seriously. Even when his doom scroll nest phase began, he was still capable of making light of what he was up to, saying the following: "I have begun only sleeping on the couch, cooler downstairs, and less room to move, or I fall off/get eaten." Tyler, on the other hand, seldom engaged in the same degree of joking as Lance did. The most I could find on him suggesting an interest in edgier online content is a GIF that he posted of Gypsy Crusader. When he did send text messages to the server's chat, it was usually to give people a small window into his private life. In 2020, there was some conversation between him and other users talking about a YouTube channel he once had, which contained a tour of his bedroom. Unfortunately, as far as I know, and according to the messages Tyler sent here, this video and the entire channel have become lost media.
All right, I'm going to continue to address this when it comes up because it's disinformation. Magic Monkey says, when Tyler's dad saw the gun, he knew that it was Tyler. Remember? Oh, wait, that was a stock photo. So that part of the narrative doesn't make sense. That was not a stock photo. All right, we've proven this. I posted a bunch of stuff to X. All right, the first time that that photo was ever seen on the internet, you can look this stuff up yourself, that it was September 10th. So, or September 11th was the day that they posted that. So again, it's more disinformation going around saying, oh, this was a stock photo. It was not a stock photo. That is a photo of the actual gun. So quit buying into the lies. And it's all these little lies that keep getting pushed around, like the dumb thing about Tyler. Oh, he was actually handicapped and he had this weird gait, and that's why it looks like he doesn't actually have a gun down his pants. It's all these dumb things that are constantly trying to discredit a certain narrative to push other narratives that have no evidence with them whatsoever. So Magic Monkey, you're either a liar and you know that to be wrong, or you've been deceived. But I would, if I was you, you can go research that very easily. I'm sure you know how to use Google and Google Images, and you can look for the sources of image. Matter of fact, you can even look for it in ChatGPT.
In 2021, he said that his brother had accidentally discharged a firearm and shot a hole in the wall, with no further comments from Tyler. In 2023, it seems he became a bit more talkative, and he shared a few more times about his electrical apprenticeship program and what kinds of things he had to do in it. But any apparent character development for Tyler came to a screeching halt in late 2023 to 2024, when Tyler's messages became noticeably more politicized, some of them in reference to war in the Middle East, and some of them joking about the assassination attempt on Trump, saying snowflake liberals can't shoot straight because they too busy being gay. While he was definitely still reading the room, so to speak, and not breaking into a rant, he clearly became more agitated about these things. Curiously, another member of the group chat was at a campus of all places when a shooting took place, and Lance responded with concern. All of a sudden, this agitation too gave way to something else, mostly silence. As Lance became increasingly present in servers and started one of his own, the femboy server, as he put it, right around the time they started dating, Tyler became increasingly inactive, even less expressive than he was initially. Most of the information from this time period comes from Lance, who notified the group chat when he was going on a date with Tyler or watching TV shows with him. Speaking of TV shows, it's quite possible that the show they were watching was Beastars, Firearms, the big furry anime show, because Lance discussed it in the server on a few occasions. Now, from late 2024 to early 2025, some of Lance's messages further corroborate the claims made by his and Tyler's anonymous peer. First off, he says that he's been chronically sleeping from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. and that it's been wreaking havoc on his life. Then we have a ton of messages in his own server where he's talking to ChatGPT, although I'm sure this is only a fraction of the full extent of his communications with it. Lastly, we have Lance inviting everyone in his server to attend the anti-Trump No Kings protest. Over the previous half a decade worth of Discord messages, nothing from Lance comes even close to as clear of a political expression as this. As far as Tyler's presence in Lance's server, one of the last messages I was able to find of his was sent in August, where he simply says, "I am very ill." Within a month of this message, the tragic day of September 10th comes around, and the following day, Tyler sends his confession message to their old friend group server. It's interesting to me that he sent it in this server and not to Lance's new server, because I'm not sure why that is. It could just be that he was less familiar with the people there, but based on the kind of messages sent there, which we're going to go over later, it could be that he wanted to avoid having anyone say something that resembled support for his actions. In the original group chat, one of the most prominent users replied, saying this: "Hey everyone, if you haven't seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless." Given the clearly religious nature of this post, it's safe to say that this particular Discord server was pretty varied in what kind of people were in it, especially since it mostly went quiet after the attack on Charlie Kirk. Over on Lance's server, Lance's final message there was from a day after the shooting, tagging a user that, as of the archiving of the messages, was no longer in the server. After Tyler's crime took place, many of the users complained about the harassment and unwanted attention from journalists and random people online digging up everybody Lance was connected to. That's a perfectly reasonable reaction, especially since, as far as I can tell, most of them just occasionally played video games with Lance, so their connection to Tyler was tenuous at best, even if they shared a Discord server. But there are a few things I want to go over that I didn't mention in my previous video, such as the fact that Tyler had a few blurbs of unusual online presence that I hadn't seen. For example, he had a DeviantArt under his older handle, Crafton247, where he lists himself as they/them. It's not possible for this account to belong to someone else that created it after the assassination, as it was created 2 years ago. Then we have another account with the same exact handle, this time on Fur Affinity, but there doesn't seem to be any significant activity on it, just like on DeviantArt. And for those of you who don't know, Fur Affinity is like the furry website. It's the #1 furry website, okay? Now there's also 2 Reddit accounts under the names Crafton247 and Crafton248, neither of which contain any significant info. There's one post on each account, both of some pretty mundane content and from years ago, long before he was dating Lance and became more politicized. Now lastly, there are the Steam accounts of both Tyler and Lance. Tyler was clearly much more active on Steam, being level 50 on the platform. It is interesting that Tyler once set his name on there as Donald Trump, but besides that, nothing of note really. Part of why there's very little to say is that Tyler clearly set most of his settings to more private options, which again is pretty reflective of the kind of guy he was. Lance, on the other hand, had pretty much every facet of his profile completely public, where we can see that the last game he played was 2 days after Charlie's death, and his profile has been completely inactive since then. Given the testimony from Tyler and Lance's friend, even people who knew them in real life and frequented their living space only ever caught glimpses of the exact nature of their relationship. Based on the last few months prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, as far as I understand, they weren't really having anyone over, and their output of messages to their online friends also significantly decreased. I have done my best to contact Lance about all of these claims and get his side of what happened.
Carol Lene 606, the road is long. Thank you, Carol. I don't know what that means exactly, but it is long. Thank you, Preacher 52. We appreciate that. Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's important. The people that really care about what's going on, you can take this, you can assess this information however you'd like to assess it. But I think it's super relevant, and I think it's really important to watch and try to get an idea of what's going on inside of Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's life. And, you know, again, you don't believe any of this is true? Fine. I'm not sure what the obsession is with those on the Candace side of the argument to protect Tyler. It's really weird. So I don't know. It is what it is. Just an observation.
But he has not responded to 3 different requests for comment. Unless one of them, Tyler or Lance, decides to speak up and elucidate the lead up to what happened, I think there's no chance we can piece together a full narrative of the events that contributed to Tyler's mindset. Clearly, it was politically motivated, as both Tyler and Lance had become much more political, particularly around the topic of gender. Hopefully one day we'll get all the answers. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
All right. We will stop that there, and we will hit again, we got another, you have to go we'll separate these views. We'll get over here. I need a producer in the shot. Here. That's what I need. Yeah, I don't know. It's not letting me share this tab. But anyways, I'm on the University of Utah sponsored lecture by Armed Queers. Folks, we're going to do a deep dive into the Armed Queers. Why cannot, let me see. There we go. Here we go. Because you guys need to see this. I don't know why people haven't looked more into this. Again, I'm sure that the FBI and Utah authorities looked into this. But there is something crazy going on with this whole thing, and I think it is very possible that there could be some sort of link between all of this and what's going on with Tyler Robinson and many more. All right. Let's hit some final questions here and call this. We've been going for, oh God, we've been going 5 hours. We've been going for 5 hours. Thank you for debunking that the rifle being a stock photo. It is definitely not a stock photo, like many other things here that are constantly being presented as facts when we know they're not. Honestly, someone with an audience should secretly send Candace an outlandish and bogus tip just so they can then come out publicly and prove how weak the verification process is. I'm not going to do that. All right. That doesn't sit right with my conscience. And, you know. Oh, they found the Brown shooter and the killer of the MIT professor dead. I'll have to look that up tonight. All right, folks, we got a lot more to cover over the next couple of days. I should have another guest for you tomorrow. I'm trying to think who it was. I know I have a guest for you tomorrow night. We'll see where that who that is. Oh, I know who it is. You're going to have a great guest for you tomorrow. Anyways, thanks for tuning in, folks. We really appreciate all the love and support. Share our content. Again, folks, if you believe that Candace, look, the reason that her message is getting out the way that it is because she has some really crazy followers and they're out there spreading it around. Whether it's my content or you create your own content or other people's content, man, get out there and shout it from the rooftops. What is being done to this country and people being fooled by this nonsense is damaging on so many different levels, and it has to come to an end. She should have to pay a consequence for her lies, her deception, and it's all intentional. And for, accusing people of murder, you guys saw Andrew and what he had to go through. It's a real shame. That shouldn't happen in the United States of America. Anyways, folks, we are going to be back here tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you come join us tomorrow. We will have a great guest for you. I will post that sometime tomorrow. So make sure you have hit that like button, subscribe, hit the bell icon. And we really appreciate all the love and support. If you're not following me now on X and Instagram, I put those links down in the description below. If you'd like to become a member and help support this channel, you can do that as well. But until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.